everyone. How are y'all doing on this Tuesday morning? You know I had to check because I've got no clue half the time. Welcome into the big show. Y'all, hit the thumbs up, shoot it out into the algorithm because it's Real Housewives of YouTube versus post conviction relief. Oh, okay, let's do it. This is an important subject, right? So we're going to talk about this today. We're going to run down through an update of David first. We're going to get that done. I do have the presser that came down right after the court was done, announcing they're going full steam ahead with trial, all charges against David. They had a lot of overwhelming probable cause in that 5 day. I think it was a 5 day prelim. I really wish we could have had cameras in that courtroom, but it is what it is. We also have a video of David giving an interview approximately 6 days after the last known time Celeste was alive. It's interesting. I haven't watched it all. Don't know that I want to watch it all, but I kind of want to get a little bit of what's this guy? Because there's been 1,000 things out there, a million things posted about this guy. I tuned all that out at some point with the creepy lyrics and all, because I don't look. I'm from the '80s. We held congressional hearings on song lyrics back in the day. Ozzy was trying to kill us subliminally, and we just didn't know it, which was a lie. So I'm not real into what the lyrics mean because that's surface level to me. It could very well mean he's a dark, twisted son of a bitch. We know that. So yeah, his music's dark and twisted. So it is what it is. So I tuned all that out after a while. All the noise has to go at some point. But I found that video and it's quite interesting. So let me say good morning. It appears we have our mod team in the house and we have Morris Dog Mom with us. Y'all, thank y'all for being here. And thank y'all for coming in and watching true crime. All right. And we're trying to do it right over here and we don't want to hurt feelings and we don't want to grift and we don't want to use witnesses, use families and all that good stuff. So y'all, welcome in. Morris, you're good. You're good. I saw that typo. Hey, my eyes have the woo-woo lately, so I cannot type at all. So when I'm joining y'all in chat and y'all like, what is she saying? Just know my eyes are old and they're not working properly anymore. Hey, cool dude jamming. You like the acoustic guitar music? Thank you. Thank you, because I like that too. I'm into that kind of stuff, right? You even reround 3 times? Well, we used to have a cute little coffee in the morning thing, but we were doing shows at night, midday, all kinds of things. So I was like, let me get another. Let's update our music. So I chose that. I like it. I like it clean and simple, no hoopla, right? I'm not an entertainer. I can be at times, but I'm a true crime channel, so I'm glad y'all enjoyed that. Thank you. Welcome in. All right, guys, we're going to get going because we got a lot to look at today. We've been talking about Kohberger's chances at post-conviction relief over here. We knew the only way that's the workaround. That can never go away. I signed all my waives to appeals. No, we knew that wasn't true. We knew that post-conviction relief's never going to go away. But there's very strict guidelines to get post-conviction relief. And of course, Kohberger's already cited ineffective counsel. So I went back. I was up late last night. I couldn't sleep. I almost went live. I was like, I'm only half-assing it at the moment, so I'm not going to do that. I finished my research. So I went back to the June 18, 2025 hearing, and I clipped a piece of that. It's about 12 minutes long, and it's going to be Ann Taylor in court June 2025, months before trial, talking about her inability to be effective counsel. Did you lay the groundwork, ma'am? Because a couple of us caught that in the hearing. We're like, what? And it appears Steve Gonzalez agrees with me. You should have been questioned when you were making those statements in an open courtroom, Missy ma'am. But okay, we'll get to it. We'll get to it. Spins of coffee, welcome in. I'm spinning coffee right now. It's the magic juice. I got the magic juice. And interestingly, I was just reviewing a little bit of Enton's video on the Brian Kohberger, and he said something that I was like, oh, wait, what? Anyway, I haven't reviewed it, so we'll take a look at that too here today. We might be here for a minute today, y'all, because I also have a thought. So I pulled up a video to see if my thought was right. Y'all gonna help me unpack it, and we're gonna see if we're right. We could be dead ass wrong. But y'all, welcome to my world. I'm coming to you live from the coast of somewhere beautiful. My name is Salty Sleuth. I have no credentials other than being a human being, a mom, and a lady on the internet with some dogs in the background. So welcome in. We're just here to talk true crime as regular citizens, right? Got nothing fancy to offer you, but I've been around for a minute and watched a lot of trials. So we'll discuss in the chat. Y'all join the conversation. Hey Carrie, welcome in. Good to see you. And for those of you who just like to listen, you're not big on chatting, we appreciate you anyway. Thanks for joining us. It's not spins. What is it that I can't see? Hold on. Did I say that? And I feel like I'm saying somebody else's name wrong in chat because I heard somebody else, another creator, pronounce their name differently than I do. And I was like, wait, I've been saying it wrong? Sips of coffee. Thank you. I told you my eyes had the woo woo. Simi's been having my back lately on my bad eye problem. That's the second time my girl's had my back. Thank you, Simi Sharp. I knew we was friends. Well, it took a minute, didn't it? I had to warm up. She had to warm up to me, guys. I'm so glad she did. Because now she keeps an eye on me. She's like, lady, there you go again. Take your tail down to the doctor and get some real glasses and quit using them Bobo glasses you got at the corner store. You lazy heifer. Y'all, I live a long way from the doctor. So it's a little much. I don't like people in too much. It's like, I own my stuff, Megan. I understand that I have anxiety just to go that far away. It's like, do I really want to go? Clocks and calendars and all. Anyway, we'll let her go today. We're going to let them go today because Dr. John, honestly, you weighed in on a subject you probably should have not weighed in on. And I'm not the one you want triggered and activated, sir. Because I'm not going to sit up here for hours and go, oh my God, that's bizarre behavior. Oh my God, I can't believe they just said that. No, sir, we're going to get to the nuts and bolts of it all when I do it. So stay tuned. Because I'm going to have to stay out of them chats and live streams about y'all. Because occasionally I see something that really is bothersome. The surface stuff y'all do out there, it's whatever. You know what I mean? But, sir, you need to take a seat sometimes. Victims, sir, their voices matter way more than what the defendant might be thinking while he hears the victim's statement. So go sit down with your textbooks, sir. We don't need you to weigh in on big people stuff. Big people stuff. All right, y'all, let's get to a little bit of this. Let's get to the David presser. Now, we know there was a lot of evidence presented at his preliminary hearing. And I got to be real delicate with some of the things I say because my shows are taking back-to-back hits from YouTube because of the content. It is what it is. We can't help it. So I got to really be a little more like stop bucking the system and telling them to F off. I'm going to use my big girl words. I got to slow my roll a little bit because YouTube is not liking it. I don't know why we can't be grown-ups on a social media platform. I guess they're used to mainstream media being prim and proper and never, being real. And they're not used to the real on the YouTubes. It's okay. We're not going to stop doing what we do because YouTube is a sissy. All right, let me get the playlist pulled up. We're going to go ahead and watch that presser. We did find out, y'all, during the prelim that at the age of 13, Celeste did become pregnant, and they took care of the situation, so to speak. I don't want to say that word. God, I'll probably get shut down immediately. The money manager testified, that he was earning 10 to 11 million between 2023 and 2025. He's also the one that let them know about this Sheldon character that did not testify during the prelim. Sheldon, I bet you're on the witness list though for trial because you were driving Celeste and David around and stuff. So, and living in the home, whoever Sheldon is. All right. The blue plastic fragments that were embedded in her and in the body bag that matched back to that little plastic It wasn't a small plastic pool. It's an inflatable pool. The alias purchases, where he used fake names to purchase his chainsaw, shovel, and his heavy-duty laundry bags, but paid for them in his actual name. They went through and, they just talk about finding those 11 air fresheners stuffed into the console of the car, the Tesla. The body cam from February of 2024, when the cops went to talk to David about Celeste. And he claims, he thought she was 18. So there was just a lot of overwhelming evidence coming into that. So let's take a look at the presser from the district attorney out there, because we haven't done that yet and got caught up. Okay. So let me get it together here, y'all. Oh, what did I just do? I forgot my share screen wasn't up. I was like, oh, it's not going to work. All right. So here's the presser after David's prelim wrapped up. And like we said, the judges let him, all charges are going to be pending and he's going to trial.
Good afternoon. My name is Nathan Hockman. I'm the Los Angeles County District Attorney. Today I am here to announce that Judge Charlene Olmedo held David Anthony Burke, who goes by the name of a singer David spelled D4VT, to answer for the horrific and barbaric killing of a 14-year-old at the time, Celeste Rivas Hernandez. She has held him to answer for first-degree murder with the special circumstances of lying in wait, doing this crime for financial gain, and murdering a witness to an investigation. David Anthony Burke has also been held to answer for the mutilation of the remains of Celeste Rivas Hernandez on September 8, 2025, and he has also been held to answer for engaging in continuous lewd and lascivious acts with a 13-year-old. What we have seen in this preliminary hearing, and the preliminary hearing was conducted by one of our most experienced deputy district attorneys, who is right here, Beth Silverman.
Oh, Beth.
And her team, working with the Los Angeles Police Department's Robbery Homicide Division. They methodically presented over 5 different days before Judge Olmedo the evidence that showed, and at this point we had to show it by probable cause, but by probable cause, and I would argue by an overwhelming amount of probable cause, and we will eventually prove this beyond a reasonable doubt. It followed the timeline of the interactions between Celeste Rivas Hernandez when she started as a 12-year-old, then a 13-year-old, then a 14-year-old who never got to see her 15th birthday. Because in the intervening time where she had these interactions with Mr. Burke, he engaged in this sexual conduct with a 13-year-old repeatedly, over and over again. This came out in text messages that were presented.
Yes, Simi. So it came out in the document. They were already, because when she was a runaway, classified as a runaway, and they go to talk to him, he says, oh, I thought she was 18 and I barely knew that girl. They started investigating. Right?
In videos and photographs that were presented to the judge that showed this sexual activity. Ms. Silverman methodically tracked the timeline of their interactions during 2022, 23, 24, 25, that eventually led to the time where Celeste Rivas Hernandez went over to Mr. Burke's house in the Hollywood Hills on April 23rd, 2025, and has never been heard of again. But what Ms. Silverman and her team were able to show to Judge Olmedo is that on April 23rd, 2025, what actually happened was the brutal and horrific murder of Ms. Hernandez, and thereafter, over the ensuing 5 months, how her body was chopped up, left in the front trunk of a Tesla, only to be discovered on September 8th, 2025, after the car, and this is Mr. Burke's car, had been towed to a tow yard.
I'm just looking at Beth Silverman, y'all. I'm like, she's going to tear Blair Burke up in court. We already know these two want a tango. They want to throw hands in the backyard over other cases. The judge said so. Ladies, calm yourselves and get her, girl. But do it. Don't go throwing hands with her. It's not allowed in the courtroom. But get her, girl, sniper.
What now happens is that there will be an information that will be filed within the next week or so. That information will track these 3 felony counts that have already appeared in the complaint.
They're going to release more documents in in about a week. Oh, okay. Stay tuned.
August 31st will be the arraignment on that information.
Okay.
Thereafter, there will be a trial that will be set. That trial can be set as early as 60 days. And as we saw with the preliminary hearing, where the defense demanded that they have that preliminary hearing done within the time that the law allows, whatever time they want a preliminary hearing, we were ready. Often preliminary hearings in a case of this complexity take many, many more months than you have seen in this case. But when the defense demanded a quick preliminary hearing, we said, bring it on.
Oh.
And that's exactly what we did. If the defense wants a trial 60 days out or whenever they want this trial, we will be ready for that trial. So at this point, again, we don't have the one additional consideration is that Mr. Burke now is eligible for death penalty. The death penalty considerations are now being weighed. Part of that consideration.
How about we don't consider it at all? Because we don't need post-conviction relief because it's a death penalty case. And you're in California. Are you kidding us? Y'all ain't about to give the death penalty out. We know Blair Burke will fight that tooth and nail. So how about just life in prison without the possibility of parole and save us all a bunch of problems?
Will be any submission that the defense wants to submit to the district attorney's office. It is something that we will consider on whether or not we will seek the death penalty. At this point, the death penalty determination has not been made.
Oh.
I will now open it up for questions.
You got Silverman for the death penalty. You gotta look up your stats. I'm tired of these DP cases. I don't even care anymore. Get it out of here. They'll die in prison, won't they? I'm not opposed to the death penalty, by the way.
The defense made many arguments. The defense did not present any evidence. And by the way, the defense doesn't have to do anything in a criminal case. At all points in time, a defendant is presumed innocent until and unless proven guilty. And today it was by probable cause. And at a trial, it will be beyond a reasonable doubt.
Are those reporters asking you to clarify that? Are we serious? Well, I guess not everybody watches true crime and knows stuff. Maybe it's just for the people watching the evening news out in California or across the nation. Okay, they can explain it because I do need to understand it.
We will have to convince 12 jurors unanimously to find every element of the crime in order to actually get a conviction. So the defense has made many arguments. Again, they are arguments at this point. The arguments themselves are not evidence. If and when the defense wants to present evidence at any point, we will match and meet that evidence. And
oh, look at y'all. Watch Silverman's body language during this. She's like, "Yeah, we're gonna get her. We're gonna get them."
Overcome any of the arguments or evidence in the trial.
She wore her pearls in case she has to clutch them.
That will be upcoming.
Give us any idea of the scope of without violating grand jury secrecy order on this condition. Re-investigate the grand jury, large penny of evidence. Hopefully tell us about what we haven't heard generally.
So the other idea that you need to have is that a preliminary hearing is not designed for the prosecution to present all its evidence.
Simi, according to Brian Kohberger, and death row is just regular prisons as bad as death row. He got lied to.
Mr. Quealy is correct from the Los Angeles Times that there was additional evidence that was actually considered in this case that we anticipate being presented at trial. I'm not going to go into the specifics of that additional evidence.
Yeah, because you don't put all your cards on the table in a prelim, but you got to put most of them down. I wonder what else they actually have that we don't know about yet they got in their back pocket for trial. Burke has already received that discovery. I'm sure y'all don't want to y'all don't want to play hardball with discovery and botch the case based on that. No, Silverman is not going to have that. She's like, here's all my discovery, Miss Blair Burke.
I'm going to say that we presented a significant but small fraction of our evidence in this preliminary hearing. At a trial, we will present all our evidence because the proof at a trial will be.
Y'all, Trisha wore a whole bunch of pearls the other night. She's just baffled about this Kohberger stuff. She's like, oh, I gotta clutch all of my pearls. She's my entertainment. I find her funny, y'all. Sorry. But last night I saw the thumbnail come down. You know, them thumbnails that get you every time, right, Trisha? So I saw the thumbnail. I was like, oh, I'm going to find some insight into the Kohberger case. Let me go tune in to the comedy show. Because, lady, you crack me up. You just do some bizarre shit. And I don't even know.
Beyond a reasonable doubt. We will not be allowed to use certain hearsay that you can use in a preliminary hearing that you cannot use in a trial.
No, you can't use that hearsay at trial. That's the hearsay rule. But the prelim is different. It's like indicting the ham sandwich, right? Almost, but better. We didn't get that opportunity in Kohberger because they're like, yep, prelim, here we come. It was scheduled up for June. And we're all like sitting on go and all last minute. No prelim. Grand jury indictment coming in hot. We don't want y'all to know what we got and don't got. Well, let's give the boy a new trial and figure it out.
It has to be admissible evidence, and the witnesses will need to come in to establish all the foundation, the relevancy, and overcome any objections to the type of evidence. So you are correct that there will be additional and significant evidence presented at a trial that wasn't presented here at this preliminary hearing. I will take a question right here.
Matt, New York Times. The evidence that we did see, particularly on Friday, I think folks, I think fair to say very graphic, very difficult. Both of you have worked many cases over the span of your careers. How would you say the evidence in this case strikes you, and how does it stand up with other cases that you've worked over the course of your life?
We believe that the evidence at trial will be overwhelming to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt on the 3 charges with which Mr. Burke will be charged. You got a small preview of some of that evidence, including the text messages and the video and photographic evidence that was also presented directly to the judge. This was difficult evidence to even hear, but also the crime that we are dealing with is incredibly horrific and barbaric. And it's not shocking that the evidence that would prove a horrific and barbaric crime would itself also be very difficult to deal with and to watch and listen to. But that is the evidence. We'll make sure that the jury eventually has all the evidence in order to reach a verdict in this case.
Do you have any idea how?
Let's say right here.
The family previously said that they didn't approve of Celeste and David's relationship, but today the defense presented text and saying otherwise. What do you make of that?
I'm sorry, you have to speak up just a touch.
Yes, the family previously said that they didn't approve of David with Celeste's relationship, but the defense presented text that say otherwise. What do you make of that?
She says the parents didn't know, but the texts say otherwise. What do we have a transcript of those texts released yet?
So again, we have said this before, the unspeakable tragedy that the Rivas Hernandez family has had to go through to first lose their daughter, but to then find out how they lost their daughter is something that there are no words to do. All we can do at the district attorney's office is bring justice in this case.
I think her parents were aware of him, and I don't know if they knew what to do. They were already reporting her as runaways, right? And then we know she returned to home at one point, but was never declassified as a runaway. And then when they found her remains in that Tesla, TMZ is the one that notified the cops about this young girl that was missing. And that's no lie. TMZ did that. They helped the cops figure out who that was in that Tesla. You can go back and research it.
By bringing that killer to justice. That killer is David Anthony Burke, and we intend...
Because they knew that Celeste was missing out there. Uh-oh, what's going on with my internet? What's going on here? We got Bobo swamp signal. I don't know what they've been doing lately to the internet out here. What's happened? Hold on. Y'all know how it gets sometimes when I stop it, it acts weird. Y'all, I'm in the middle of nowhere in the country. Most of the time we are good to go, but occasionally we get a swamp signal. Hang on. Okay. I'm not sure if this is the exact spot, but we're going to start it here. So we can finish this out because we got a lot more to review today. All right, let's finish.
We'll make sure that the jury eventually has all the evidence in order to reach a verdict in this case.
Do you have any idea how?
Let's say right here.
The family previously said that they didn't approve of Celeste and David's relationship, but today the defense presented text and say otherwise. What do you make of that?
I'm sorry, you have to speak up just a touch.
Yes, the family previously said that they didn't approve of David with Celeste's relationship, but the defense presented text that say otherwise. What do you make of that? You know,
So again, we have said this before, the unspeakable tragedy that the Rivas Hernandez family has had to go through to first lose their daughter, but to then find out how they lost their daughter is something that there are no words to do. All we can do at the district attorney's office is bring justice in this case by bringing that killer to justice. That killer is David Anthony Burke, and we intend to bring him to justice before a jury at a trial in the upcoming future.
One more question.
Right here.
Yeah, Carrie, I know, I'm aware it does vary state to state. I cover a lot of court cases. Our point is, it's time to have a conversation in this country, in the criminal justice system, about the death penalty. I grew up in Florida. Old Sparky was alive and well. We'd throw your ass in there and strap you in a heartbeat until she started malfunctioning and it wasn't working properly anymore, and we had to get rid of her. She was time to retire old Sparky. People gave Florida hell for using old Sparky. I thought everybody had the death penalty until I grew up and realized they didn't. Our point is, it's time to evaluate it fairly, because people going to get in their feels about it, and bring God into it, eye for an eye, it's not right, and all those feelings into it. Legality, it's a problem in the legal system. Mitigation that comes with death penalty is a fucking problem. We're going to review some of that, right, Ann Taylor, and talk about that a little tiny bit. But our point is, it's time for an overhaul. It's time for these states to get their shit together and impose penalties that fit the crime. And if the death penalty is such a problem that we're going to get overturned convictions, we're going to spend months and months and months and months and months on mitigation to get that off the table, just to result back to life in prison without parole. Yeah. So that's the subject we're hitting on, that we want to see change, because it's ridiculous, and every state does have a different 25 to life kind of thing, and I guess they got to figure it out individually, but across the board, it's time to reevaluate the cost to the legal justice system just to fight death penalty cases. There's a lot of special circumstances that go into the DP cases that don't go into a regular life without parole type situation. It's just not even there's no comparison. So I do think it's time to reevaluate the situation. It's causing too many problems.
Again, at trial, we will bring in all relevant evidence that will establish all the elements of the crimes that have been charged. You heard a preview of that evidence in the preliminary hearing, whether it was, again, certain witness testimony, certain text messages.
Well, America needs to start speaking up and saying, we don't want serial killers out in 25 years. Y'all, vote within your state. Pay attention to the laws. Make change. Ask Florida. We're not afraid to push back against our government and say, hey, no. We're not doing this shit today. We need change. And by God, we impose it each and every time.
His videos, photographs, there will be business records,
Look around
and there will
and find out
also
it
be
further.
witnesses that are recipient witnesses. They have information that is relevant to establish the mental state of David Anthony Burke and the acts he committed. That evidence will be presented at trial, at the end of which we will be seeking a verdict of guilt on the 3 counts of which he will be charged: first-degree murder with the special circumstances.
Either my hearing is going out completely in one of my ears or my headsets are acting up. Y'all know I'm rolling with that $11 Bobo headset over here I bought a long time ago and never went and got. I did order a nice one once. I couldn't get the damn mic to work. I'm like, where's my $11 headset? I'm giving this shit to my son for his video games. It might be time to upgrade around here.
Of lying in wait, doing it for financial gain, and eliminating a witness in connection with that case, mutilation of human remains, and engaging in.
Okay, they're going to get me in trouble with that talk. All right, so we see the presser. They're going full steam ahead with trial for David, and they got more evidence in their back pocket they have not presented in the preliminary hearing yet. Now, the killer that stalked my mother and killed 2 in Maryland, 2 in Florida. I know, hun. But Florida ain't gonna, we do things a little differently here in Florida. So, I don't know the crust of all of that, but I'm saying I get it. It's not fair to families to know. I know a guy who killed a man when he was 18 years old. He was a friend of mine's brother, and he goes to prison. 25 years to life. He's still not out. He couldn't act right in prison. He could have gotten paroled at 25 years, but couldn't act right in prison. In fact, got shuffled around to a few different Florida prisons for his own safety. He thought he was a Billy Badass. Actually, he was. But, so I get it, right? That's what I'm saying. Y'all need to vote within your state when this stuff comes up. Pay attention. If you're into true crime and you come into channels and you watch trials and you hear the lawyers, and pay attention to your local news when this stuff's popping off, and do you need to do something, right? Because I really do think, it's just time. The cost to defend yourself in this country is astronomical at the moment, according to Alan Jackson and others like him. So while I appreciate attorneys who weigh in, I also have questions for attorneys who weigh in that they don't like to answer. In fact, when I've asked those questions, they ignore them. They're like, oh God, here comes that salty sleuth chick again with real questions. Like that post-conviction relief guy that has me blocked and has had for like 2.5 years. Because one time, I don't know what he thought I was. I asked a legal question based on something he said about post-conviction relief. And because I posed a legal question, it was an immediate block and a shutdown. And my cat just escaped into the room where the dogs are. Things could get real sideways in any second. Shit. I don't hear a noise. Oh God. Y'all, I got to go check this situation out. It could get bad. Hold on. She was in frozen shock phase in the hallway when she realized, oh, those dogs aren't outside. They're in the living room sleeping. She's like, never mind. She hates those dogs. She's mean to them. They just want to be her friend. She's not having it. All right. So like I said, guys, we have a video where David did an interview with a podcast. I guess it's okay for me to play it. And anyway, it was apparently like 6 days after Celeste was last seen or allegedly unalived. I don't know what case you're talking about there, Carrie, but Florida didn't drop the ball on a lot of things. So if that one, and you got a couple of states involved, I'm not really sure. I haven't unpacked that case. But we understand your frustration. But what I'm saying is I don't know when that case actually happened, the year. Florida's made a lot of changes. Y'all ain't getting stuff on kids out of Florida. We have the broadest FOIA in the nation, Florida Sunshine Law. It's vast. We will give you everything on FOIA. A lot of states won't even do that. And now when you come into my state and you harm children, you're going to get the death penalty. The reason why Stefan didn't get it was because they knew that was going to be the first time we put someone on death penalty for what he did, and they were already fighting it. And we don't need all that. Don't need it. But because we have laws now to protect children like Gannon Stalk and Madeline Soto after that fiasco bullshit, we're making change. Florida listens and we push back. When we realized our state allowed a little girl to go missing under their watch for 2 solid years to find out she had deceased, when the fucking people of Florida found that out, we put all eyes on Florida's DCF system. And now we have change. It's not perfect, but we're getting there. So that's what I'm talking about, guys. We have to get proactive sometimes, and we can't just turn our head and then bitch about it later. I don't like bitching in general because it messes up my vibe. But if I'm passionate about something, I'm going to do more than just bitch about it, right? I'm not saying you don't do that, Carrie, but I get it. It was in the 80s. Yes, exactly. A lot is, trust me, Carrie, native here. I was a full-fledged adult in the 80s with babies. Shit's changed, okay? It's 2026, honey. Our laws have come a long way. A long way. Waiting on the rest of the country to catch up with us out here. We got the Florida man to deal with. We can be playing around. Shit. We heard enough of that crap. We're like, no. Look at them other states. They're just as freaking bad. And Florida man was not a native, y'all. He was transplants each and every time. So now there's that. Just say we get a bad rap from these people. A couple of them could have been actual Florida men. I don't know. I don't judge. All right. So David, who is this? Oh no, this ain't the one from 6 days. Is it? Hang on, because there was 2 interviews I saw with him. Hold on one second. Let me make sure I got the right one that I wanted to. Uh-oh. Let me do this. What in the world? Everything just went bonkers. All right, because there was 2 videos I had, but I wanted the one that was done right after. Oh, Lord. These YouTube streets. All right. Hang on, I'm going back through to get it real quick. It's this one. Here we go. 6 days after. Okay. I don't know who this podcaster is. I hope they don't get mad that I play their video. We'll take a chance. We're gonna walk on the wild side. What in the world? Okay. I don't know who this this channel is called Just Here to Investigate. I don't know who that is. They have 217 subscribers. And I don't know who this guy is that David's being interviewed by. Some of y'all might know them. I don't get into this music, so I don't know who the hell this is. Oh, come on, internet. Act right. Get your act right back, man. Stop it.
I'm always working. I'm always on the
Hey,
grind. I
listen.
never take a break. I never take vacations. Like, I'm always on to the next thing. So I'm just excited to promote this album. Excited to get on tour. You know what I'm saying? I just did the first Withered show in Houston the other night.
Hometown show.
Massive.
Yeah.
Massive. It was amazing.
What keeps you grounded? Because
Now, apparently, again, remember, this was allegedly 6 days after he did what he did. And there he is, all calm and laid back.
I mean, this is a lot for anyone to be going through, let alone someone on their first album. But like, what keeps you grounded through all this stuff?
Family and God. I mean, I keep my family super close, keep my faith super close. I keep like everything that I grew up on and that I had as a kid, I keep those values and morals still instilled in myself. So I keep a level head at all times, you know?
Wow. He had a very interesting upbringing.
Yeah, very cool. Very cool. If you're just joining us on World Cafe, David is my guest. We're talking about the new album Withered, which is available now. I want to do a little bit of an origin story because people need to know this story. You know, for me personally, you had my dream gig, which was to play video games, do be awesome at them, do some awesome crafting in Fortnite, and then upload.
That was his dream, is to be awesome at Fortnite. Damn, what a generation.
Them to YouTube and make money doing that. Was that your first love? Was that your first passion?
Absolutely. I mean, like I was trying to be a YouTuber for as long as I can remember. I remember watching like
some people still are trying.
Minecraft YouTubers, Dan TDM and Markiplier and Jacksepticeye and Corey Kenshin, and just I wanted to do that. I just wanted to be in front of a camera with a controller and just have fun. That's all I wanted to do. And music was not even a thought at all.
So the pivot to music, you know, sometimes people get an instrument, sometimes you're in choir. No, this was the dreaded copyright strike.
Exactly.
Why did you have to make a change with the music?
The dreaded copyright strike. It is dreaded, but
that you were running in your videos.
It was crazy because the first like maybe year and a half I was doing it, I was making so much bread on YouTube. But then
he was making so much bread on YouTube. Ancient Teapot, welcome in. I wish there were flying daggers we could engage for moments like that, right? Preach it.
Algorithm changed, so like you had to have a popular song in your video for the views to kick in, you know. And
thank God my shows aren't like, do I have to have a popular song to kick in to get the algorithm to like me?
And most of the creators that were, you know, championing those trends were getting paid by the artists to do it. So it didn't matter if they made money on their YouTube videos because they already got paid to use a song. But small creators like me, I wasn't getting paid to use a song. So if I put a song in my video, it'd get copyright strike by UMG or whatever. So I was like, man, I'm not making money. I don't got views no more. What do I do? I talked to my mom. She was like, make your own music, honey. You can do it.
People can get paid for putting copyright music in their YouTube streams and videos. Oh, I need to get in on that action.
Make your own. And I was like, you know what? That could be a thing.
Wait. Now,
same day, bro.
You really was, so literally from the idea to the execution to the closet?
From the idea to the execution, I was like, you know, I can do that. So I looked up how to make music on iPhone.
Yeah.
App called BandLab comes up. I'm like, okay, let's see. I plug in my earbuds. No mic, no interface, no nothing. I asked my little sister, can I borrow your closet, please? Because she's the only one in the house with a walk-in closet. She's the most spoiled kid of all time. I'm like, please, 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 your closet's perfect. She's like, okay, fine. Oh.
His little sister was the most spoiled kid of all times.
And I go in the closet and I make my first song right there. And this is December 21st, 2021.
You remember the date?
I remember the date, bro. I can't forget it because that's the craziest. It's the craziest thing ever.
Okay, so what was your relationship with music up until that point? Because you said being a musician wasn't in your mind, you know, earlier. Like, were you, I know you listened to gospel when you were really young, but like, were you listening to pop music at that point? What were some of your influences, lanes?
Not at all. Like, I mean, my parents always had me like.
Oops, sorry.
Extracurricular activities everywhere. Like, so they put me in piano lessons when I was 7. I quit after like 2 weeks. I was in church choir for about another 2 weeks, quit that. And then I was in middle school band. Before I got homeschooled, I was in middle school band. I played the flute for a solid year. I was pretty good at that too. But then I got homeschooled, so I didn't quit that, but I couldn't play it anymore because I got homeschooled. But yeah.
Because I got homeschooled. A bunch of mamas thought they knew better than teachers for a while there.
So, like, what did you want it to sound like? I guess it's the sort of thing, like, you were just, I mean, imagine necessity in the beginning. We're like, we got to just make some music.
It was just like, I need it for the video. What does the video need? My clips, what am I hitting here? Like, what's the season of Fortnite talking about? Like, how is it flowing in the video and the combo?
How can he sit there, y'all? That's a psychopath. Sitting there just like, I'm going about my music, my sister's closet, did it all on my phone. I got this Withered album. And 6 days prior, he was using chainsaws in his house in blue pools. And these walk amongst us. Evil walks amongst us and we don't even know it. They look normal, appear normal, come off as a nice, friendly individual. Somebody you might sit and say hey to at the store or at the restaurant, you know, wave. I talk to people all the time when I am in the mood to go public because I like people. They're interesting. I love to people watch. Plop me down somewhere and I can just sit back and people watch. I am not a bored girl at that moment. I'm very interested. Don't know why, but I am.
And my editing style, and I was just making music, kind of syncing it like it was a TV show, or making music for a TV show, kind of watching the montage and making a song for that. So yeah.
So the inspiration came from the art that you were already consuming. It wasn't a music thing, but that's one of the things that I dig about you is that your musical influence doesn't come necessarily from other musicians.
Nope. Comes from Fortnite.
Nope. My music don't come from influence of it comes from Fortnite. Jesus Christ. That's how he met his victim. In a gaming Discord. So this was a young girl in a gaming Discord. Madeline Soto was in a gaming Discord. Y'all watch your babies. If they're into video games, make sure you are aware. I've raised a gamer. I had 2 sets of kids, I call it. I had 3 in my 20s. And then when I was 40, I gave birth to my 4th baby. 15 years in between my last 2 babies. So they were raised in totally different ways. When mine were little, there were no video games. It was Atari, Mortal Kombat. But when my youngest was growing up, it was all, man, Microsoft made some jack off me. I hate to say it. But damn. Like these people, some of them don't want to grow up. They just want to stay in the game, right? But my son, I was always like, I'd be outside of his door making sure I'm listening. Like I can hear that boy cussing. But he's a boy, and they're in there cussing, and little other kids' mamas are getting mad because their kids are now cussing. But as long as he's just cussing, I'm okay, right? Well, he don't come out that door cussing, we're good. But I would always kind of like stand there for a minute and listen. Do I need to hear anything real early? Is he joining weird shit? But I always had conversations with my son, especially when we gave him access to play online. Don't think I didn't sit down and have real hard conversations with my young child about what he may experience online. Y'all do the same now. Keep them babies safe. And you can be honest with your kids without terrifying them. I promise y'all, they understand a lot more than we give them credit for. I promise y'all that.
To be fair, it started with Fortnite.
Yeah.
Did you, I imagine over time, though, you started to develop your taste, what you wanted, because from what you can hear from those first tracks to what you hear on Withered, like Withered feels like a true vision of where you wanted to be.
Absolutely. I mean, like just getting into music because I was only listening to.
Here's the thing, y'all. Everybody gave me shit because my kid played video games. A lot of people did. They didn't have kids that young anymore. Their kids were all grown up now like my other ones, right? Everybody. He's spending too much time on the video games he plays. Y'all, guess what? My child was always in advanced classes in school, never got into trouble, knock on wood, never got thrown out of school, never got the law coming, never done drugs, none of it. I've open, honest conversation with this kid at all times. I want my kids to be able to come to me and know that no matter what it is, they can unload it. We're going to talk about it. I might get mad for a minute and say my shit, but then we're going to talk about this and we're going to figure it out. Gaming did not ruin my 19-year-old boy. He's a very good boy and a very good hard worker. He just played video games. And when my boy was 15, 16 years old, guess what? I knew exactly where he was and what he was doing. He was at home in the bedroom gaming. But it is what it is. Y'all watch your babies. There's a lot of bad in the world. You could send your baby to the park. You could go with your baby to the park and a fool try some funny business. It don't have to be just online. When my other kids were little, I had the same talks with them about stranger danger. At a park, somebody approaches you. If mom's busy with the other kid and you're approached, here's what you do. Oh, I can't not educate my babies because there's fools out there trying to get their hands on my babies. Y'all know?
To classical music and gospel till I was like 13, 14.
Yeah.
So when I actually started diving into the different genres and I became like a fan of Deftones, Nirvana, Coldplay, Paramore, all these bands.
We've had enough of you, dude. Get out of here. We've had enough of your shit. Yeah, I mean, look, boys are going to cuss y'all. My 35-year-old, when he was little and I got onto him for messing with his sister, because he always did, I'd be like, boy, stop it. If I'd give him a little pop or something, like, on the tail or whatever it was. I didn't have to whip my kids. I could talk to them. He would get mad every single time and take off down the hallway, go find the washing machine, kick it, and say, son of a bitch. I'm like, boy, what are you doing? The washing machine didn't get onto you. I did. What are we doing? Every single time. Like, that was his favorite word. I don't know. But yeah, as long as he was cussing in that bedroom, and I heard them making fun of other kids because their mama just bust in the door and like, why are you cussing? So some of us mamas, our biggest concern was those boys cussing on those video games. That was about it. My son's like, Mom, you think I'm going to talk to a freak on the internet? Oh, he'll cuss them out. Gaming or jamming. Yeah, I mean, it's just, your kid can get into trouble on the football field, guys, with the coach. Come on. I wasn't going to accept that my gaming son was ruined for life because I allowed him to game, right? No. He could get in I could send him to church and bad things could happen. Come on. Come on, America. Don't let society steer you wrong. They tell you a lot of things that turn out to be wrong later. Little fancy books they got and shit. Ask them. All you moms, you can go to work. You can have it all. Trust us. You're not doing it right. Get it together, ladies. Get to college and get educated. Get out of that house and do something real with your life. It takes a village to raise the babies, and we're going to do it all together. I felt some type of way about all that shit 30 years ago when they was trying to sell me that basket of lies. I was like, nope, I'm good. I'm going to stay right here at home with these babies until they all start school. And then I'll consider part-time, because it's a lot to take care of these 3 little ones that I love dearly and chose to have, by the way. That was my choice. All right, let's get on with this. We got some stuff to look at here. So they have an August 31st arraignment, though, for David's charges now that the prelim is over. I think they're going to have a new charging document coming out, because now that they're going full force with trial, we'll be looking for that charging document to come out. All right, notes made. Let's move on to the next subject here. Oh boy, oh boy. He's reared his little ugly head again. We knew he wasn't going away. We knew that law library was going to be super intriguing to this criminology student, and he wasn't going to be able to stay out of it. We knew that. That's his jams, his life, his love, his schooling. Yeah, Carrie, my girls weren't online like that, but I had a lot of talks with my girls. Social media was becoming a thing when my girls were teenagers, so I had a lot of talks with my girls. They're totally separate than the boy conversations. 6 kids, none in jail. We just trying to keep our daughters off the pole and our sons out of jail out here in the South, ain't we, Simmy? We've succeeded. Yay. It's a song, guys. It's a song, not a. We're in the South. It just took a dig at ourselves, like the rest of the country likes to do. We own our shit. We own our crazy down here in the deep South. We ain't scared. Yeah, I've said the same thing, Simmy. I got them all grown, and nobody went to jail, and nobody quit school, and nobody's hurt nobody. I've done well. I've done my part. It's time to rest. They seem to be okay and level-headed and all the things, right? 2 of them are now raising a child of their own. One's figuring out life. And I'm just a lady on the internet with my friends, sharing experiences. Right, HMS, Gen X lady? I love the name, by the way. You have to have those talks. Those conversations are so important. And they do really understand more than y'all think they do. Think about when you were 15 years old and your mentality and what you could comprehend. 16. I remember being 17 years old and telling myself, because I had a really cool mom, And I had a lot of friends who did not have cool mothers, and I felt bad for them. Like they can't even go talk to their mom. It was like, oh, I hate my mom. My mom. I was never like that. Even my mother-in-law and I got along beautifully. Society said we're supposed to hate one another. And I had a lot of friends who hated their mother-in-laws. I was like, thank God I got an excellent one. Like, we're best friends. Society didn't get me on that one either. All my friends were jealous. You got an excellent mother-in-law. I'm like, yeah, I do. I'm lucky because I put in effort and so does she. We just got along beautifully naturally. There's none of that weird stuff people experience with mother-in-laws. And see, society's weird, y'all. Be careful out there. Do you? Don't be influenced by societal trends and what society's telling you should be the norm, because they will steer you wrong. They got an end game in mind. They have an end game in mind. Jet Set says, shout out to all the moms whose kids aren't in jail. And then, and honestly, the ones that do end up with a child in jail, is it really the mom's fault, right? No. Sometimes it can be absolutely the parent's fault, but most of the time not. But knock on wood, we don't have that around here. We're not doing that today. It's not the proper way to conduct ourselves. We're just not doing that today. That's why I tell my grandson when he wants to act up occasionally, we're not doing this today, are we? We don't do this. He's like, no, man, we don't do this. I'm like, okay, let's reel it in, little boy. Reel it in. Jet, you had good parents. So did I. I love my parents. I didn't have that weird childhood to complain about as I got older. Were my parents perfect? No. But we were raised right. We had a good life. And they weren't rich. My daddy was a hard worker. And in the 1970s, y'all know what my daddy did? Because we were river rats. He bought a used school bus from a church and converted that bitch to the baddest camper you've ever seen in your lives. In the 1970s, my daddy tiny home innovated with campers, with a school bus. And I wish I had that thing right now. We had it for years. And when it quit running, it stayed in the backyard, and me and my sister got to hang out in there and do stuff. We did stuff in that thing. It was cool as shit, and we miss it. We miss that thing. Hey, Shabugs, welcome in. Oh, Shabugs, I saw an interesting conversation between you and woman, and I am down for that conversation. I don't know if you saw me comment, but I wouldn't mind being, girl, DM me. Because I see your concerns, but I've always known she's had concerns, and I've never knew what they were. But I like her, so I'm always willing to listen, right? I'm willing to listen. We're going to be there for it. So when y'all do that, I'll be there for it. Excuse me, did you choose violence this morning? Don't make me choose violence today. Maybe the magic juice is not working yet, so stop it, right? Well, I know you don't really have concerns. Yeah, I feel you. I think he's guilty too. But there's some interesting things legally that have always concerned me. And when it comes right down to it, no matter what the case is, the Constitution matters. And I won't flip-flop case to case when it suits my fancy. Y'all be careful for those that do. So, always had some concerns about this case, and they were never, did the guy do it? There's enough of that being investigated for 2 solid years on the internet, and no one seems to have gotten anywhere with it yet. So I'm back to, yeah, he did it. But legally, what's going on here? So we're going to take a look at that. We do have his little petition for post-conviction relief handwritten. We have his motion and affidavit. There's 2 of them in support for appointment of counsel. Then we have the blank form you could use to fill out for your post-conviction relief. And we have the Chapter 12 law from Idaho rule on post-conviction relief. We also have Steve Gonzalez interview with Jesse Weber. A video that I put together, 12 minutes of Ann Taylor back from June 2025, talking about how she may not be effective counsel. And then we're going to review Tipsy Turvy. Tipsy Turvy? Topsy Turvy? What are we doing today? Because you did an interview with the custody queen, sir. And it wasn't weeds to me. It was, I want to go hear everything that man had to say and take notes and not even focus on those people doing the interview because I don't really care. That will distract you each and every time when we start going into, I don't like that person. I don't care. I'm not there for that person. I needed to hear the interview. And I heard a lot. And there was an interesting mention in Brian Kohberger's filing. In case you missed it, we'll get to it. Let's get to it now. I'm bored. I think I need coffee too. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, there was something I like to, you know what I would like to see right now? I would like to see Brian Kohberger's visitor log. I would, any of y'all big mainstream media people, Idaho Statesman guy, can y'all FOIA request some things from Idaho Penitentiary? Can we get our hands on the visitor log to Brian Kohberger? Can we see if Dr. Brent Turvey is on there? Maybe Chris Whitcomb, the author of Broken Plea. Can we do that, please? Pretty please? Because I would love to see it right now. Anyway, let's get to this little motions. Because over here on this true crime channel, we read court documents all day and twice on Sunday, sometimes in our sleep by accident. Post-conviction relief should be taken seriously. It should not be, oh my God, there they go again. And I'm not giving Kohberger that. I'm not going to sit here and go, oh my God, there he goes. Because if this guy's got a case, then he's got a case. If he's just blowing steam in the little prison library, then let him blow it. If they want to go to trial, let's go. I was highly disappointed when we didn't go to trial. Not because I want to go hear all the gory details and watch victims cry and parents suffer. Get that out of your head, you twisted bitches. This case needed trial more than any case I could think of. Except Delphi in the dark. We don't do that at all. But they did it. My two cases that will never leave me. Kohberger and fucking Delphi. Oh, sorry, my language. Sorry, YouTube, my language. All right. Let me read this. Let's just get on to this. Let's get on. Because I'm going to have more. I'm going to get ahead of myself in my thought process. And y'all are going to be like, what the fuck? All right. So we'll start here. Let's start here. Let's just start here. All right, Mr. Kohberger, what do you got to say for yourself this time? And Taylor, any comment yet? Asking for a friend. I've heard no. I've heard you've been reached out to for comment. You're just like, no, thank you. No, thank you. Weird folks on the internet. No, thank you. Okay, here we go. Brian C. Kohberger. IDOC number. Oh, he's inmate 163214. People decide they didn't want to say his name anymore, like it matters. But I'm not going to give him the benefit to say his name. I don't want to say numbers. I don't have time to memorize fucking numbers. His name is Brian Christopher Kohberger. Versus the state of Idaho. All right, kind of Lori Vallow shit we got here. Place of detention if in custody. If in custody. Idaho Maximum Security Institution. Name and location of the court which imposed the judgment and the sentence. Ada County Courthouse at 200 West Front Street. Oh, they put that shit on Front Street. Boise, Idaho. 8 is that an 8 Kohberger 3702. The case number and the offense or offenses for which the sentence was imposed. Case number CRO1-24-31665. Offense convicted. 4 counts of capital murder, felony burglary. I wonder what he thought when he had to write when he wrote that out. 4 counts of capital murder. The date upon which sentence was imposed, it ain't like he stole some cigarettes at the store, yahooed some beer. The date upon which the sentence was imposed and the terms of sentence, date of sentence, July 23rd, 2025. Today is July 28th, 2026. It's been a year. Life terms of the sentence: life without parole plus 10 years. When you die, you got 10 more years to go with your second life. Check whether a finding of guilty was made. Guilty. Did you appeal the judgment of conviction or the imposition of sentence? No. State concisely all grounds on which you base your application for post-conviction relief. Ineffective assistance of counsel during criminal proceedings. That's what he says. Then he says, plea not knowingly or voluntarily entered because it was induced by unkept promises. What kind of promises were promised to Kohberger to sign his little deal? I want to see further filings from you, sir, to explain yourself. I need a receipt before I can get behind such things. What kind of promises? Because I'm curious. I want to know what kind of promises were made. I already got a big old problem with Bill Thompson. Calling him Santa Claus is a little juvenile. Bill Thompson, prosecutor. He does not bring me gifts on a certain morning in the middle of the winter. He could have brought us all a big gift and brought trial. Is he afraid your DP wouldn't stick if you did? Because mitigation was coming and that dude had a whole basket load of shit in his back pocket, didn't she, Ann? Didn't you, Ann, for mitigation? Plea not voluntarily entered because of threats asserted by petitioner's legal counsel. He's done accused Ann Taylor of threatening him. Ma'am, can we get comment now? Sometimes we wondered, were you a little afraid of that guy because your demeanor changed midway through court hearings. Your demeanor changed, Ann Taylor. We noticed it. A few of us did. We noticed the pullback at the table, not sitting quite so close. We noticed it, Ann Taylor, because we don't play in the weeds and go blah, 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 blah. We noticed things like that. We noticed the change, ma'am. I'd love to interview Ann Taylor. I'd love to interview you. And one day that WSU Mom Kim lady. Petitions in state or federal court for habeas? No. Any other petitions or motions or applications in any other court? No. He knows how to write no good. If your application is based upon the failure of counsel to adequately represent you, state concisely and in detail what counsel failed to do in representing your interest. What did she fail to do, Kohberger? She failed to disclose of or review. Here it comes. Wait for it. Failure to discuss of or review exculpatory evidence. Something I can't read. Unknown hair in Chapin's hand. Well, Kohberger, what do we have here? Failure to communicate? Or did we get a visit in the prison? I'd like to know, sir, because I know who's going hard for that clump of hair/debris in Ethan's hand. And it wasn't your attorney. It was Dr. Brent Turvey. Again, can I see that visitor log? Let's carry on. Damn, that coffee was good. Thank you, Hawkeyes, wherever you may be. She's my coffee fund. This is all her today. Oh, goodness. She likes to keep me caffeinated. The hair in Ethan's hand. We'll get to that again soon. During plea discussions, counsel's insistent that petitioner's plea need not be truthful. Ann Taylor said that his plea didn't need to be truthful. Why would she say such things? It's okay to go in there and lie and say you did it when you didn't. It's okay. You'll just go to life without prison instead of firing squad. Hell, I thought Sparky was bad. Shit. Fire. Idaho's like hold our beer, Florida. Okay. Which is also a huge problem now in Idaho. Ask Thomas Creech. Creech, what's up, Bubba? Sitting over there in Idaho State Pen. They done tried to kill you one time. Didn't work. You dehydrated yourself and collapsed your veins. Just like a year ago. Thomas Creech. Idaho's longest residing death penalty person, by the way. Convicted. Oh, Thomas Creech rears his ugly head occasionally. Counsel insistent that the petitioner's plea, I also want to know what she lied about. But my dog reacted to that. Like, yeah, fuck yeah, we would lose this case for a long time. What's she lying about? I used to talk to my dog about the case because nobody else was out in the backyard with me. I'm like, dude, can you believe this shit? I'm reading stuff out loud. My dog's reacting right along with me every time. Like it could have been pals with Murphy. So the counsel's insistent that petitioner's plea need not be truthful, despite petitioner's vehement denial of actual guilt. So him and Ann Taylor's back there. He's like, Ann, I didn't do it. She's like, Brian, you could lie and say you did. So mother won't cry when you get the death penalty when we go to trial because she doesn't like the death penalty. Remember? She don't even think Bundy deserved it. She has told us. Kohberger's like, fuck. Mother, I don't know what happened, y'all. I can only speculate. I do know that the plea agreement came about days after the prosecutor put Kohberger's sister on their witness list. I can't miss that either. Never could. People don't like to talk about this case on the legal standpoint because the weeds and the lines got drawn and the crazy. Can we stop it? I've tried to have real legal discussions on this case for years, but we go. I don't want to go on about that damn roommate girl. She's old news and bored. Feels icky to go after a 19-year-old drunk girl on the internet for some clicks and views and laughs. I just can't do it. I got bigger fish to fry and more concerns. It was very concerning, of course, in the beginning with that, but I gotta let that go. She didn't do it, apparently. Okay. Counsel's insistent that the petitioner's plea not be truthful despite his vehement denial of actual guilt. Promises made by counsel regarding life without parole status, i.e., immediate contact, visits, freedom of movement, employment. He wants to go to work in the prison, and elaborate lies of death, DP life. I don't know what he said there. So she promised him, like, if you go to life without parole, you'll get, more freedom. Your family can visit immediately. You can get a job in the whatever, wherever in the prison they need you today, assistant in the law library. Oh, he could be a TA in the law library. I don't know. And elaborate lies, though, he said. So he got in there and thought that life without parole was going to be cush. This is just as bad as the death penalty row. Send him on over there. Where's Chad Daybell? Send him on the same section. Chad can take him to church. Don't send none of your sperm through the vents to Lori Vallow, motherfucker. Y'all remember that case? That chick got knocked up because the other inmate sent his shit through the vents? What? No, we don't need prison babies through the vents. Thank you very much. We don't need none of that shit unleashed on the world. Goodness gracious. All right. So Ann told him elaborate lies. He says, are you seeking leave to proceed in forma pauperis That is, requesting the proceeding be at county expense. He says, yes. You damn right I want the county to pay for that shit. You can't have my 40 grand in my commissary. I might get hungry. Hungry. I need a snack. Prison life is tedious. They don't feed me enough at lunch. I need a snack. Are you requesting the appointment of counsel to represent you in this case? Yes. Well, we're going to have to take a look at all them appellate attorneys out there in Idaho one of these fine days. State specifically the relief you seek. A withdrawal of guilty plea, which means, ding, 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 I want to go to trial and prove my innocence. Well, let's get it on. Here for it. Because if the state of Idaho did you dirty, I'm here for that too. Let's expose them. I'm not going to stand for it. 4 victims I care about died in that house, and if you got the wrong guy, I'm not cool with that. We already know what you did. You danced in the dark with your IGG, and that's the biggest problem of all. I don't know when Kohberger's going to attack that, but I think it's coming. He knows. If he goes to trial, he needs all that IGG bullshit thrown out. He knows it. Because then that gets the sheath out. That gets the identification of my witness out. That gets our tip that we were going to bring up in the first trial out of the picture. We didn't get a tip. We don't know what to do now. We can't go into court and say FBI gave us IGG because it was through the back door, and we don't need none of that shade. Okay, so let's move on to the next thing. Here's another filing. Another handwritten filing. He doesn't have an attorney yet, so we can't give him any shit yet. I don't know if they got typewriters in prison. What's going on here? They ain't got a computer. You can print that shit out. Your handwriting's a little atrocious, Bubba. Oh, I almost snatched my headset off. Okay, which one is this one? Let me look here. And it's just a standard form, these next two. I'll show you this one. Let me get it up. And again, the blank form, I got it right offline, y'all, earlier this morning with my morning coffee. Okay. Because Kohberger, we clock you all the time. We just what we do. All right, motion of affidavit in support for appointment of counsel comes now. Brian C. Kohberger, the petitioner appellant in the above entitled matter, and moves his honorable court to grant petitioner appellant's motion for appointment of counsel for reasons more fully set forth herein in the affidavit in support of the motion for appointment of counsel. Petitioner is currently incarcerated within the Idaho Department of Corrections under the direct care, custody, and control of Warden D. Governor. Is his name Governor? Of the Idaho Maximum Security Institute. The issues to be presented in this case may become too complex for the petitioner appellant to properly pursue. Oh, complexity. The petitioner appellant lacks the knowledge and skill to represent himself, because you're no appellate attorney. You're no habeas corpus kind of guy, are you? No, I'm a TA. Criminologist. Prison reform. Here we come. Brian Kohberger does not like the conditions of the prison, so prison reform will come in his future. Bet he'll try. Lori Vallow tried that when she got to Maricopa County and found out they had slop for food, and she wanted to go back to Idaho. I don't like Maricopa County, Arizona. I want to go back to Idaho. Please, now, thank you. She said that, y'all. I want to go back to Idaho. It sucks in Maricopa County. These women are suffering. I'm not going to stand for it. Lori, ask Kohberger through the vents if he'll help you out with that little predicament to bring justice to the Maricopa County Jail, the largest in the nation. One of the largest in the nation that I already knew was a little mucked up. You went and found out, didn't you? You found out, Lori? She didn't like it. I'm currently residing at the Idaho Maximum Security Institute. He's indigent and do not have any funds to hire private counsel. I am without bank accounts, stocks and bonds, real estate, or any other form of real property. I'm unable to provide any other form of security. I am untrained in law. But you got ineffective counsel because some hair in a hand? Interesting. If I'm forced to proceed without counsel being appointed, I will be unfairly handicapped in competing with trained and competent counsel of the state. Well, I agree. You need an appellate attorney because it's a big deal. You're going to need a little luck getting there to start with, but okay. Hey, Rick Allen got granted oral arguments, so there's hope. There's freaking hope. And those oral arguments are so important, and we will be covering that when that happens. Where petitioner appellant respectfully prays that this honorable court, what happened to separation of church and state? Is it just for schools, not for the courts? Why? We can't teach the babies to pray, but we can go to court and do it. All right, that's a weird thing I've always felt. Separation of church and state, what are we doing? That don't matter anymore. I thought that was a big deal, right? Huge deal. Anyway, he prays, the court helps him. All right, we're going to let him pray. You continue to pray, sir. Find Jesus. We're not opposed to finding the Lord. Don't be like Lauren and lose your way and wonder if he's really out there. He's allowing all this carnage to happen on earth. He just allows it. Yes, ma'am, real happy, coming in hot. If anyone deserves an appeal, it's definitely Rick Allen. Yeah, we got Letitia Stalk, Alex Murdaugh, Adam Montgomery, all lined up to get a new trial. And everybody's like, that guy Rick Allen don't deserve shit. Just come again. Crack open a court document and pay attention. And don't pretend you're here for true crime. Go back to that one case you like and stay there. It's very important, Happy. We don't like dancing in the dark, and there's little girls that died in the woods that day who may or may not have received true justice, and I don't like that at all. So for me, the end game is not so much about Rick Allen, y'all. It is, because if there's a wrongful conviction, we're not going to stand for that. But two little girls absolutely deserved due process and justice. Just like the Idaho 4 victims. So let's go to court. I'm not mad about it. I'm not opposed to it. If the law says you deserve it, then you deserve it. Just like Adam fucking Montgomery. Like it or not, America. Casey Anthony walked because her jury absolutely followed the judge's instructions to the letter of the law. If you don't like it, you don't like it. You don't have to like it. But the law is the law, and it matters. And when I was listening to the jury instructions, Andy and I both noted how important those were in the Clancy case. So we got to get out of the weeds occasionally and get to the law of it all here in true crime, because that's what matters in the end, is what's going down in that courtroom. We can spend months in the weeds about the what ifs and the who said, she said, he said, all that. I can spend hours upon hours unpacking all the videos coming out of the interviews with every young adult in Moscow. Or I can push for the release of everything on Brian Kohberger. I'm not interested in watching videos of those kids from Moscow. They were all just trying to run around figuring out what happened. And I'm not going to throw shade at them for not knowing what happened and trying to figure it out in their heads. But the rest of you immature assholes on the internet certainly will do it all day and twice on Sunday. You're living large out there doing it right now. Until the internet broke yesterday with that little filing. I haven't even tuned in to see what the fuck they're saying, because they probably haven't got a lick of sense about the law. They're just happy he did it. See, we told you. We told you. Told us what? Told us what exactly? Because I'm waiting on the evidence to show me this guy didn't do it. And y'all detectives have been working hard, and I'm like here for it, and I'm just waiting for it. because I got other cases to investigate while they dig into that one. So I let them have at it, and they have not produced in any evidence yet to show me he didn't do it. A lot of speculation, a lot of theories, but I can see the same documents. I can read the same interviews. I can go view the same interviews, and we're probably going to have a very different opinion in the end, and that's okay. I'm not opposed to anybody here that wants to, if you think Kohberger deserves a trial, I'm here for it. Your safe space. Do not come in here trolling, because every time we have an Idaho 4 case discussion, we might get trolled. I don't expect pro-burgers to come in here popping off like little idiots. If they do, it's just goodbye. We don't deal with it. Anybody coming into an Idaho 4 discussion as a troll, no questions asked, no comments made, no goodbyes, just you're going to be booted immediately. That's the standing rule with the Idaho 4 case here. Don't come in as a troll, because we don't got time for it. You got your places to go do all that. Go have at it. We wear big girl pants around here. All right, let's see what else we got here to look at. Okay, so we are watching the docket there. He is filed in Ada County. We've got the case number. It's Brian Kohberger, petitioner versus state of Idaho. He filed on 7/27 in Ada County District Court, H1C, post-conviction acts proceedings. Let's take a quick look-see-loo at what some of the law tubers have said, because two law tubers had very different opinions on this case from pretty much jump, which always interested me, and me being me, I go reviewed both of them. You don't think he's guilty? I'm not going to listen to you. Bullshit. I need to know things, right? I got to get out of the damn weeds and know things. So I've always followed what Defense Diaries and Andrea Burkhart have had to say about the Brian Kohberger case. They see it very differently, right? And they're two defense attorneys, mind you, so I've always appreciated both their takes. Whether or not I agreed with everything they ever said or not, this is whatever. I've always appreciated their takes. Oh, and a little shout out. Ali Mata, you got a little mini me on your hands, and that girl is absolutely rocking it. If y'all don't know, Defense Diaries was live yesterday, and their daughter was hosting, Lindsay Clancy. Oh my God. I caught a little bit of that last night. I was like, excuse me, girl. She's on fire. Allie's little mini me. I like you. She even moved like her mama, right? I was like, dang, look at this. Y'all go show her some love. She deserved it. All right, let's take a look at something we have here. Let me give y'all let me see where I want to start. Let me go here. Let me back it on up, because I got lots to do today. I might be here a minute. Okay, we've already heard from you and you, David. Let's start with watching this 8-minute video, guys, of Steve Gonsalves over on with Jesse Weber, because I honestly don't need to hear from a bunch of talking heads about the what ifs and the what. We'll just unpack that here together as regular people. But of course, I want to hear from the family. And anybody who doesn't like Steve Gonsalves, you can step away now. This is not about that for me. I support the Gonsalves family here. And I always have. And I always will. And people don't like to listen to Steve because he's going to be rambling again. But a lot of times, if you pay attention, because you can't stay out of the weeds, pay attention to what's being said, you might pick up on things, right? That's always been my stance with Steve and Christy. And they got that the way they talk in Idaho, and their words come. Y'all got to know the people before you go armchair and evaluating their damn movements and how they said something. You got to develop your baseline. Ask any real body language expert about that, or linguist, or whatever they're called. You need a baseline. That's why I don't tune into a lot of these armchair people that are going to tell me what's going on here in this video, because do you know the baseline for that person? No? Then we're done here. Okay. Steve actually had some interesting things to say. Steve, I appreciate the interview. I knew it was going to be out there somewhere. And no, just like the rest of us, you really weren't surprised because we knew legally he could still file for post conviction relief because this ain't our first rodeo. We actually know what's going on. We actually understand the law because we look at other cases besides Brian Christopher Kohberger. Okay, let's get started. Steve, take it away while I refill my coffee. Guys, I'm going to mute and I'll just, we're going to let the whole video play before I respond, okay?
Steve joins me right now. Steve, it's good to see you. I thought about you a lot today. I thought about you. I thought about Christy. I thought about Olivia today. I thought about all the families. I just want to start with your reaction. And did you know that this was coming in any way?
Little bit. We had a little bit of rumbling of some rumors, things that were in the process. We did think it would be closer towards September, but, you know, we're not that surprised, to be honest.
How are you guys doing?
We're strong, and, you know, this is more par for the course. We knew that this was going to happen. Some people were given false expectations that there would be no appeal because he waived that right. You can't waive your constitutional rights. And look, you know, we had a lawyer, even though they tried to gag our lawyer. He was able to give us really good information throughout the whole process. So we'd have been expecting this from the very beginning. And if you've had a prosecutor who's gone through prosecutions of capital cases, this is to be expected.
I'm thinking about you guys. You know, you finally able to turn the chapter, and you're now faced with this new potential legal battle that can carry on from hearing to hearing, and potentially, even though I think it's extremely unlikely in my legal opinion, but potentially a new trial. Are you prepared to go through all of this? How are you mentally prepared to go through that?
Yeah, some people want the second bite of the apple. I'd love to have the second shot at the, you know, the accused murderer. I would love for us to be able to reline him up and hold him accountable to the full extent of what he's done. We said at the very beginning that there's a right way to a plea deal, and then there's a rushed way to a plea deal. And this was, we felt rushed, but I'll stand corrected. If this is over in 3 to 6 months, then I was wrong. If we're doing this time next year, then it would have been a lot more advantageous to Idaho to go in there and say, hey, where's the murder weapon? What was the second weapon used? He could have clarified this, and he made it sound like that was an expectation that was ridiculous. And here we are, and, you know, I hope he's right. I hope we're done with this in 3 months. But I'm prepared for it to be longer.
So just to clarify, if they said to you, if they said, listen, he's going to be retried, we're not taking the death penalty off the table, we're going to go full steam ahead, death penalty trial, in a way, to me, it sounds like that's something that you might welcome. And also, I wonder, because you see the commentary online, despite Kohberger pleading guilty, there are those who believe he's still innocent. In a way, do you feel if this goes to an actual trial and he has an opportunity to fight the evidence, is that something that you'd say, you know what, I think it's necessary?
I would love it. We're getting to the point where capital cases, 9% of the time, are settled out of court. We do need case law. We do need state law. And Idaho could, I think it could benefit greatly from this. Unfortunately, we spent $8 million, and I feel for my community. This guy wasn't even a member of our society. He wasn't even a member of our state. And we've really just been totally put through the ringer having to defend this loser. So I want to protect my community, and I feel like, you know, I can't keep asking for more. We got our chance. We had a weak prosecutor, but I don't want to put our community through another few $1 million. It's unfortunate, but somebody's going to have to put their foot down and make this case law.
Do you think he had a weak attorney? I mean, he's basically saying he had ineffective assistance of counsel, that there was evidence that...
No, I would have loved to have actually Ann on our side. She would have blown the doors off Thompson. Thompson was weak. I mean, Thompson was caving left and right. If we didn't get Jeff Nye and Ingram, we would have been toast. So, yeah, I think his counsel was great. I didn't like her. I think she was always probing, always saying stuff like she would be ineffective counsel. She was always planting seeds. And I would have, a real prosecutor would have just went up to the bench and said, she says that again, rip her out of here and let's get a real prosecutor. Let's get a real defendant that actually wants to be in this room. If she's going to be ineffective, let's go get somebody who's going to be effective. And he just didn't have that.
Why do you think he's doing it? If you believe, and I'll give you my legal opinion. I don't think he's got a shot, but we'll talk about it a little bit. But why do you think he's doing it right now?
Because he's an egomaniac psychopath. He literally, some way, made it paramount that they wouldn't say he was a psychopath, even though on his phone he'd repeatedly said psychopathic behavior, psychopathic paranoia. He started self-analyzing himself and thinking to himself, oh my gosh, I am a psychopath. But he got Anne to lay hard into that and said, hey, they're going to call me a psychopath. So she got Thompson to just fold. And he was like, we won't say the word, even though it's on his phone. So I think he didn't want to realize the kind of monster he was. And he started having that self-realization when it was too late.
I can't help but think of the timing. There's a Netflix documentary that's coming out in a couple of days. One of the things I've speculated is this a way for him to regain the narrative, to get control of it? Do you feel that had an effect?
100%. And he always has been the same portfolio, the same guy that's doing the same behavior. If you go look back at what he's done throughout his career, even in high school and college, he's always wanted to control the room. He's always wanted to dominate the people around him. And that was part of the reason why we pushed back, because we'd studied this guy. I still think he has some tricks up his sleeve. He's got 40K on his books. I've heard that he's going to use that to get some counsel of his own. He's negotiating, trying to get a book deal so he could pay for his own lawyers. I mean, this guy's creative, and he's got a master's degree and he's working on a PhD. So he's not a moron, even though he writes like an idiot. You look at his writing, you think you're reading elementary homework, but he's actually supposed to, be pretty intelligent. So I think he has a plan, and Idaho's got to deal with it.
Steve, he's going to need proof. He's going to need actual evidence to establish anything that he's saying. But have you heard from the prosecutor's office? I mentioned before what the AG had said. Has there been any conversation from them? Have they reached out at all to tell you what their plan is, what the timeline's going to look like, anything like that?
No, I don't think they want to reach out to us, because we asked them to get a little bit more information from him. There was a separate weapon, some other things that could have proven that this person beyond a reasonable doubt type thing. So we could have saved Idaho, maybe possibly a year worth of fees. I've always looked out for my community. I love the state in which I live in. And I expect more from people like Thompson, who's dedicated his career to this.
Before I let you go, one of the interesting arguments he makes is he was misrepresented about what prison life was going to be like, or what his options were going to look like, whether it was death row or life in prison. I just want your perspective on that, considering his life behind bars was a big topic in those impact statements.
Well, somebody who is going for a PhD in criminology, you would think that he would already have a pretty firm understanding of what that prison system is. And, if he still wants to know what's waiting for him, he could always write me. I can tell him what some people tell me is waiting for him. It only gets worse. And he's actually got it pretty good right now. They're protecting him to the fullest extent of the law. But eventually he has to be treated like a normal prisoner. And those days are going to be pretty scary ahead.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app.
We could do without you, Chris, at the end. We really, really, really could, just for future reference. That was an interesting interview. I thought some things were said that we're going to touch on. Welcome in, Need Some Z's. Yeah, I mean, it was, I'm not knocking his handwriting. Everybody's understanding that his handwriting is the bad part. We know it is not good, but most men don't have great handwriting. So I look beyond the pale, right? I don't expect beautiful handwriting from a man to begin with. I can get past his handwriting. They just like to throw shade at him because why not? He allegedly killed their daughter. So he wants to throw shade all day and twice on Sunday. He's got the right to do so, I believe. All right. Hey, Truth Sleuth, welcome in. I think Hitler will approve if they want a new trial. It depends. The legalities. We can't just say, okay, you know what, you do deserve a trial after all. We can't do it like that. It has to be a legal standard, has to be met, and we're going to get into that too, because we like to know the law around here. We just don't want to talk about the weeds. We can do that all day. As far as Jesse going on WebTooths, I didn't mispronounce it. It's WebTooths around here. WebTooths. We're going to get to the tooth and nothing but the tooth over here. As far as Jesse and anybody that went on Web Sleuth's End of the World party, she had a hard enough time getting guests to agree to come on. I don't think Jesse is aware of all the bullshit on YouTube. Does he watch YouTube? You know what I mean? So I kind of like sit Jesse and her other there's one guest she had I cannot sit down because that was so manipulative. You're right. I'm more concerned about that guest that she had on, Jerry Vallow, and the manipulation behind that concerns me far more than Jesse Weber. And in fact, I found out a lot of these mainstream media people who they rub elbows with don't even know about all the Lauren Matthias bullshit because they haven't been told. But YouTube's told daily. So when they pick it up, eventually, maybe the tooth of it all will eventually come out. We'll stay tuned for that. We'll see what happens in the future. It might just become another episode of the YouTube's Housewives series. We'll have to wait and see how it plays out. Yeah, I mean, I have to keep an open mind with a lot of this stuff, y'all. I already had a lot of questions about what Idaho was doing with Brian Kohberger because there's some things don't make sense that they did and they're still doing. Something don't make sense. Something's not sitting right with me. And it's not that Kohberger probably didn't do it. I do have a lot of questions, though, from a legal standpoint, because that matters in the end, because we are seeing a lot of overturned convictions. We're seeing a lot of appeals being granted. Why? That should bother us, too. How do we get there? Why is that appeal being granted based on error by counsel? That's a problem, especially when they want to cry about how much work they have to do and how much money it takes to do their job. And then in the end, things are overturned because of this or that. No, we're not doing that. Lori Vallow is trying real hard right now in Idaho. They got their hands full in Idaho. Always have. Between Chad and Lori, god dang, that was enough. In comes Kohberger, right? Now we got 3 of these bitches to deal with. Chad's just down there writing letters to people. Lori's just, trying to save the world out there, being Lori. And Kohberger's trying to file for appeal. And so is Lori. And Idaho's got a lot going on right now. A lot of money being spent on these high-profile cases, actually, in Idaho. I'm sorry, Rachel, for your state. I really am. Because there's a lot of undue financial obligation being planted squarely on the backs of Idaho citizens right now. We can't miss that either. Okay. Now I'm going to play y'all a video excerpt from the June 2025 hearing where Ann Taylor plants the seed. Remember what Steve said? She was planting the seed for ineffective counsel. Twice she did that in court. And Dolphin and I clocked it the second the words fell out of her pretty little mouth. We're like, hold the horses, ma'am. Why are you saying that in court? Why are we hearing that in an open courtroom, ma'am, to get it on the record? Huh, interesting. We'll back pocket that for now, and we did. When Brian Kohberger's searches came out And he's over there, what's a psychopath? Am I a psychopath? Psychopath this, psychopath that. Ann Taylor did go to court, and she's like, oh, no, 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 we can't say the word psychopath in court. It's too much for America. It makes my guy look bad when you call him a psychopath. And the court agreed. We're not going to use that term. Were they going to use murder? No, they were going to use homicide. It sounds better. They got the YouTube bots running the courtrooms now. That's crazy. She kept dropping her breadcrumbs about her ineffective assistance of counsel. Now, Brian Kohberger places a collect call to Mike Baker from the New York Times. Is that how you got your story, Mike Baker? Because I was curious how you even knew he was filing the appeal. You got an interview with Brian Kohberger. Brian Kohberger apparently reached out to the New York Times, Mike Baker, on a collect phone call. Steve Gonzalez also said he hears tale there's a negotiation for a book deal. Everybody wanted to come with, oh, you can't write books. Yeah, you can. Do your research, do your homework. Look, Google can be your friend. It's powerful. We went over that here in the past, Son of Sam laws and all that. Negotiating for a book deal. And we've always known for quite some time there's allegedly about 40 grand sitting on his books. Not a shocker. Don't know why he's telling in his filing he's indigent. Probably because he's in prison and can't get the prison job. He's like, don't touch my commissary, please. Please, that's for my snacks. Steve's still convinced a separate weapon was used. I have no clue. I'm not a medical expert. I didn't examine the unredacted photos. I don't know if I'd have known what was going on if I had seen them. So we'll let the courts figure that part out too later. If we ever got an allocution, we might have found that kind of stuff out. Why are allocutions important? Actually, before we do this, let's go look and see what a couple of our YouTube attorneys, law social media attorneys, because this is from X. I don't know quite how to say it anymore. Our defense attorneys, we'll call them that. Let's go see what Andrea Burkhart had to say. And we'll compare it to what Bob Motta had to say. And they're friends. They got mad respect for one another. They've done shows together. Da-da-da-da-da. What is this? She got a video? I knew she would. Guys, this was 35 minutes ago. I have so many thoughts about Kohberger's post-conviction petition and what's going to happen. I'll be talking about it live at 2 p.m. Oh, well, Miss Ma'am, we may have to wrap it on up so I can be there because I'm waiting on it. I actually said to myself yesterday, well, she's going to do a damn video. I went to your YouTube channel to see because inquiring minds want to know. We're going to heart it. We gave it the heart. Y'all go give it the heart at Burkhart Law. I'll pull up the screen so you guys can see what I'm seeing. Miss Andrea did amazing work in the Delphi case. And she was on that case for a long time, Lauren, before it actually popped off and was popular to go cover. Don't pretend you wanted to go see what was really going on there. You went because it was the hot topic of the day. You can't miss out on that, Miss Ma'am. You know that, so quit lying to America. You didn't give a flying fuck. You still don't. You and your weird husband and their analysis. All right, enough of that. They trigger me. I'm not completely healed, maybe, after all. Megan, you might be right. I may not. Well, Lauren accused us of that, too, being unhealed, and I beg to differ. But maybe I still got a little work to do. All right, so Miss Burkhart says she's got the video up coming at 2 p.m., and we'll see how many of my thoughts we can go through in one sitting. Okay, I got tons, too. I'm going to be posting some questions in chat with a big question mark at the beginning, with a big red question mark at the beginning. One of my immediate takeaways, okay, this is what she posted yesterday, okay, or 21 hours ago. One of my immediate takeaways from this development is that it demonstrates exactly why it was such a terrible decision by Bill Thompson not to require full disclosure as a condition of the plea. It was a terrible decision, and we'll take a look at why he said he didn't do it here in a little while. Sir, you're going to lie some more, Bill Thompson, because the behavioral analysis unit is working with Rex Heuermann right now, whether he lies to them or not. Did you know that, Bill Thompson? Have you heard the news? Have you heard the news today? Anyway, apparently not. He thinks that he'll just lie like a little bitch. She says part of the reason for requiring allocution is so that you have admission by the defendant on the record that can be used against them both in opposing post conviction relief. You can argue there's no manifest injustice or prejudice because he admitted guilt anyway, particularly if he provides details that aren't publicly known. And then, in the event he wins a new trial anyway, then you have those admissions to use against him in a retrial. You're real smart over there, Bill Thompson. Real smart. Why did you make that choice, sir? What's behind the choice, Bill Thompson, that you don't want the world to know? Besides IgG being used in the way that it was, what else is there? Asking for, like, I just need to know. Asking for myself. Again, there's I have this, guys, so we have all the information that we can keep an eye on. And of course, that's when she first posted about his filing. All right, now let's go look at what Bob Mata said, okay? Because that Andrea's like attacking it from the legal standpoint. Bob Mata, when this case first happened, a lot of people they were looking at the Delphi case, right? And a lot of people wanted to have Bob weigh in on Kohberger because at the time it was incredibly popular to blow up the internet with a "he didn't do it" kind of stream. And bring WSU Mom Kim on to talk about why and all that kind of stuff. Tunnels and shit. Frat parties and fights. I got the real killing on a video that's blurred up and don't know what the fuck's going on. Blob City. Yeah, all that. Bob was asked to weigh in, and Bob's like, look, if y'all compare Brian Kohberger's probable cause affidavit to that of Richard Allen's, you'll see where the problems lie. And it's not within the Brian Kohberger probable cause affidavit. In fact, the biggest problem with that affidavit was the lie that WSU found that car, and that's where the tip come from to be focused on Brian Christopher Kohberger. That was the lie in the PCA because it failed to mention IgG, which was the tip that was going to come into the trial, not some weird WSU phone call. We found a car. What's going on here in my chat? Hey, Sarah Dish, welcome in. Oh, Sarah gifted out 5 memberships, y'all. Thank you, Sarah. I appreciate you so much and your work. Well, thank you for coming in and showing support. I'm so glad you did. Thank you, ma'am. Sarah helps keep an eye on these dockets for us guys. I was relying on her yesterday when I was live to shoot me the doc when it finally showed up on the docket. I appreciate you, ma'am. You are invaluable to this community. Just want you to know that. And I've always said one thing I love about Miss Sarah is I don't know where she sits in this case, y'all. And I love that about her. We've never discussed it. She just comes in and chats it up with everybody. Okay, let's look at defense diaries and see what he said. So Bob tells everybody, this is a vastly different case than what's going on in Rick Allen, and I believe the guy's got a lot of strong probable cause here. And he's always leaned toward him being guilty. 19 hours ago, here's one of his posts. So different. Okay, so Brian Kohberger did shoot this message over to Mike Baker. Defense Diary says, here's that fucking guy's written statement. He don't even name the guy, okay? He don't even name him. And then, of course, there's Kohberger's statement. Over a year later, it is self-evident that in State versus Kohberger, justice was not served. Unanswered questions seem to multiply with each piece of discovery unsealed, and the public demands the truth. It does. Unfortunately, the truth shall never be derived from the state's myopic narrative, a work of fiction which has yet to evolve since the PCA was released nearly 4 years ago, and its faulty premises were never challenged at trial. Well, I got questions about some pings that were brought up in that document because they differ from what Cyree said, and that's intriguing to me. circumnavigated by a broken plea, the trial never provided the public the clarity conducive to closure. Well, by God, the public deserves answers, right? With the Kohbergers? Are you talking about your peoples? And justice shall remain objectively miscarried unless that plea is withdrawn. I hereby declare my intention to enter a not guilty plea and welcome the state the opportunity to prove their case at trial, as well as to again file for death penalty. Whoa. He's like, I'll take on the DP too. My actual innocence is my truth, and the plea hinged on by false promises and blatant disinformation must be withdrawn. Thank you for all who believe in my innocence and continue to critically analyze the case. We will continue to critically analyze the case, sir. As always, I send my love to my family who have never wavered in their belief in who I am, their belief in my innocence. Okay. This fucking guy from Defense Diaries. So I don't know if he'll do a video to weigh in, guys. He's focused on the Clancy case. Thank goodness. But I'm very interested to watch Burkhart's video. Guys, if one of my mods want to drop Andrea's link, you did. All right. Never mind. I shouldn't even have to ask. They are already on it. Thank you, Rachel. I appreciate you. Bob is a girl dad and it shines through. It always has, right? It was so cool to see her up there, though. I was like, oh, check her out. That's so cool. Rachel, I don't think it's just the fangirls. We know people are sending him money. His parents put money on the books. All that's been out there for a while. People were blowing up about all that money a while back. So the money's allegedly there. Parents remortgage. Joe, shit. There's some mortgage information out there about that house right before. Yeah, the parents helped him out. Didn't they, Kohberger? We've seen the records in the mortgage stuff, but that's a whole other story. Some of us are actually critical thinkers and can sleuth around and figure out stuff and wonder about stuff. And we put our minds to the business and get out of the weeds with it all. We're like, okay, we noted, duly noted. So anyway, I'm sure fangirls are sending this guy money. That's not nothing new. What was that Night Stalker guy? There's guys that marry guys and marry guys. Well, they do. Love's got to live. But there are women who marry these guys in prison, think they're dating them while they got life without parole. On death row. Got a wife, though. She sends me money all the time. Bless her heart. We might can get a conjugal visit. They still do that in prisons. Ew. I wouldn't want to go in that conjugal visit room. Who was in there last? Fuck that. I don't know what kind of funk's going on here. I don't like the funk. A redirect with a shout out to you, Salty, might be fun. Hey, Holly, welcome in. Who got some of those memberships? HMS Gen X lady, welcome in. Hot Ham Radio. I've been so bad. Ooh, Bridget. That's not like I should. I like that. Bridget Harrison and Chantel. Welcome in, everybody. All right. Let's watch this little video that I have. Now that Steve was talking about the breadcrumbs Ann Taylor was dropping, sir, we clocked that shit the minute those words fell out of her mouth. So I had to go back and get my bearings right, and we did. Was Ann Taylor laying the groundwork, right? For this. What is her end game? I don't know. Why would she do it? Don't know. But Steve was right. How many times are they going to let her say that in open court before the prosecution stood up and objected, which Bill Thompson never did? It blew me away. How she's going to sit right here pre-trial twice and talk about being ineffective counsel, but based on what the state was doing. Bill's over there with his ink pen in his hand, just listening, rocking in the chair. Nothing done. Nothing done about it at all. I was like, what in the world? I would have been like, objection. What you talking about, ma'am? You're ineffective for counsel. You just need me to label some shit next time I send you discovery? Okay, fine. It's problem solved. Y'all pay for better clerical help or something. I don't know what to tell y'all to get your shit together. But we're tired of hearing the complaints. Every case, I got 1,000,000 terabytes to move through. Fix it, America. Fix it, legal justice system. Y'all are smart, right? Got it all figured out? Fix it. It's a clerical problem. Call on the professional secretaries of this country for some actual help. And stop complaining like little bitches. Because I'm sick of hearing it each and every time. I'm demanding better. All right. So, this is just again to give you guys an idea of what Ann Taylor said in this particular hearing. And every single word she said was incredibly important and all went on the record. Keep that in mind while you're wondering why we're here and why is he saying ineffective assistance of counsel when a lot of us know how hard Ann Taylor went for Brian Kohberger. You heard what Steve said. We didn't like her, but she'd have been an asset to our team. But Brian Kohberger says, no, she's not. She's a liar. She coerced me into taking a plea deal because she lied to me. And there's hair in Ethan Chapin's hand that y'all didn't test. Turvey came and visited me and told me so. It's in that book that I heard is out there too, Broken Plea, All About Me. That guy Chris Whitcomb wrote. Turvey's got a problem with Ann Taylor because she didn't test that hair. He calls it hair. Cyree said it's absolutely debris with a hair mixed in. So, anyway, I'm just curious to see that visitor's log. Did Chris and Turvey come together? Just asking for my own self. I want to know. I want to see the visitor log. Stat. I got a question. And Turvey didn't like it when Ann Taylor came out and said, that guy needs to sit down. He signed an NDA. Turvey's like, I don't give a shit about your NDA, lady. I don't care. Injustice was done. Okay. Enough of my ranting. Ann Taylor did everything a good defense attorney in a death penalty case should do. Ann Taylor was the only qualified DP attorney in that region that could take this case. The only one. She had to step away from another case where she was representing one of the victim's mothers in the Idaho 4 case in her own criminal case. When she was assigned Brian Kohberger, because there's now conflict of interest, she had to let her other client go. And I will not name her because it doesn't matter at this point. She had a job to do, and it was defend this death penalty case because she's the only qualified attorney to do so. Now, Ann Taylor's got a way of dealing with her death penalty cases. Standing silent would be one of them because that's a thing in Idaho. Lori Vallow did it. Her other, what's his name, Skyler, Ann Taylor stood right there beside him. Big time. He murdered people on camera, y'all. My client's going to stand silent. That was after Kohberger. I was like, see, y'all made a big deal because he stood silent, and it's just a thing in Idaho. Kind of like no contest in Florida, but okay. Education is important. When we don't understand, and we don't make it make sense. I don't understand. Well, Google's your friend. Calm down. I heard that so much in this case in the beginning. It's people screaming on the internet, this document don't make sense. These words are big. All right, take it away, Ann Taylor, and tell us why you can't be an effective counsel for your client. Now, I want to remind you, this was a few months, June, July, August, 2 months before trial was scheduled to start. Ann Taylor's in court telling them, if you do not give me a continuance, I cannot be effective counsel. She was not granted that continuance. Okay? All right, Ann, tell us all about it. We're going to listen with an open mind, y'all. Thank you for being here. And this is for review purposes. We're going back in time to see why she said she couldn't be effective counsel. Because, by God, that's what the filing's saying right now. She was not effective. So we need to investigate why. Does the guy got a case? What's going on here, right? We need to look at that. I can scream all day, that idiot's trying to get something he's never going to get. Ha, ha, ha. Okay, that's a boring conversation to have. So let's see if he's really got a case here or not. And put this shit to bed once and for all. Or go to trial and get it on like Donkey Kong. What we're there for it either way. All right, I'm going to shut my mouth and quit rambling, and we're going to play this and let Ann Taylor explain the business. I got you, Forrest. You're good. I'll mute, and I'll just go check on my puppies, and I'll see you guys in chat if I need to.
Your Honor, our motion to continue has been filed and is necessary to protect Brian Kohberger's rights under the United States Constitution and the Constitution of the State of Idaho. Specifically, a continuance is necessary to protect his due process rights, his rights to a fair trial, his rights to effective assistance of counsel, rights to confrontation, Mr. Kohberger's right to present a full defense, and if it should come to it, a fair sentencing hearing and to be free of cruel and unusual punishment. The record of this case spans 2.5 years, and it shows that this request does not come as a surprise. Looking through the history of this case shows that the defense has met challenges and difficulties along the way, but has been dedicated in meeting all of the deadlines. We have talked about the discovery issues in this courtroom before, and that in large part brings us to need a continuance. 68 terabytes of information is a huge amount of information.
Wow.
There have been 23 requests for additional discovery over the span of 2.5 years and 7 motions to compel. When I say that this doesn't come as a surprise, that this comes from the record, I would direct the court to look back to May of 2023 and June of 2023 and our second motion to compel. Included in that was what was known as Exhibit A from the defense, and that depicted how we were receiving discovery. So this is not a new issue. This is something that's been coming up for a long time. We were receiving discovery, but it was such that you would get a file that would say hundreds of photographs, hundreds of pages of reports, each having to be looked at individually to know what was there and then organized. This case has also faced unique issues, starting with the media coverage of this high-profile case, non-dissemination orders that were addressed in courts, and then the grand jury materials that we had to fight to get access to before we could properly challenge the grand jury indictment. We faced issues with discovery, particularly with the IGG materials. We spent a great deal of time trying to get access to those materials. Those were ultimately what we could get, was ultimately presented in a motion to suppress, and that's preserved should there be a conviction in this case. We faced venue issues in this case, culminating in the change of venue and bringing us to Ada County. At the first hearing in this courtroom, we discussed the discovery issues and not having read everything and being ready with a full investigation in this case. That was apparent through our motions to strike the death penalty, our motions to compel expert disclosures filed in September and December of 2024, and requests for more time to file our motions in limine that was granted in January of 2025. Throughout the course of the motions in limine and then a motion to strike death based on discovery issues in February and March of this year, the record is replete with notice that we are not prepared to go to trial in this case. The discovery is vast and we have not had a chance to review it all. That we met deadlines for experts shows our dedication to comply with court orders. It does not depict effective counsel ready to go to trial on this case. We would submit that it's the court's responsibility to assess this motion to continue with heightened due process that's required in death penalty cases. The death penalty case is different. That comes from Ford versus Wainwright, 477 U.S. 399 at 411. The court must be sensitive to safeguard every avenue of due process. The Idaho Supreme Court said the qualitative difference between death and other penalties calls for a greater degree of reliability when death is imposed, and that comes from State versus Creech, 105 Idaho 362 at 383. Looking at all of the constitutional rights Mr. Kohberger has, effective assistance of counsel really becomes the crux of how all of these other rights are covered for Mr. Kohberger. An effective assistance of counsel applies both to the merits phase and the penalty phase of a death penalty case. The courts are guided and counsel is guided by the American Bar Association guidelines on capital cases. Wiggins versus Smith, 539 U.S. 510 at 524, said the ABA guidelines are guides to determine what is reasonable. And that's talking about reasonable performance by defense counsel in a capital case. The Ninth Circuit in Andrews versus Davis at 944 F3D 1092 at 1109 relies on the ABA guidelines as the proper measure to test an attorney's investigation. In Idaho, our public defender statutes reference the ABA guidelines as applying to indigent defense. These apply to the full investigation of the merits phase and require us to raise all legal claims. They require us to perform a background on all witnesses that might be called, especially those being called by the state. That means that we have to review all discovery to be able to present a full defense for Mr. Kohberger. We cannot present what we are not aware of. I would note for the court that discovery has been ongoing. I received discovery just this week. It is discovery that I have not reviewed yet. Considering what's required at a penalty phase in a capital case, we're required to perform in a way that the jury can carry out their function of individualized sentencing. That means that Mr. Kohberger's background has to be known and investigated and ready to present to the jurors. Evidence of his character has to be known and ready to present to the jurors, and his circumstances have to be known and ready to present to the jurors. That's addressed in the Woodson case and in the Lockett case. The jury must have the opportunity to consider all evidence that may weigh against the death penalty, and that means anything from his life history. It is the duty of the defense to find and investigate all mitigating information. We do have several experts that would be ready for the mitigation portion of the case, should the case reach that phase. And they rely on understanding family history and Mr. Kohberger's own history. They can only understand what they've been presented. And the investigation to fully evaluate needs to be thorough. That means that records have to be collected. That means that interviews, collateral interviews have to be done, and those have not all been completed. And it's not because of a lack of diligence in this case. Further, when things that are noted as red flags arise, those things must be investigated. Red flags aren't fanciful ideas of what else could we do in this case. They're real things that come up in the course of the investigation, and whether or not they're important to mitigation and presentation for a jury's consideration requires time to investigate and collect records. Documentation is very important. The court's aware that red flags have come up and they require further investigation. Those are issues that may mean a lot to the experts that would be ready to testify, but they can't be presented until there's a full investigation. They are things that might change the course of the evaluation or might require us to have an additional expert to help explain certain circumstances. And that's important for the individualized sentencing that's required by the Constitution. Your Honor, there have been numerous challenges with gathering records and interviewing collateral witnesses. I know the court is aware of some of those particular issues. I'm not going to highlight them now, but it's imperative that we be able to collect records and conduct interviews from other family members besides just Mr. Kohberger and his parents. And it's also imperative that his history be complete with educational records, medical records, and those things are still being done to this day. The other reason that a continuance is appropriate in this case is based on the media coverage, the Dateline issue that has been talked about in this courtroom before, and what's yet to come. The Dateline episode wasn't just a one-time deal back in May. That continues to be talked about. Everything that happens in this case continues to be talked about, and this court has a duty, a responsibility to make sure that Mr. Kohberger receives a fair trial. That comes from Shepard versus Maxwell, 384 U.S. 333. And a continuance may be the way that the court can best protect Mr. Kohberger. That comes from Patton versus Yount, 467 U.S. 1025. In addition to what is going on with what happened with the Dateline episode, that's not all. There's a book set to be released just a few weeks from now to be followed by a docuseries on Amazon Prime. There's a claim that there's inside sources that provide information in this case. At the very least, the moment we start attempting to select a jury in this case, those things are going to be on everybody's TV, everybody's social media feed, and some of the very witnesses that will be expected to testify will be taking part in the docuseries at least, and maybe noted in the book. That is, in and of itself, an exceptional reason for us to have a continuance to let those things play out for a while. I would also note, Your Honor, that jury selection is going to be particularly challenged and will need a great deal of time based on what's happened in the media and continues to happen. Your Honor, our request is for a continuance in this matter to allow us to be effective and perform our constitutional duty for Mr. Kohberger, to protect his constitutional rights, to make sure that we have fully investigated all mitigating circumstances so the jury, if it comes to it, can perform their individualized sentencing, judgment, and function, and to allow some space between what's recently happened in the media. Thank you.
Well, there you have it. Her words, right? 2 months before trial was scheduled, she's up there saying in open court, if you don't give me the continuance I say I need, I cannot be effective assistance of counsel. And what does Kohberger do? He comes in hot with an ineffective counsel filing. We expected it. It was predicted the second she dropped those words in open court, it was predicted. So there you have it. I wanted to make sure everybody could, refresh with that. And if you hadn't ever seen it, you could at least see it, right? And know this didn't come out of nowhere with Kohberger, that he didn't just pull it out of his ass one day and, I'll try this kind of thing. What I don't know, what I'm not sure of, is if Ann Taylor purposefully did that. I always wondered that in the back of my mind. Why would this defense attorney who knows better say all that in the open court the way she did 2 months before trial was scheduled? I need more time. So we'll see how that plays out for Mr. Kohberger in his filing. Will the judge consider it? Will they think he has grounds for a retrial on his appellate process there? Due process matters. And if, all these other people out there getting their due process, Kohberger does deserve his due process. I won't sit here and pretend like he doesn't. He always has. He's got his rights to be protected just like all defendants do. He's not special to me, right? He's just another defendant that we got to deal with. That's all Brian Kohberger is to people like me. He's no hero. He's nobody I got to go freedom fight for. He's just another guy in a court that I cover. In fact, I think Rick Allen's case is far more critical to evaluate when you're looking at violation of rights. Okay, so we'll move on to what's next. What do I have next? Let's see. Let me go see. So when you take into account some of the things Steve Gonzalez said, and if y'all are in the camp where you don't believe Steve Gonzalez, then ignore him. For those of us who know to take that guy with a grain of salt, well, that's what I do. Considering some of the things he has said, some of the things Ann Taylor just said, right? We're going to keep all that in our little file cabinet. Okay. Y'all, I got to ask y'all a question. For those of you who saw Savannah Guthrie's latest video, what did you think? Think it was standard FBI type, go make a video? Or did you get the feeling she was talking directly to a specific person? Not just whoever the possible kidnapper could be. Outside of that, did you peel back the layers like you should have done with videos 1 and 2, like I did? Did you peel back the layers and go, what, girl? Ma'am? Interesting. I just wanted to get y'all's take if any of y'all saw that, and if you gave it much thought. Did it, it was also, this is coming up on the 6-month anniversary, right? So the FBI may have said, let's go do a video because that person's still out there. So I'm just curious. What is all the controversy with the G's? The Kohbergers hate them. There's no other, you cannot candy coat it at all. They hate the Gonzalez family. Why? Because they speak up and speak out. Always have, always will, right? So the Kohbergers don't like it. They think they should shut their mouths. They also believe that the Gonzalez family, some of them at least do believe that the Gonzalez family knows Brian Kohberger's innocent, and they're playing along with the state of Idaho. Yeah, it's that sick. That's how warped they really are. So Steve Gonzalez takes a lot of crap on YouTube, and he knows it. But, he kind of here's the thing. Family, something devastating happens. YouTubers and TikTokers start reaching out with, we can help you. We can navigate. We know the truth. We can get to the bottom of things. That started immediately with Steve Gonzalez. And boy, some of them took him right to the cleaners, and some of them absolutely sold Brett Norton all of their text messages with Steve Gonzalez to, I don't know, what's that one guy? That old man that writes the books? Not Chris Whitcomb. I can't think of, I see his face. He left me. That guy. Brett Norton, you out there throwing Steve Gonzalez. We all seen the messages. It was leaked all over social media. Remember, we have recordings of those conversations a TikToker was trying to have with the victims of the family, the family of the victim. Yeah. So when y'all are evaluating the YouTube streets and you see all that drama with Sebastian Rogers, it happened over here too. And pay attention to what Kresha tells you of what families experience. Peel back all the layers, right? All right. So, Dr. Brent Turvey was hired by the defense in the Brian Kohberger case. He was scheduled to testify all the things. After everything was said and done, case closed, plea deal taken. Turvey had some big things to say about it, especially the plea deal. He thought he should have been consulted about that. he brings up the hair in Ethan Chapin's hands. His theory of the hair found in Ethan Chapin's hands. When that was placed into discovery, when Ann Taylor decided it didn't matter or whatever, and it went untested. Turvey says some interesting things about what was going on around that plea agreement time frame. So I had to wonder, since Kohberger specifically noted the hair in Ethan's hands, I don't buy for a second on his cute little tablet they issued him in prison. He's allowed to watch YouTube videos about himself. No, he could do that from Mama's basement that time at Christmas when he was there visiting after he unalived 4 innocent people in a house in Idaho. Yeah, those were. He's not watching YouTube from his little I am iPad. It was an account that one time. He was what was that fake account's name? Anyway, I don't remember. The iPad of Brian Kohberger or whatever it was. Anyway, he's not watching YouTube from prison. Idaho, if y'all allow that, what are you actually doing? Stop it. It's not cute. So I had to wonder, why is Brian Kohberger citing that hair in Ethan's hand, along with ineffective assistance of counsel? That's interesting that that's in there, in the way he worded it. No testing done. Well, Mr. Turvey, did you have something to do with it? Because you and these people all think he deserves, the new trial because he didn't do it. All right, we're going to look at the interview, guys. This was over on the Custody Queens channel. Now, the Custody Queens, I have no beef with any creators out here. If I don't care for you, I don't have to care for you. I can keep scrolling. But I know a little back because I have to look at these people who cover Kohberger, right? They came into the case once discovery was released on Dylan Martinson, and they lost their shit. Not the PCA where the 8-hour gap occurred in the beginning, like the rest of us were like, excuse me, what's going on here? They came in way late to the case. Once one of them saw a video about the roommates' text messages between each other. That's what drew their attention to the Kohberger case. And they went to bat for the guy. Because those disturbing roommates are disturbing. Yeah, they were. Can't lie. But it is what it is. So that's how these two get on the case. And now they are one of the loudest voices for Brian Kohberger. And they brought us an interview with Chris Whitcomb, the author of Broken Plea, who went hard for a ping pong table that Turvey says doesn't even matter. And Cy Ray has come out since Turvey and said that clump of debris in Ethan's hand doesn't even matter. So all the experts in Kohberger's case can't even agree on what matters and what doesn't. How was Ann Taylor supposed to know or figure it out? I don't know. All these experts coming at her with their different theories. So I got questions for Mr. Turvey. What are you doing, sir? You're going to bring the truth, or he's going to get to the tooth of it all. If anyone can get to the tooth, it's going to be Turvey. Tipsy Turvey. He may not be tipsy, allegedly. I don't know. I'm just speculating. Speculating. I'm just asking questions. We're just asking questions. Probably came from a Halloween wig. What did? Oh, the hair. And that hair was Broken Plea slop. Yeah, it was. That whole book was slop. It wouldn't hold up for court, especially in submit. Yeah. I don't know what. Turvey's living large on that, y'all. He's the crime scene reconstructionist. We're not. We're just armchair people out here. Bloom, that's his name. Thank you, Rachel and Simi. Bloom. It was Bloom. Howard Bloom. Howard Bloom. You bought the TikTokers' messages and threw them in your little book and threw some shade at Steve Gonzalez and lit a fire for the rest of the internet to do the same thing. You picker, you instigator, you. You see me, I can't help but avoid the tooth of it all. We like the tooth. And nothing but the tooth. She's comedy hour for me. Web Sleuth has become nothing more than a comedy hour for me when I am bored. I turn that lady on and I'm like, I can't believe she's acting like that on the internet. This shit's wild. Okay. Lady. And she went off about the Kohberger thing. I just kind of, she was, and in fact, actually, when I reviewed her last night and her 1,000 pearls she had on her neck, in case she had to clutch a couple, she said she was going to be covering the Lacey Clancy trial. But she corrected herself later and got her name right. Fact, not fiction over there at the tooth of it all. You'll get the tooth and nothing but the tooth over there. And the bugs will not crawl in your drink because they got cellophane over the cup. Saran wrap, I'm sorry. Plastic wrap. Dollar General plastic wrap. That's where I get mine because it's the only store I got. Out here in the middle of nowhere, we got one store, Tricia, but they sell bug spray. Anyway, we'll allow Tricia to handle her business her way. We're just here for the comedy hour. All right. Dr. John, you reared your ugly head in the Idaho 4 case and said some things about the victim's sister and her little statement you didn't care for because it might have hurt Kohberger's feelings. Sit all the way down, sir. We don't care what you said. All right. This again is the custody queens. Let me get my... Well, maybe I should leave my thing up there so we can look at the chatter's highlighted comments because they could be really ridiculous. Anyway, Custody Queens interviews Brent Turvey about the Idaho 4 case. And according to Ann Taylor, after this interview, she come out and said, that guy signed an NDA. I don't know what he's out there doing. She's not happy with it at all. He ain't happy with her either. He's going to let us know about that. He's not happy with Ann Taylor. They had like a beef or something. Something happened. Maybe she didn't believe his little theories about staged bodies and stuff. Moved later and stuff. I don't know. He's kind of a weird guy. He's got some explaining to do. Y'all want to watch it? We down? Mean girls. There's mean girls. There's mean women everywhere. That's life. And it lives large on the YouTube streets. I usually ignore people like that in my life. I'm like, oh, I can't be friends with that. I don't even want to talk about that. Ooh, get away from me. Got away from me, you energy vampires. Go away. All right. They don't take up headspace in my head too long because what? Excuse me? No. All right. Take it away, ladies, Dr. Turvey. Let's just wait till he gets up there because we don't need to hear all that mumbo jumbo. All right, here we go. Y'all ready? Know thyself. I like that name. That is and that's something. If y'all don't know thyself, then you don't know nothing. Get to know yourself. Really know yourself. And own your shit. If you like to be lazy on a Sunday, you like to be lazy on a Sunday. So what? You don't like to get dressed today? So what? Know thyself. We love it. Roll tape. Coming in hot, Holly. All right, here we go. Brent Turvey, tell us all about the misjustice and miscarriage in the Idaho 4 case, because there could be something to it in the end. We don't know yet. We're under evaluation here. This is the deliberation room today. We are in the deliberation room, by God, and we're deliberating. We may cuss and discuss occasionally. It's just who we are. All right, take it away.
Profiling unit, in addition to all the other stuff he does. So we're very excited to welcome Dr. Turvey.
Hey, how you doing?
How you doing, Dr. Turvey?
Ron Funk, what's the matter with we're the Nazi people today, like Jay for Justice. You got some crazy ass sound going on there, sir. Fix your shit. Fix it now. You can get an $11 headset from Wally World, like I did that one day when I was like, I think I need a headset. Oh yeah, I'm at Walmart. Why not go grab one real quick? $11 later, we're still rolling. You're welcome.
We're so excited to have you on.
Well, thank you for delaying for a week after my oral surgery. It's still not healed yet, so people can hear my lisp, I'm sure.
Are we on pain meds, doctor? Are we good? We okay?
No worries. No worries. We're so happy to have you, Dr. Turvey.
I'm glad to be here.
Yep.
All right. Let's jump into it. I don't want to waste any time because we have such precious little time with Dr. Turvey, and I know that we personally probably have 100 questions, and that's not even considering everything that you guys have all sent to us.
Rachel or Simi, I'm under a heat advisory and it ain't playing today in Florida. It's on fire out there. It's not recommended to walk outside for a second until later on this evening. We got 111 coming at us hot. It's just hot. My weather thing said hot and humid. I said, I hear you, buddy. It's okay. I'll stay inside where it's cool. I'll go out this evening and touch grass like I do every day.
One way or another. So we're going to rip the Band-Aid off, Dr. Turvey. We're going to go
it, honey.
right to the meat and potatoes.
Rip it off.
Ann Taylor.
Oh,
Perfect.
perfect. Let's rip that Band-Aid right off, Turvey, and go right into Ann Taylor. Let's do, because we just reviewed her legal analysis of her ineffective assistance of counsel and why it's so important to be effective. You give us your take on it, Turvey.
Start there. Go for it.
You first. What's the question?
Well, we all saw your response. So let's start there.
Well, let's start with what she said.
Okay.
I mean, I think that's a fair place. My response comes after her public sort of admonition. And it, for me, it's kind of, par for the course with that team. Subsequent to the revelation of the
par for the course with that team. Are you going to hook Kohberger up with an appellate attorney, my guy? You know, a few
plea agreement. How do I put this? I think I am fairly shocked, as is I think the world, that a defense attorney would come out publicly and admonish one of their own experts for discussing exculpatory evidence for their client.
Not all of us, dude. The Kohbergers thought something about it, but I thought it was normal. If you signed an NDA, Ann Taylor don't got the right to say something. What is he doing here? He's taking away her right to say something. We don't like that, sir. Have you not heard?
And it begs the question as to whether or not she's representing Kohberger or something else.
Oh, something else.
Because that's not in his best interest. His best interest, obviously.
What is she? If she's not representing Kohberger, what is that something else, Turvey? That's a strong accusation to make on YouTube streets. It's kind of sloppy. Especially if your boy's going to go for post-conviction relief. Oh, what you say now might come back and bite you in the ass later. Live large on the YouTube. Go refer to your guy's case and go back to June 2024. Look at the YouTube warrants, sir. The comment sections, subscriber count. It's all in there. Idaho 4 case docket, Idaho versus Kohberger. Check it out.
They are served by full disclosure of all exculpatory evidence and testing of all potentially exculpatory evidence. And that's all any expert should be, advocating for. If you're advocating for truth and justice and full disclosure and transparency, which are sort of the hallmarks of good scientific practice, that's what you're advocating for. And when you hire somebody like me, that's what you're saying to the world. Hey, we're bringing in independent experts who are independent, who are going to give us advice about what evidence exists and what evidence does not exist, what evidence should be tested, and what evidence might be beneficial to understanding the full narrative of the case. And the idea that you would leave physical evidence untested that has potential exculpatory value is shocking. It shocks the conscience.
So didn't Chris Whitcomb say something about some blood on a piece of jewelry in that spare bedroom? And you said it was just, you laughed about it, Turvey. Only parts he thinks are important is what he thinks is important. He pretty much trashed Whitcomb's book. He also says that he didn't really want to talk about Dylan Mortensen because people like to jerk off to her stuff. I was like, what? Sir, they do get a little giddy over that Dylan Mortensen stuff, but really? You just told all those Kohberger people that they do disgusting things to Dylan Mortensen content. If you can call it content. You are a weird one, sir. And he said that all the fangirls out there, when they bring up a couple of things they think are important, he laughs and calls it fangirl stuff. Yeah, that's turvy.
And so
Tipsy
the
turvy.
idea that you would admonish somebody for saying, hey, there's this really important piece of untested evidence that we need to talk about.
Don't let these people set y'all off, right? Let's compartmentalize. Let's say a little prayer. Let's get a hold of ourselves. It's just an interview we're reviewing to see if there's any merit to what Brian Kohberger has come out now and alleged. That's what we're here for. I ignore these girls on the screen. They're a dime a dozen, and I can go to the store and see a couple of them walking around. They don't bother me. Girl.
That's sort of, again, it's problematic.
Now, their lack of knowledge cracks me up. There's that.
It raises real questions for me. But let me explain something else. Let's flip it.
Let's
and
flip
say
it
it this way.
Flip it, sir.
What would it say about an expert that you hired who sat on exculpatory evidence and didn't say anything publicly, and later on that evidence was discovered?
Well, your job is to give it to the defense attorney, let her evaluate it with her investigators, and see if there's anything there. It's not up to the streets to decide, sir. Haven't you seen the streets? You called them fangirls and accused them of doing disgusting things to certain evidence in this case. So what are you actually saying? Only thing important is what I note here, and I want the world to know, including Brian Christopher Kohberger.
Contested and exculpated a client or a defendant. What would you say about the entire team of experts that said nothing and sat blithely by while the judicial machine?
I would say you suck. If I was a defense attorney and you didn't bring me what you thought was exculpatory evidence, I would say you suck and you're fired. We're never calling you again.
Sort of steamrolled the defendant.
Would not think very highly of them.
What?
I would not think very highly of them at all.
We don't know what you're saying, Ron.
So while in this moment, there are people who are chagrined by this discussion of publicly available material, I am more concerned about those who would rather suppress it.
And is it safe to say, Dr. Turvey, that this is the first time a defense attorney in a case that you've worked on has come out and made such a statement?
Oh my God.
I've never seen it before in any case, ever in my 30-year history. I mean, if you can name that case, I'd love to know.
No,
I've seen experts for the state and for the defense.
No. God, I'm just a CFLS family law attorney. Don't be asking me to do all that criminal justice work, sir. Oh, Ron's eyes about to pop out of his head. You're going to fall backwards into the ocean. Kristen's like, I'm a fangirl. Dylan Martinson, yes, gimme.
Made massive blunders, massive errors, massive.
You know what? These girls came into the case because of Dylan Mortensen, and this guy's going to sit up on their fucking panel and say, y'all jack off to Dylan Mortensen. What the fuck is happening? Wait for it.
Failure to disclose misconduct, incorrect interpretation, looking at photographs upside down and interpreting them incorrectly.
Got experts that look at the photos upside down and make a wrong determination and nobody ever spots the mistake. What kind of experts are coming into court these days? We already questioned them. You just gave us more pause for concern, sir.
That happens all the time.
Oh, it does?
And you never see a defense attorney coming out and blasting them for it. Or even the state often might do it a little bit, but not the defense, not their own expert. So it really starts to beg the question, what is the purpose of hiding this evidence? What is the purpose of not wanting to discuss it?
Right. Why would Ann Taylor? She's like, oh, I got egg on my face. Y'all were right all along. I should have tested it. So I don't want to talk about it now. What, Turvey?
And to be very clear, the sort of the admonishment is generic. It's only that I'm discussing things, not that I'm wrong, not that I'm lying, not that I'm incompetent, not that
He's like, she didn't say I was wrong or incompetent, y'all. She just said I had an NDA and I couldn't discuss it. She's not calling me stupid and messy. That's my job, sir. My job.
I am biased, or not that I am doing something that violates a court order.
Oh.
None of that is happening.
Okay.
If it were true that I were violating her confidentiality agreement, there would be severe and immediate legal consequences, as there should be. All right? The problem is Brady versus Maryland, which is the federal which is the Supreme Court ruling, which states that you can't you have to disclose everything that is potentially exculpatory. And the person who decides that is...
Y'all, the sad part is these three are not even the worst of the Kohberger camp. And I hate that term. And I know who claims he coined it. Jesus Christ, get over yourself. What a term to coin. But the people who support Brian Kohberger, these three are the latest to the game, and they're the least troublesome to the game. Let me put it that way. There's some bad accounts out there, y'all, that go hard about this case. That's all they do. These people are just, I don't know what they're doing.
Not the prosecution, nor even the judge necessarily.
You're just fangirls, according to Turvey, so it is what it is.
It's usually, if the judge is going to make that determination, they do it in camera, alone, in their chambers, or whatever. But generally, you're supposed to disclose everything that's potentially exculpatory and let the defense do their own investigation of it. So everything that I've discussed has already been disclosed by the state. She's just unhappy.
If I wanted to go hard, I could show y'all some shit about this case and what people are actually saying. These girls are tame compared to some of the channels who are dedicated to supporting Brian Kohberger. They're fucking tame. I promise y'all that. Y'all ain't seen Creepy Bunch yet. Oh Lord, we should do a members only, because I don't want to start a war. I done roll with one of them once. I don't want to have to do it again, because it won't end well for them.
That I'm discussing it for some reason, and then put me on blast with the other two attorneys to sort of, I think her attempt was to try to, well, the last line says it all, which is his credibility should be viewed through this lens or whatever. And I think it should be. I think my credibility should be viewed through that lens, which is, will I knowingly sit on exculpatory evidence? No, I will not.
Kind of irritates me, them crama channels that go hard after those true crime grifters aren't looking at the grifters in the Idaho 4 case. They did one time years ago for a minute, and then they forgot about it real quickly, and they have never revisited it because they're too busy investigating each other over the past 2.5 years in the Sebastian Rogers fiasco. But y'all focus on that and ignore what's happening to the Idaho 4 victims. Since you're here for victims, ignore it, okay? I take note of that, and I see it.
Despite whatever consequences might come. And I have, at any given time, I have between 35 and 40 open cases. I just finished a huge report in a big case today. Spent the last 2 weeks working on it.
Oh, gosh.
And my clients hire me for that objectivity, for that impartiality, and because they know that I have a reputation for having integrity in front of a jury and in front of the court. And I have to say, it really begs the question as to the credibility of those experts or those attorneys or those participants or those commentators who are arguing for the suppression of this evidence. That's interesting to me.
Interesting.
But there are she's made no specific allegations of specific information. And I think I know why that is.
Oh, you think you know why. Y'all move on now, please. Turvey's just trying to, what do you think about Ann Taylor? Are you willing to do another interview, sir, with someone who's not a fangirl? And I'm not blonde. My sisters are, but I have never been in my life. I don't know, no desire.
And that
was also interesting that she hasn't spoke up since following the plea, which was almost getting close into that year mark. I thought that was interesting. But you're 100% right.
Oh, well, she had a dinner function, her and her partner attorney, and only attorneys were invited to talk about the Brian Kohberger case, and it was a paid event. I wish I could have went. I'd have loved to have went to that dinner. I'd been like, yes, Ann Taylor, tell me some more over this fine dinner.
Right. She doesn't try to discredit you. She doesn't try to say that you're wrong. She basically just says she's also attacking her own team.
Oh,
which is wild. I mean, that's kind of, you have the whole world trying to attack you for the most part, and you're trying to prove.
Y'all stop it on the internet. Nobody's trying to attack nobody. We evaluate and we critically think and we evaluate what they said. That's not attacking. Can we grow up on YouTube you said a bad thing. You didn't agree with me, so you attacked me. I can't with that shit no more. No one's attacking anybody. Well, they are in certain cases. I don't know how to put that without wrecking the world of a bunch of people.
BK's innocence, but hey, let's start attacking our own, which
Well,
was
what's
so
interesting is think about what it's going to do to her. I mean, remember this: she's not like this clean defense attorney. She's got a conflict of interest starting out of the gate because she represented victim family members when she was working for the public defense.
Turvey, that's not an issue. She was assigned Brian Kohberger while she was already assigned to defend Xana Kernodle's mother. It's out there. No need to hide it. And when Ann got the case for Brian Kohberger, it's all in the documents, sir. We've known about it for years. What are you doing? Ann Taylor withdrew as counsel for Kara Northington on her drug charges. Kara owns it. She talks about it. So, okay, there we go. Backstory on that.
But she also has she worked as a magistrate and a prosecutor, I think, at some point. People who do these things as lawyers, they get confused sometimes about their role. They get confused in their attitude and their posture.
Are they the only ones that get confused about their role, Turvey? Tipsy-turvy. They get confused about their role. Yes, sir. Some of them actually do, don't they? Experts included. A lot of people get confused about their role in something.
Doesn't change sufficiently when they change their role or their onus. What is their onus? Is their onus to the defense, to their client, to the state, to the people who elected them, whatever? They get confused. And so when you have this, we call role strain, when you have multiple roles pulling on you, you can wind up saying and doing things that you probably shouldn't. What I'm also thinking about is any person who would ever think of working as an expert for Ann Taylor in the future is probably going to say no.
They're all like, it's so funny. He just threw some major shade over at Ann Taylor's way. Tea time. It's Turvey, PhD. Oh, wasn't Kohberger going for a PhD? Where'd you get your PhD, sir? Was it Washington State University? Asking, because I'm just curious that way. They got a big lawsuit on their hands about their program out there and how none of those professors, well, they saw red flags and even made a few statements about one day if we give him a diploma, he's going to do this, this, and that. It wasn't pretty, but yet they ignored it and did nothing about it, Mr. PhD guy. Yeah. Investigate that, Turvey. Go ask WSU Criminology Department why they failed to see, why they ignored the red flags their TA was flying all over the place. Go ask them. Big lawsuit happening right now about that. You should crack open that document or two.
And I'm assuming that the first time you heard this admonishment was publicly. You haven't had any direct contact with her since before the plea.
Hello, lucky kitty. Right there. Now, well, who's going to hire Turvey now, right? Showing this level of unprofessionalism. Sir, you can't get past us critical thinkers. See, we don't attack Kristen. We don't know what you're talking about with that word. It's a big word and a big allegation.
Sam, this was a great question. The answer is no, of course not. I mean, if you were going to, let me back up and say this.
Back up.
If you were going to admonish an expert for some behavior, you would probably want to talk to them first about what they did and why, and specifically what they did and why.
Here we go again. You did me wrong, but didn't come to me directly and ask me what I did wrong. Well, sir.
Part of what's going on. But our relationship dramatically deteriorated once she made this surprise plea deal, which surprised most of the team. Well, there's a guilt phase and then there's a mitigation phase in the death penalty case. And the mitigation experts, we never met them. And even the guilt phase experts who were trying to reconstruct the crime or determine the events and the actions, we didn't.
Death penalty case requires all of that he just said about the penalty phase, the mitigation phase, all these extra phases. Why? Because the DP case. And Taylor's like, I got to go all the way back to his babyhood. Forrest has looked it up for us. Brent Turvey obtained his PhD in criminology from Bond University, located in Gold Coast, Australia, in 2012. He didn't live in America. He didn't like school in America. Is it better in Australia? I don't know. Did he just live there and like, I'm going to be a criminologist?
Talk to each other. We were very much compartmentalized. So I wouldn't even have anything to share from them other than the findings that are in the defense autopsy report. There's not an autopsy evaluation done by a defense expert. And
he's actually did an interview long before any of this, and before we all knew who he was in the Kohberger case. What's True Crime with Sarge? What's his name? Simi. He interviewed Dr. Brent Turvey. I've watched that interview multiple times. I actually watched it before I ever knew who the guy was, and I wasn't super impressed. I thought this guy's, he's just a criminologist, right? But he's got some strange stuff going on up there. I didn't know who he was at that time.
I have access to that, but I obviously haven't shared that with anybody.
That's a perfect lead into, I think, the next question. I know that this is something I'm super interested in, and most people in this chat are as well. How did you get involved with this case, Dr. Turvey?
Well, I mean, it's not a secret that I was hired.
Yes,
so I can certainly discuss that. It's not a secret that I wrote a report, nor are my findings a secret because they were publicized in January with all the disclosures. In fact, there was an article written about my findings in Fox News back in January 2025.
He's like, I got into the Fox News of it all article. Yeah, you did.
I think. Wait, yeah, 2025. And I was one of the only experts whose findings were disclosed to the public. How did I get involved? Well, I was, I would say, collegial, good friends and collegial with Bicca Barlow, who was hired on early on as a DNA expert. I've worked.
Oh, Bicca Barlow, the DNA expert, is who called you Turvey. I remember when he said this when I watched the interview. It's like, oh, Bicca Barlow. Bicca Barlow was the defense attorney on the Brian Kohberger team who was the DNA expert.
I worked a case with her in California, and she asked to bring me on to evaluate the placement of the scabbard, right? Because they were concerned that there's evidence that it was planted because of the things that have all come to light.
What came to light was an 8-hour gap. Right? And anybody in their right mind is going to investigate that 8-hour gap. It is what it is. I'm sorry. If I'm a detective and I walk into that situation, that girl starts telling me, I didn't call you for 8 hours, I got a problem right then and there. And I need to know exactly why you didn't call for 8 hours. And then I find out a bunch of stuff went down between that 8 hours. You saw and heard what? I got more questions now. Let's be honest. You have to look at that. If you don't look at that, you're not a good investigator and you're not a good defense attorney. What's going on right there? And let's make sure. So, did they think, did this girl have something to do with unaliving her friends? You should have if you're a cop. The minute you realized there was an 8-hour gap. Got to understand why there's that gap. Were you just asleep and didn't hurt? Because honestly, when this happened and we realized there were 2 surviving roommates in that house, I couldn't figure out in my head before the PCA was ever released, how? So what does that mean for the scene? Is this a suicide love thing? Oh, I said that word out loud. Sorry, YouTube. Is this an unaliving couple thing? Love triangle thing, somebody got mad at a party thing, got jealous kind of thing. What's going on here, right? So what is all that based on, Turvey? Just an 8-hour gap and looking at the possibility? Because I get that part. So just spit the words out and just say it.
And then once I did that, once I was brought on board for that, they expanded my role and they expanded my analysis to a full crime scene analysis so that we could make determinations with certain.
So what was the first piece they wanted you to, was that sheath really planted the way Friday Filer alleged? Jay Logston, defense team for Brian Kohberger, came out with a famous, what I call Friday filing at the last minute before the clerk of court's office closed. And it broke the entire internet for the entire weekend. Was wild. He suggested that knife sheath had been planted in that house. Were you called in to evaluate the photos and see? And then they expanded you to the rest of the crime scene? Huh, interesting, sir.
And remember, I prepared a report in this case, which was submitted to Ann Taylor, I think, at least twice. One evening, I was traveling. I was working really late, and I submitted it. We had a deadline we were coming up against in January of 2020, 2020, whatever it was, 2025. And I had to meet that deadline. And so she reviewed it, she accepted it, and she put it on file. So these findings that I've given and the extent and breadth of my examination are not some great mystery or some great reduction, as she tried to suggest in her admonition, which was bizarre. Trying to pretend, oh, well, he's just this guy. We just kind of hired him and just kind of did this. And you didn't vet me completely. You didn't ask for a report, didn't expand my role, didn't request a report.
Sir, you're just another expert. You're a dime a dozen. Y'all get paid. Of course she didn't even care to ask Bicka anything about you. Oh, Bicka, you say he's cool. Sure, we'll bring him on. Go get him. Dude, you're weird. You're leading these people astray. You're playing in the weeds with them, sir. They'll make you itchy.
Report that was X number of pages long and, submit that to the court as true and just and accurate. I mean, come on. It defies credibility. Her posture at this point defies credibility.
Your posture is defying credibility because it can't take the guy completely seriously, right? If he wants to be taken seriously out here and come out here and say there was a miscarriage of justice in the Brian Kohberger case, there's a better way to do it, in my opinion, because he failed to impress me. And I'm here for it because I have no idea when I walk into a courtroom which expert I'm going to believe today until they get on that witness stand and start talking. That's how I know. And sir, what you're saying speaking volumes. Don't know that I'd have believed you when we got to trial. I doubt you'll come back if Kohberger's granted a new trial. Well, Ann Taylor's not going to be handling that. So what? Are you jockeying for position to be hired by the appellate attorney? Oh, wait. Clicks and views and all. Grifting and all. Did you go to the prison and visit with Kohberger and say, hey, that hair, ineffective counsel, all this stuff, dude, you got a case. I'll come to work and help you with the appellate process. I'll be part of the team. I'll give them everything I got because you got copies of every bit of your work, right? I'll give you all I got. And maybe I can set you up with a good appellate attorney. Let me go. I wonder if an appellate attorney is going to bite the apple. I'm waiting for the end of the day to happen to see if we get one yet.
So that's how I got involved. And that was the nature and range and scope of my examination. Quite extensive.
And do you recall exactly what time frame was it that you were actually hired on as the expert?
Well, it would be like I don't remember. Let me just take a look. I can tell you right now. I can tell you. Let me go here. Let me just make sure I don't say anything wrong. All right. So I was brought in October 2024, but I was interviewed multiple times, at least twice before then, to screen me. My report was submitted in January 22nd, 2025. Does that help?
Yeah. That helps quite a bit.
Yep.
They're like, yeah, that helps quite. Y'all didn't know that, girlfriends, going into this case docket and all. Have you cracked open the first real document in this case? Attorney at laws. Have y'all? At times I've wondered when I've reviewed y'all. I was like, these girls even open a document besides Dylan Mortenson's documents? Besides the ones about Dylan Mortenson, if y'all looked at any other documents, you fangirls, asking for study purposes?
So I know that there was a lot of discussion, a lot of complaints by Ann Taylor to the court about a defense being slow to give evidence over. Did that kind of put the defense team?
You mean the prosecution?
You mean the prosecution?
The prosecution.
The prosecution.
Yeah, I was about to correct old Ron up there. He misspoke. It's okay.
Turning him over to the defense. Yeah. Did that kind of put the defense under the gun a bit?
Not just that. I mean, right before the plea, we got this massive data dump that had not been disclosed to us prior, and that I have not seen and have not examined. We had to
still have
whole. No, of course not, because the plea happened right after that. So I had when I left her office the last time, the weekend before the Thursday before the weekend of the plea agreement being announced, we had all kinds of plans set in motion, as you would, because we were going to trial.
All kinds of plans were set in motion right before trial, right before that plea agreement. What kind of plans? Because Kohberger's over there saying Ann was not being honest and lying about this and that. Huh. Wonder what kind of plans he's talking about, guys, that they had for trial 2 months after her. We saw the testimony she gave a little earlier. They can't even get their story straight or do their homework, but they should get out here. Yep. Yeah, that's what it is like, you know. Were they looking for their piece of the pie? You know, oh my God, that Dylan Mortensen. Let's go start a YouTube channel and talk about Dylan Mortensen. I got one question for Dylan Mortensen if y'all want to put her in the picture like that. And it would be, did you know Brian Kohberger?
And all kinds of plans for examining those disclosures, all kinds of plans for other examinations for other items of evidence to check on chain of custody and things like that. There was a bunch of work to be done.
He says that big chain of custody issue, that knife sheath's a problem, but other experts have said we don't know what he's talking about. Barcodes are standard part of the thing, Turvey. They couldn't figure out what he meant by all that.
That is not some secret. That's that disclosure of that data dump requires examination by the experts. So there's no.
Do you know what was in that data dump?
I didn't look at it.
Well, no. I mean, did they say?
Like, Ron's like, what was in the data dump? Turvey's like, I don't know. I didn't look at the data dump. It's not my job. I'm a crime scene reconstructionist over here.
You know,
Cyray's job.
Here are photos, here are videos, nothing. You just
no.
Ron, he is a crime scene reconstructionist. He did not get to look at the videos, the data, the phone Celebrite report. None of that you're dying to get your teeth into. He doesn't know anything about all that. He's there to make sure this crime scene's on the up and up and nothing was staged, nothing was cleaned, and nothing was moved. And to paint the picture of what happened in that house. You understand what a criminologist does, sir? Do you get it, Ron?
No, she was not like that. So she wasn't. She you know,
she handed each expert their evidence to review. Right? That's what. Blah 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 blah. That's what that means. Each expert they don't get to look at all of it. Now, Cyray got to look at a whole hell of a lot more than the rest of y'all did. He's the data guy. Crime scene photos and all kind of stuff he actually said he saw. And he said if you see the unredacted photo of that hair in Ethan Chapin's hand, you'll see it's a big ball of debris. And he didn't understand why Turby was going on about a hairball of, as if somebody's hair got snatched out their head.
The version of Ann Taylor that I know bears no resemblance to the Ann Taylor that took the plea and is talking in public right now. I don't know this person.
Multiple personalities.
I don't recognize her at all.
Well, when you last met with her, you had no indication that the plea was going to happen. And how did you?
All right, pay attention. When you last met with her, you had no idea. He's already going to go on about that damn clump of hair that Kohberger brought up in his filing. He's already saying we had a lot of work. We're getting ready to go to trial. He's here for it. Here we go. This is the key. This is why I'm reviewing this. This is the key elements behind Brian Kohberger's filing for post-conviction relief. We're evaluating the law and any possibilities he may or may not have based on what Dr. Brent Turvey's going to say.
You actually find out about the plea through the media? How did
I found out from a colleague? Oh. A colleague texted me and said, hey, Brent, I remember you were working on this case. I remember reading the articles. I remember this. I remember you mentioning it. What's going on? There's a plea agreement?
Man, I know, Turvey. I'm scrolling the X one day. Just pick up my phone. I'm going to scroll X a minute, and like 3 scrolls in, Brian Enton has a breaking. All it said was, Brian Kohberger takes plea deal. Brian, excuse me, Bri, my little dude. Come here, Brian. I immediately sent that to somebody else. And we're like, what the F is happening? News broke. The news broke today. Oh boy.
Is that true? And I wrote back immediately, no way. No way there's a plea. There's no way. It's not happening. And then over the next 10 minutes, it was like bing, 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 bing. I was getting all kinds of text messages from different colleagues and different.
It was wild because none of us expected it like that because he was so geared up and ready for trial. Well, if you go back and review in June, Ann Taylor was not. She said so, need a continuance. But Kohberger's like, let's go. Let's go.
Friends of mine and people who work for me. We all found out with the rest of the world.
He's like,
is it normal? Is it normal?
Hold on, y'all. Ron's got a question.
No, I was just saying, last time we talked, you were renting like a.
Ron, look at him. Look at his eyes. Ron's like, damn, he's side-eyeing you, girl. Kristen, Ron's side-eyeing you in case you did. Y'all, am I yelling at y'all? Sometimes I think I talk too loud because I'm deaf and we're a loud family. We got to make sure we're heard. So I apologize if I yell. Ron, he is side-eyeing Kristen. She won't let me talk. Know thyself. Thank you. Thank you.
RBO, you had bags, you had your clothes, like you were ready.
God dang it, yes.
Yeah. Of course.
Poor guy had to unpack. It's over. It takes a lot of energy for all that.
But let me back up and say something that hasn't been said before.
Okay.
One, the reason I was hired for this case is I was one of the only people on the whole case who's ever worked a mass homicide before. I've worked dozens. Well,
he was the only person on the whole case, the whole entire team, that's ever worked mass homicide. Okay, well, you're the criminologist, right? Ann Taylor's just going to work whatever comes her way and gets put on her desk. Lots of murder, though.
A dozen or more. Somewhere between 12 and 20. If you look at my resume, you can go count them. That's the first thing. And I'm working a couple right now. Actually, I just picked up another one the other day.
Oh, dang.
So
it might be
that's one of the reasons I was brought in, because I have expertise and experience on these kinds of complex mass homicide events. All right. The second thing is that when you are on a death penalty case, it is intensive.
Yeah.
Everybody's heads are in the huddle. Okay. Everybody is part of the process, because if they're not, you can miss something. And the consequences are life and death. So there's a lot of great articles on the death penalty issue, and
there really are, and it's a big issue that we need to stop. It's critical thinking and all, sir.
The work that's required and the focus that's required, and what they say is, quote, death is different, unquote. So when you have a death penalty case, you are responsible in a way that you're not in other cases, right? Because there's going to be appeals, and there's going to be, you can do it, and then you can get a second chance. You can get a couple more bites at the apple if there's a problem, or if there's a procedural error or an innocence issue. In a death penalty case, it's dangerous. So that means there has to be a very high level of trust and communication between the people working on the case. And the fact that none of the defense experts were contacted or consulted as part of this deal, in fact, were misled.
Hold the horses. We'll get back to you in a moment, Turby. Trace on the case. Are you watching, girlfriend? I'll wait. Damn, there are some unhinged people on this platform, inserting themselves where they don't belong. You weaponized this community and made it an absolute shit show. Take your accusations and get off the internet. Take care of your family and yourself. Get off the internet. All excellent words. Those were my words, by the way. Then she says, maybe you should follow your own advice. Stop the hate and lies for people you never even met. Stop the shit show. Let's do it. Trace on the case. Are you referring to me talking about Joe Schmo, your little buddy, your little pal, your little friend? Go back to Winslow, Arizona and stand near the corner, girlfriend. Got time for you today. Thank you for your comment. We love it.
By the defense attorneys as to whether or not there was going to be a plea deal.
Trace is mad because I gave her friend a little bit of hell.
Is stunning. It's a stunning context to be in. I've only experienced this kind of thing one time before, sort of. But this is pretty stunning.
How were you misled?
What?
How were you misled? Exactly.
Well, as I said, the entire posture of the case was going to trial. And that changed on the weekend and was announced to the world without being discussed among anyone. And, you know, that's, there's a lot of ways to describe that, but one is just, you know, it's misleading everybody else to let them think that there's one pathway that's happening, and that causes them to to engage in activity or make decisions and choices and planning and protocol and you know, logistics surrounding that and action plans that cause them to do massive amounts of work and commit to certain time frames, and then to sort of have the rug pulled out from underneath you for some reason without any explanation, then or now, as to why.
Did he thinks he deserved an explanation as to why Kohberger took a plea agreement and is not going to go to trial now? He thinks he deserved an explanation. He was just a hired expert that would have been paid to testify once trial started. You know, you conduct your work, you give it over to the defense, and you wait till trial. He's like, no, I deserved an explanation. Why wasn't I going to go to trial and present my work? Why?
Misleading is a gentle way of saying it. Misleading is a kind word.
So you don't have any information since the time the plea was entered.
Yeah, let's not miss that, right, Rachel? While Trace is out here reviewing my stuff and making comments like that, let's not forget what you did to a victim, Trace. Let's not. Because over here, we actually do speak up for all the victims, not just a few.
As to what changed or why they went that direction.
Well, I directly asked that question, and I was told nothing. Nothing changed.
Nothing.
Was Hitler or the court, were they encouraging the negotiations regarding the
Hitler's face palming himself, Kristen? And when that filing come in for post-conviction relief, can y'all imagine the face palm that Judge Hitler did that day? He's like, oh God, I knew he wasn't going away. I knew it.
Plea deal or
Simi is an account. Used to be a mod for Kresha, friends with Joe and Kresha, all that. She's not happy because we are looking at them. And we've seen all her comments concerning a victim, Kresha. We've seen it, and she knows it, and she doesn't like being reviewed. That's all. But nobody's really reviewing her. She's just inserting herself where it don't belong, and when people notice it, she doesn't like it. That's all it is. I don't like to have beefs with people, but that girl wants to come make comments and stick up for the Joe Schmoes of the world. We don't know. We're not doing that today, ma'am.
There's so many different theories that we've all heard online. Some that Hitler was encouraging the two sides to mediate, see if they can come to a plea deal, or was it just completely like you had no clue that these negotiations? It sounds like to me you had no clue that these negotiations were going to go down that weekend.
None at all, and it's none at all, and that sort of, in my perspective, and I don't. Ann Taylor doesn't have that much experience working death penalty cases. I do. I've done this many years, 30 years now.
Ann Taylor doesn't have much experience working death penalty cases. She was assigned the case for a reason. Not exactly. There's not that many that says Idaho. Come on, dude. She didn't represent Vallow and Daybell, but she has represented DP cases in the state of Idaho. It's okay if you got more experience, though. Jesus Christ, what do you want her to do? Run around the country looking for all these cases she can have under her belt, so when she hires you, you'll be satisfied. What is he doing, Turvey? You're a weird one.
And in my experience, it is completely inappropriate to start making major decisions like that without first getting a sense of where the evidence really is at and having a team meeting and talking about it. And that didn't happen. I will just say this. Without betraying any confidence, I can say that I asked multiple times. I asked at least twice and was given a third version of events. Every single time there was a discussion about this after the fact, I got a different answer as to what the precise sequence of events was. And in a normal case, like I said, I have clients that I've worked with for 10, 15 years. I got clients who I work with constantly on every case they work. I got clients who
Okay, so he wants us to know he's worked a tons of cases. No one's ever had a problem with me until now. Maybe Ann didn't agree with your findings that Kaylee Gonzalez's body was staged. Maybe if you hadn't have said all of that, and you said a cleanup occurred in the bathroom because it was a lack of stuff in the bathroom. Not like you saw a sign of a cleanup in that bathroom and it tested positive for blood in the drains. A lack of items in the bathroom told you that was a staged scene. We're going to really evaluate your work, sir, because we do that. We are critical thinkers. And if you're an expert for the defense about to tell me something, I'm going to listen with an open mind in case there's something there. So I am evaluating your actual work, not your playtime in the weeds.
You know, I'd trust him to do anything with me. I trust him to watch my kids. I trust him to watch my cats. I trust him with everything.
The cats.
Because over time and temperance, you learn.
No, sir. Sir, I'm very picky about who watches the kids and the cats and the dogs. No, we're picky about that over here in my world.
The ethical character of the people you're working with, and that's why you work with them again, because you don't have any problems with the way they conduct themselves, and you know that when you're not in the room, the best evidence and the best ethical posture is going to be taken. In this case, I have zero faith and confidence in Ann Taylor in terms of her posture, because every single time I've spoken with her, she's given a different version of events about whether and why and how. And so at this moment,
every single time you've talked to her, she's given you a different version of events on how you lied and how you. I thought you didn't talk to her. You were confused why she came out and made that statement about you and stuff. Is he a liar? Pants on fire? Turvey. What's in that cup, sir? Are you tipsy?
I can't violate any privilege with you because I don't know what the truth is.
In the cup.
Because I have not been told the truth yet that I can tell.
Trace on the case, he might have woo-woo in the cup. Like your buddy Pal Webtooth.
I've been given 3 different versions of events relating specifically to your question. When did the deal start? When did they start? How did they get Brian to agree to it? And the involvement of Hitler.
The involvement of Hitler? What are y'all making accusations about our face-palming judge like that for? And I got to slow my roll on the internet because I don't want to be attacked personally and doxxed and my family come after. Because someone didn't like what I said on the internet today. Not accusing or making accusations, but I see it all over the streets.
And
people's wives being called up on live streams and shit. I'm
not
scared of the streets.
A legal expert. I know what my role is, and I know what my onus is to. I know that my first onus is to being first we start with.
Y'all need to hurry up and get past your credentials, how everybody loves you that hires you, and Ann Taylor's trash. Get on to the evidence you think will set Kohberger free. Y'all get out of the weeds with it all. You sound like a bunch of gossiping ass little cackling hens out in the backyard.
You have to do your due diligence in every case because that's what satisfies due process, and due process is a requirement of the Constitution. If you don't follow that logic, you have no business being an expert or being involved in the criminal justice system. Due diligence equals due process equals constitutionality. Okay.
My papa always told me some people are just full of shit. It is what it is.
Okay. I don't know. That's the extent of my my grasp of my situation or my role. And I don't know what the legal realities are around Ann Taylor taking this case. I don't know what the legal realities are of whether or not Hitler was involved and how he was involved.
There he goes again, accusing Hitler of stuff. You better tread lightly, Mr. Turvey. He might march you right in front of his courtroom and ask you to explain yourself, sir. Have you met Judge Hitler? I'll have to look at the date on it. I'll look.
The judge or the prosecutor And I suspect
it wasn't that long ago, though.
That it was done in such a way that was problematic, which is why I'm getting 3 different versions. All right, that's the problem. So I'm not disclosing anything because I got nothing to disclose. I just don't know what the truth is. I'm as stunned, shocked, and appalled.
He doesn't know what the truth is, though. Hang on. He don't know. This was May 28th, 2026.
As the rest of you, which is why I was happy to discuss the publicly disclosed elements of this case as they relate to chain of custody for the sheath and as they relate to the untested DNA evidence from the hair found in Ethan's hand. All of this was obscured in different ways. And so bringing that to light is actually not a violation, it's a responsibility. And if you don't think that
bringing that to light, the hair in Ethan's hand was a responsibility. Huh, Turvey? Are you on that visitor's log? Because I bet you probably are. I bet you probably are.
Responsibility. Please, God, stay out of this.
Did he?
We are going to get there. Absolutely. But I got something.
Ron.
Because I'm an appellate attorney. I do primarily civil appeals.
Ron's like, I'm an appellate attorney. I do civil appeals. I'm an appellate attorney. Okay. Y'all, we got an expert coming in. Civil appellate attorney. And Kohberger's filing right now is technically civil, but okay. Ron's awake now. Ron woke up.
And so forth. But I certainly understand the appellate process. And I know that with criminal appeals, one big avenue for challenging even a plea is ineffective assistance of counsel.
Oh, we all know that, Ron. It didn't take a civil appellate attorney to bring that to light, but your audience probably needs to hear it. So you're doing a good job there, Ronnie.
Now, as I understand it, a lot of times defense attorneys are almost encouraging of their clients, hey, you need to pursue this. You need to look at ineffective assistance of counsel, get with an appellate attorney or post-judgment attorney. Yep. Is that your experience in general?
Let's just talk in general, not about this particular case.
Why not? You're here to talk about this particular case. They want all the deets and the good, and they need y'all to tell them their boy is innocent so they can feel better about themselves and their content. That's what they want you there for, Turvey, and you let them down in so many ways. Ray actually really let these people down. You could see it in their faces. They were so disappointed. They're not hearing what they want to hear from any of you experts. Dylan Martinson did all this, not Kohberger, allegedly.
Okay. So that we can dial in, all right? Yeah. In general,
dial it in.
I am often called in appellate contexts for major cases.
He's often called in for appellate cases. Y'all want to take a bet right now and see if he pops up on the team of the appellate team for Brian Kohberger? Bet him and all his work of a staged crime scene. Hair in Ethan's hands, Kaylee's face moved and body placed. Evidence of a cleanup. Do we have an appellate attorney who's willing to bite? I got to check the news today, oh boy. Guys, I got to mute for a second, and I'm going to attempt to walk out on the back porch for a second. It will not be long. Trust me. Can't do it today in Florida.
Penalty cases or, LWOP, life without parole cases, to do a review to determine whether or not, let's say, for example, if the attorney had hired an expert such as myself at the time of the trial, using those standard practices, using those protocols and procedures that are available at the time, using the science available at the time, would they have discovered the evidence that was missed? That's one of the reasons why I have a library that's worth about 30 grand, because I collect old forensic and investigative textbooks, because sometimes I'm asked to go back to 1970. Sometimes I'm focused on 1980. Sometimes it's 2005. What were the practice standards at the time? So this is a very normal involvement for me. We call it IAC, ineffective assistance of counsel. And if you can demonstrate that the attorney was ineffective in terms of hiring experts or using experts or investigating evidence, it's a big deal. Like, for example, I do a lot of casework in Kansas, and they had I can't remember the stupid rule, the case, but it was a case involving a cell phone evaluation. And the defense attorney did not have the cell phone extracted and examined. It was sitting in police holding. And when the appellate attorney got involved, they found a bunch of stuff on it, apparently. And so they used that. They took that all the way to the Supreme Court of Kansas, who ruled that negligent failure to engage an expert to examine critical evidence is actually a reversible error, evidencing ineffective assistance of counsel. So your question is apropos, and it is absolutely relevant to the present case that we're in. Imagine, again, an expert who did not want to have that hair tested. Right? How do you argue that?
I think we all shit our pants when we read that in Chris's book. Excuse my,
Wow.
That's literally what I think most of us did. We were all reading it together till late hours of the night, texting each other, going, "There's hair in his fist."
It's not just that there's hair in his hand, okay? Because this is really important to understand the context. I'm glad we're bringing this up. The hair in the hand was described in investigative and forensic reports as debris. There's no debris. Debris indicates like multiple different types of small, sort of maybe commercial material, maybe hair, maybe dust, maybe pieces of paint or carpet, things like that. A bunch of different stuff, debris, okay? This was just a clump of hair in Ethan's right hand. And the hand slipped down into the space between the mattress and the wall. And the blood went down his arm, and it glued the hair to his hand, and it glued this more hair to the actual bed frame. And I didn't know it was there because it wasn't in the reports and it wasn't being discussed until I actually went to Moscow and examined the evidence. I examined the bed frame myself and all the other evidence in the case.
Can you walk us through that when you went to the locker with, I think Payne escorted you, right?
They were all there. We had everybody was there. We had Payne and another guy. And we had the defense investigator taking pictures, and I took pictures, and this is not some secret. I billed for it. Somebody wants to go look at it. They can see it's in my report that I actually went there and documented everything before I came to my conclusions. And one of the things I found was this huge amount of blood with a bunch of hair, and I'm like, "What the hell is this?" And they're like, "Oh yeah, that's the hair." So it was not evident in the documentation it wasn't evident in the documentation that I had, nor in the investigative reports, nor in the autopsy report. It was written in such a way to obscure that fact, which in my view is problematic. And of course, at the time, everybody else thought it was problematic too. So this is not secret. This is something that everybody knows. It was submitted to the FBI for macroscopic, not microscopic, but macroscopic examination, which means looking at the physical features of the hair, the length, the color, the shape, the curls, all that good stuff that you can describe. And they excluded it as coming from Brian Kohberger. In other words, they could tell this did not belong to Brian Kohberger. Wrong color, too long, all that good stuff. Okay? Now, the next question is, let's test it and find out whose it is. Nobody wanted to test it. And that is also not secret because it was never tested. Because it was never tested, we can infer that nobody wanted it tested, not either side.
So Anne did not want that tested? Anne did not want that hair tested?
Well, it didn't get tested, and she knew about it. So,
well, we can solve the problem. Have you heard of Australia Labs and Rex Heuermann? Have you, Brent Turvey? If that hair is such a big problem, let's send it off to Australia, and they can test it without a follicle and pull some DNA out of that little baby and give us more than the length and the color. We learned in Delphi how that works, and that little hair went untested too. And guess what, Turvey? A staged crime scene, probably. And that particular hair wasn't mixed in debris in a hand. It was wrapped around a victim's finger. I feel like that hair deserves all testing. So why not send that off to Australia and let's get this problem solved?
That's the inference. There's no there's no violation of privilege here. This is
Here's the thing. Xana and Ethan slept in the same bed. Xana and Ethan probably had relations that night at some point. Xana and Ethan were very close proximity to each other when Brian Kohberger was unaliving them. Not surprised there may be a random hair mixed into the debris when Ethan was trying to fight for his life on that bed. And the little bit of time he had. So, anyway, send the hair off to Australia. We're here for it.
Thing that we know existed, didn't get tested, and they knew about it. So,
did you suggest that it should be tested?
Vehemently.
Oh.
Multiple times. It was even one of the last things I said as I was walking out the door.
Proximity and relevance to crime scene. Kind of like when we go uploading DNA into CODIS. Proximity to the crime scene and relevance to the crime scene, sir. Critical thinking and all. We do our due diligence around here.
I will just tell you this in general. I would not want to be on the stand with such a piece of evidence untested. I would not to be on the stand having to explain why. If the prosecution...
Right. Know thyself. Does it feel like we know where Kohberger might be getting a little from, a little support from? It ain't coming from the pro-burgers on YouTube. Well, it is. It ain't never went away and never will. Fangirls and all, boys and stuff. But, yeah. I'd love to see that visitor log, like I said.
Yeah, well, Dr.
Dates and all, time stamps. We like receipts, sir.
Turvey, if this was such an important piece of evidence, why wasn't it tested? That would be a death blow. That's why.
Did you ever get an explanation?
Oh, yeah, he's done one over that. Hello, Kitty, Lucky Kitty. All about how he's disappointed with Ann Taylor coming out and scolding him in her little statement. Yeah, he don't like it.
And why the defense did not have it tested?
No.
They're just baffled. No reason why the defense wouldn't want to have that tested. I think if Ann Taylor thought for a damn second that hair was relevant to her case, Ann would have wasted no time. None whatsoever. But then again, she's not very effective, so maybe not. I saw all her motions and filings where she went real hard for this guy. Planted sheath, throw it out, IgG, everything she had was thrown at that damn wall. Nothing seemed to stick.
Wow.
I have the same response because there's a lot of people wonder, did she know about this? Did she get this? How much discovery did she have? But it's very clear that she knew this hair existed. She knew that it should have been tested. Yes. I could only imagine what you felt inside when you saw that at the evidence locker. I mean, if I was prosecution, yeah, I wouldn't want that tested either.
Well,
but I don't know
how. The prosecution wouldn't want it tested either. They don't know who the hell committed the crime, Miss Ma'am. They got no idea who committed that crime. Test every damn thing. But there was 1 million particles of DNA in that house of party. Did you not do your due diligence, Kristen? Did you not see the videos of the actual parties at that home? I have. I knew right away we got a problem here in this party house. There's going to be DNA everywhere. What's relevant to the crime scene?
Just so you know, I don't have those. I'm not a regular person. I don't have those kinds of feelings. I mean, I've been doing this a long time, but I know
we're just regular, y'all. We're regular like Trisha.
I can kind of, how do I say it? I have sort of the Cassandra syndrome problem
what's
where
that?
I know what's coming.
Oh,
I know what's going to happen next. And
is that what I have? That's what I got? Cassandra syndrome? I never heard of that label. I thought it was something else, but I didn't know it was Cassandra syndrome. You can see what's coming. He's not regular. He's got the Cassandra syndrome.
Either you believe me and take action, which is why you hired me in the first place, or you don't believe me and then you suffer the consequences.
Oh.
Cassandra syndrome is where you're doomed to know the future but not be believed when you tell it.
Cassandra syndrome is where you're doomed to know the future. People won't believe you when you tell them. I know, dude. The struggle's real. He got the Cassandra syndrome, and Aunt Taylor don't want nothing to do with him.
So when I see this, I don't sit there and go, "Oh my God!" I don't have those kinds of responses. I'm like, "Well, that's interesting."
Me neither.
Let's make a note of that and circle back later on.
I'm saying,
and we'll have a conversation. Yeah, I don't not a little school. I don't get excited like a schoolgirl over stuff like that. I get excited like a little schoolgirl over my cats.
Yeah. He don't get excited like a schoolgirl over this stuff. He gets excited like a schoolgirl over his cats. And they're all like, that's so cute. That's incredibly cute. Could we see the cat? Can we see it, Turvey? Mine's asleep over there on her perch like the queen she is.
We're the same way with family law. You get a little jaded, unfortunately, for doing it.
Google's our friend, Turvey. We're going to Google Cassandra syndrome here in just a minute. Y'all remind me.
As long as we do.
We have to know. Inquiring minds want to know.
Here's the thing. It's not about being jaded for me, because what I have learned is this. I have learned that my inept little fingers should not be in charge of anything. My inept little fingers can make things worse if I don't have all of the information.
Well, can we clip that? Because that's a statement for across the board, sir. Good God, you spitting some facts in them in between your bullshit.
So I'm not jaded. What I do get is disappointed. If I were jaded, I would stop with doing this work. I think it's important. I think it's necessary. And I like to work with competent, ethical people.
Oh, goodness.
But what happens is I get disappointed by people who don't tell me the truth.
Well, a lot of us don't like that. We don't like folks coming at us with untruths, and we find out about it. It doesn't sit well.
So I just want to kind of
expect me to keep their secrets, which I'm not going to do.
Oh, goodness.
I want to just kind of close the loop on that hair that
you're going to get to close your loop. Tipsy Turvey doesn't like to keep your secrets, so don't tell him any.
Was found in Ethan's hand. Sure. You said that it was excluded as Kohbergers. Was it excluded as to any of the victims or any of the residents of the house as well?
Did they exclude it as being Dylan Mortenson's? That's what I'm asking in a coded way. We know who the victims were, Ron, and the survivors were. Of course, they should have looked to see if that rule out if that whoever's hair, get a sample from everybody. When we finally arrest the guy that did it, we'll get a hair sample from him. Let's rule it all out. Without a follicle, we got to do it by color and length and stuff. Does it match his? Not the right color, not the right length. Okay, that rules him out, right, Ron? Explain it to the folks.
It was never compared to anyone else in the house. In fact, I'll give you another reality check here, which is that
he's going to give us some reality checks. He's saying that when they reviewed the hair, he told us a minute ago about it going to the lab, explained the differences of what they do with it, their little microscope. But they didn't compare it to the roommates that were survived. They just ruled out that it's not Kohberger's. Did they rule out that it wasn't Xana's? Tell us all about it. Give us some reality checks.
As we are all learning, we don't know all the people who were in the house that night.
Oh, we don't? Has he not read the police reports and heard all them interviews out here on the YouTube streets? Who else was there that we don't know about? An accomplice? Another surviving roommate that we don't know about? She's a secret? Because that one girl did move out a few weeks before the crime, so she wasn't even there. In fact, her and her beautiful mom have a foundation. It's the whole thing. Anyway, what do you mean, sir? Who else was there we don't know about? Kopaka?
We don't know. We don't have that list. We know who claimed to live there, or
we know who claimed to live there. What is he talking about? How uninformed is this man, this expert? This girl loves him. We don't want to put you on blast too long, girlie.
Who were legitimately there, but we don't know who all the visitors were. We don't know where people were sleeping necessarily.
He doesn't know where they were sleeping necessarily. Dylan was in her room, peeking in and out of the door, hearing things all night. Bethany was literally down in the basement bedroom all by herself. Kaylee and Maddie went upstairs. Ethan and Xana were already in their room. Okay, well, hell.
Until the moment of the attack.
He didn't see all the discovery? What? Next question?
Were there
And-
any
and just-
other notable characteristics of the hair that was found?
Yeah.
What were they?
Exactly. What were they? What are we doing up here? Are they pulling teeth? They took him back to the dentist. He's already got some issue going on with his. He had to cancel the first interview and push it back because he thought he could go to the dentist that day and then come talk that night and realized he couldn't. So they had to reschedule the interview. But they're up there. What is going on? If he's got legitimate information and a real concern, lay it all out on the line. Don't wait on these people to pick it apart for you, Turvey. I could have interviewed you and got to the bottom of all this real fast and got to the nuts and the bolts of the case, but they're just along for the ride, fangirling and all.
It's about that long. This was that long, and it was a blonde, reddish, sort of sandy brown. And I didn't look at the macroscopic detail, but
Why not? I thought it was important. Fuck, what happened? You just described Xana's hair, by the way. Or Ethan's, depending on the length. But you didn't bother to look at it as such an important piece of evidence that you feel should have had so much further testing. You didn't bother to look at the test results? And that's popping up in little Kohberger's handwritten filing. Huh. He's damn straight. Okay, Turvey. Tell us more about how you don't completely read the reports of the most critical piece of evidence in the case. Go ahead.
the macroscopic detail that they were able to discern, other macroscopic detail, eliminated it from being Kohberger's. Kohberger's hair is short and black, right? This is medium length, and blondish.
So it was Xana's hair in her boyfriend's hand that probably came off the bed as he was struggling to stay alive and hands slipping down between. Kohberger's got black short hair. So it was ruled out as Kohberger's. It was probably Xana's. Therefore, relevance to the crime scene. Turvey, you criminologist, reconstructionist person.
Sandy brown. That more than that, you don't need. All you need is 1 point of difference, and you're done.
Oh, but was there 1 point of difference? You didn't bother to look at the results completely. I hope that somebody's watching you on YouTube for your statements and all that.
Was there sufficient substance to that hair that DNA testing could have been done from it?
It's a fun question. I don't know because I didn't examine it. What you're asking, I think, Ron.
You didn't examine the hair? What you think Ron's going to ask is, what about a follicle and such? Something. I don't know. Let's see.
Is whether or not there were roots, right? Roots can give you one kind of DNA, but it's hair. Hair has mitochondrial DNA. You can test it for mitochondrial DNA, whether you've
Send it to Astrea.
If you just have the shaft. These do that all the time in other cases. So yeah, if you've even got a little fragment of hair, you can test it for DNA. Not a confirmatory amount to identify a person or a source, but you can exclude people.
Sounds like a certain, potentially a female's hair.
Well, I'll tell you this.
Potentially a female's hair, Kristen says. Yes. Potentially Xana Kernodle's hair, not Dylan Mortenson's. Have you seen her long blonde hair? Blonde as blonde can be. Have you seen it? Have you seen Xana Kernodle? Have you bothered to look at the victims to see what color hair they have and the length of their hair? Huh.
Well, I will divulge this. When other people saw it, not me.
I don't call them mean girls. That's what people call some girls in Delphi. They're just uninformed girls.
People saw it, they thought it was a female's hair. And I thought, okay, well, That's a good theory. It's also possibly a male's hair.
So, Jesus, Turvey, we'll get to the bottom of it. Examine it and look at the report. You just said you didn't examine the hair and you didn't fully read the report, but yet it's your biggest piece of problem evidence right now. And Kohberger is citing it in his little filing. So you're not pleading your case very well now. Not my fault, yours. I came with an open mind, and by God, if there's evidence there, I'm there for it. But you're right now showing me there's not. That it's Xana's hair. But these girls want it to be Dylan's so bad. Remember what you said about people who want the Dylan Mortensen goods, what they're doing in the background with it? Remember you said that nasty shit, sir? On their panel. Fangirls. You said that on their panel.
Because men wear their hair different ways. I don't think like that. But let's not guess. That's what I always say.
And look, some men don't have hair at all on their head. Some have partial hair on their head. Some girls have fake hair on their head. I hear that's the hottest thing going these days. I couldn't live with that shit tied up in my hair like that. Get the fuck off me. Excuse my language.
Hey, let's not guess.
Let's test it.
Let's do it.
Find out. There are people who will say, and I don't mean to impugn lawyers, but there are many lawyers who are not as, we'll say, enlightened or motivated or competent as you. And they will
they're not as competent as you. Himself or them people.
Say, never ask a question you don't know the answer to. That's the most nonsensical thing I've ever heard. That's something from TV and movies. In reality, if you are trying to find out what's happening in your case, you need to test the evidence that's relevant. You don't ever want to go into court not knowing the answer to those questions. You don't want surprises in court. You want to go in, like the value of me, for example, is you call me in, and I'll tell you both the strengths and the weaknesses of your case. You're going to know from where the blade will fall. All right? And that is...
You're going to know from where the blade will fall? Interesting, since that guy used a big blade to unalive those victims. We'll let that metaphor go.
Much more important than me going in and going, rah, 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 you're so great, your guy's innocent.
Oh my God.
That's nonsense. That's not going to help you.
Waste of money.
It's not going to help you at all. I go in there and I say...
Should have heard the way that WebToofs described this case. It was quite appalling.
Here's what they got, here's what it means, and here's what you need to do to figure out whether or not it's accurate.
Do you know where that hair is still today? Is it still sitting in the evidence locker? Does Ann Taylor have access?
No, Ann threw it away. Kristen. Where's that hair at today? The debris? Is it in the elevator? She don't know where it's at. Turvey, do you know?
To get that hair tested, should she want to at this point?
I don't know the answer to the logistical question is where it's at right now. Couldn't tell you. It would be standard practice for the FBI to return the hair.
He's a national treasure, Simi.
Hair to the Moscow PD. They have the custody of that hair.
Her name was Sally Port. Did she get that from Karen Reed?
The court can demand testing at any time if they wanted to. Just like the court could demand an allocution in this case, which they didn't.
Hitler didn't demand an allocution or require y'all to test that hair. He's the judge, sir. He's not the attorney handling the case for Brian and Christopher Kohberger. But you are making some strong allegations against that judge throughout this whole process. Interesting. He's the one that got the filing from Kohberger about, I want a new trial, ineffective counsel. She lied to me about life in prison. She coerced me into signing that plea deal. That I should tell the world I did it when I did not.
Which is actually required to make sure you're not having a false confession. And I want to make that point really quickly before I lose it.
You want to examine false confessions, Turvey? You want to dig in deep? Crack open a Delphi document, sir. And get back to us, you little freedom fighter.
And that is that fully more than 25% of the cases that are worked by the Innocence Project involve innocent people confessing to crimes they didn't commit at the urgence of their attorney.
That's what the Innocent Project's about, sir.
Just remember that statistic. It's pretty important.
Well, we are well aware, Turby, that wrongful convictions happen in this country. We're well aware of it. We don't like it at all. We don't approve of it. We don't applaud it. We don't celebrate it. I think it's appalling and it's unjust. And it shows flaws in our justice system. But to have you sit up here and make light of it with these three who are wanting the goods on Dylan Martinson, salivating. But you go ahead and get to that in a little bit if you get quit sipping.
I think it's important that you brought that up right now. In fact,
yeah.
There's other hair that was also found.
Oh,
upstairs as well. And one of those clumps of hair supposedly had bloody roots as well.
Bloody roots?
Is that true?
I don't know. I'm not.
Ron, where did you hear that? Where you hear we got hair with bloody roots from upstairs? In the room where two of the victims were found, maybe?
Not aware of that.
Okay.
But I mean, there have been, like I said, there have been tons of disclosures on this case subsequent to the plea. And once the plea occurred, my involvement was over.
Okay. Yeah, it actually was. I think it was in Chris's book that there was hair found both next to Maddie and next to Kaylee, which one of which might.
We've read the documents too. Hello, Lucky Kitty. But the thing about that debris is like when Cy Ray describes it, there's probably a couple of hairs in it, right? And they did rule it out as being Brian Kohberger's, and they did match that it was consistent with Ethan Chapin's. So Turvey to make a big deal about it when there's documentation about it, claiming that it wasn't tested properly, but yet he didn't bother to look at it himself and examine it or read the full report. So, but he's out here living large on YouTube, making a huge deal about it. Now it popped up in the little handwriting filing for post-conviction relief. It's weird.
They've had bloody roots, and which also was not consistent with any of the people in the house or with Brian Kohberger.
The bloody hair follicle is not consistent with Kohberger or any of the victims or any of the survivors. What are you suggesting, Ron? Do you have an idea of whose it could be? Y'all let that poor man rest in peace.
So that's not something that you saw, though, right?
That's not something I examined. I was
Ron.
focused on sort of reconstructing the events of the evening, focusing on the sheet, which was clearly, sort of intentionally placed where it was.
What? That sheath was what? Huh. It was placed there like that, and he's focusing on that sheath placement because Friday Filer was wondering, could it have been planted? Turvey's like, well, give me the photos and I'll take a look and tell you.
Well after the crime occurred and blood had dried, and focusing on the staging elements, focusing on the...
Sammy, we can't believe him right now. We don't know. It could have been anybody's hair, but a bloody follicle, it probably belonged to one of the victims.
The timeline of events and the...
Or it could have been on the victim's bed because she may have had relations with her boyfriend the night before. We don't know. His hair could have been on the bed, ended up bloody. I don't know. But Turvey's he's hyper-focused on these hairs. Again, we can remove the death penalty in this country, and simplify the process, and we can also send these hairs to Austria labs. Ask Rex Heuermann. They'll get to the bottom of it.
The different methods of killing that were involved and the different weapons that were involved. So.
Now we're going to get to the knife sheath because I know everybody wants to talk about that, but really quick with respect to the allocution, because I
know thyself, my hair is everywhere, right? I am that lady. It's everywhere. I got to pull that crap up when I'm trying to cook and stuff. I'm not having all that. You find my son, if I drive his truck, your hair is in my truck. Sorry. Let me pick it out before I get it. He makes fun of me. Your hair. Like, Jesus Christ, stay away from it. I don't know.
I don't want to lose my train of thought.
Yeah.
Can you elaborate a little bit?
That's why you got to wear, when y'all go somewhere, you know you're leaving your DNA everywhere. You're shedding your DNA. And you don't want it to accidentally get transferred onto a knife sheath one day. When the lady goes, when you go to the store and you're like examining the cereal box, you're like, oh, I don't want that cereal. It looks like it's unhealthy. I put it back. Then the next lady comes, oh, there's that cereal my kids love, and she gets it. And then she went home. Your DNA is on the cereal box. Remember that. This is going to go to this case right here. This is a lot of people's analogy. So then you get home with your groceries. You get them out of your car. You unpack them and you put them away. You don't go wash your hands, but you go to your bedroom and you handle your sheath. And now you've transferred that DNA from the cereal box you picked up. Now it's on your hands. Now it got onto that sheath that you're playing with. And then your sheath ends up at a crime scene with the person who looked at the cereal. It's their DNA, really, not yours. Transferred DNA could have come from anywhere. Anywhere. I'm trying not to leave my DNA out and about in public because I don't want it to come bite me in the ass later when a glove is found 2 miles away from a crime scene and they run IgG on it and it pops back up as mine because I dropped it. Yeah, I don't want to be that person.
More on that. I mean, I think we were all pretty shocked that Brian didn't have to provide any details regarding the who, what, when, where, why of these crimes. Other than him simply admitting guilt, he provided no additional information. Is this consistent with other cases that you've worked on?
No, not only not consistent, it's entirely improper. It would be setting the stage for a great miscarriage of justice without having some confirmatory information to demonstrate because there's no actual direct evidence of his involvement at the crime or the crime scene. You know, we don't have that. So what we need from any defendant in this case would be an explanation of what was done, how it was done, and that explanation should lead to corroborating evidence. You know.
Turby, did you ask? Well, I guess you think Brian was being duped or something. That's why he took the plea deal and lied to him. I get it. And lied to Kohberger. But if Kohberger vehemently believed in his innocence, why would he allow Ann to lie to him about what prison life's going to look like and him say, you know what, I'll just roll the dice. Even though I'm innocent, I'll go anyway. I can't make that part make sense, but okay. Y'all ever ask him? Any of y'all ever ask him in your letters? Did y'all bother to write him a letter? Because I felt so strongly I'd be writing the guy letters.
If it doesn't, then we have a problem. And the reason why it matters is because, again, that statistic I cited, which is that, you know, almost a third of cases involve clients or defendants that are pushed to take a plea that are actually innocent because they feel like they don't have an advocate or don't have any support, and but at the time they make they accept the plea, they are alone in the world and mentally deteriorated to the point of giving up. So
that's something you guys have talked about quite a bit. I don't even think we were aware of how many people take a guilty plea for those reasons you just described.
It's a lot. It's a lot, and that's why people like me have a job in that part of the criminal justice realm and the appellate realm. Now, again, I worked a case one time in Colorado, for example. A guy completely confessed to killing somebody. All right. Come to find out, that person was still alive. He got arrested. He got charged. The guy he confessed to killing was still alive. Right? If a person is going to...
There was a case, y'all, we investigated and looked at hard when this was all happening way back when. So there is a case out there, and it is on case law, and it's actually real. There was a guy that needed 911 one night, and they show up, ambulance. They put a pulse oximeter on the tip of his finger. If y'all know what that is, it clips onto the finger and reads the oxygen level. Heart rate is also there. I got 3 of them in the house right now. Anyway, his DNA is there, right? Another call comes in later that night. This time there's a crime involved. They get the guy in the ambulance. They place that same pulse oximeter on that man's finger. Guess what really did happen? And they proved it. The other guy's DNA was still on the pulse oximeter, now on that man's hand. And I can't remember the name of the case. I'm going to have to go back and look that up. But it was absolutely proven later in court that that's exactly what happened. And they had the wrong guy based on that. So these things do happen, but you got to make it has to make sense, and you got to have the evidence to back it all up. You can't come in with a fanciful theory about it. Not with a bunch of experts involved, tipsy-turvy. Uh-oh. Swamp signal. I might have to take it down and bring it back up. I don't want to do all that. Sometimes it'll catch up to us. What's happening? It ain't gonna work. Hold on. Let me make sure I know where I'm at. Hang on. We don't need woo-woo. We're trying to get through this interview. All right. I have no idea why it does that when it won't cooperate. So ridiculous. Okay.
Again, I worked a case one time in Colorado, for example. A guy completely confessed to killing somebody. All right. Come to find out, that person was still alive. He got arrested. He got charged. The guy he confessed to killing was still alive.
Hey, come on now.
Right?
What's going on here?
If a person is going to take a plea, then they must allocute. And that allocution requires that they give details of the crime that nobody else has, so that they can be certain that they are confessing to a crime that they actually committed. Not like in, let's say, in Latin America, for example, people can people will plead guilty to crimes they didn't commit for money and serve the time for wealthy people. That happens a lot.
Have you seen any cases that have been set aside after the fact or appealed or habeas corpus based on ineffective assistance of counsel for the lack of requirement of allocution?
No, because again, it would not be allowed to happen. Nobody would allow that to happen. This happened. This case is replete with first times, with outlandish and bizarre occurrences that don't occur in other places.
A lot of folks I knew, Rachel, refused to even watch this video, his interview. I'm like, I'm going to go watch it because I'm going to always have an open mind. And he was literally going to come testify for the defense. You damn right I'm going to go watch it. Right? It says a lot of interesting things, don't he, when people actually watch it.
And I think we're forgetting that even though Idaho is part of the United States isn't a country of all these places that get along with the same rules and laws. It's
nowhere individual, sir. What, dude?
A series of little fiefdoms where people control the narratives, where people can decide when the law gets applied and where.
What?
And it's not like we think. And I know because I work in all these, there are places I won't testify anymore. I won't testify in Mississippi, for example.
Well, we don't, it's Mississippi, dude. Come on. We know there's a, Turpy's like, I don't mess around down there in Mississippi. I can't do the South.
I won't testify. I won't go there and work cases.
Dirty bastards.
Other places I won't go in the world because I know that the justice system is not reliable or ethical. When participating, it actually makes it look like you're being reliable and ethical when they're not. So there are places I will not lend my name to. But Idaho apparently is running its own little system there that's not abiding by sort of the criminal justice norms in death penalty cases that I can tell.
That he can tell. Really? Idaho running a scheme? What are we doing out there in Idaho, sir? You're making big allegations about a state with a bunch of high-profile cases in its lap. Interesting. What are they doing out there dancing in the dark in Idaho trying to put folks into firing squad?
And you've worked on, it sounds like, quite a few cases where there was either DNA or some other evidence that led to someone being exonerated, exculpatory evidence, and they're out now.
Yeah, many. I worked on a case just a few months ago where my report. It's Kansas versus Julius Beasley. You can look it up. It was just 2 months ago, and I had prepared a report in that case a year ago, showing the crime scene was staged and the police had the wrong person. They arrested this homeless woman's boyfriend for stabbing her to death.
He likes the staged crime scenes, don't he?
And I was able to prove the crime scene was staged, the body was moved, she was killed somewhere else and dumped there, and all the elements were there for that. They didn't like.
Huh. Well, maybe we should get you to examine some photos over there in Delphi, Indiana, sir. Mr. Authority on stage scenes and moved bodies and all. Huh.
Like that, but they also found out that other people had confessed to the crime, describing it exactly as I had in my report. And so my report, I wound up doing a second report showing.
Could you imagine what he would do with that exculpatory evidence in Delphi if he knew about it?
That the police had gone back and tried to scrape over everybody who had given information that was exculpatory and hide video evidence and all this good stuff. They were, so the court, the DA actually, a new DA got assigned the case, read both of my new reports and was like, we can't take this to trial. He's not the guy. And they let him out. So I never think, but I don't think in those terms. I think in terms of what happened. All right. And a lot of the cases I work that are appellate cases, we get people exonerated. You can go through my resume. You can see the cases I've worked where charges have been dismissed in death penalty cases or.
Oh, we will look into it, sir. We love a little research here every now and again. When will you show up on Kohberger's filing?
Murder one cases, you can see the cases where people have been exonerated because of my testimony and that sort of thing. And you can also, you may not know, but I've also worked quite a bit for the police and for attorney general's offices in different parts of the world, assisting with prosecutions and assisting with keeping the right people in jail and keeping the wrong people from going to jail. So
Dr. John type coming in hot.
The world is full of ethical attorneys and ethical investigators and ethical prosecutors and
experts.
Sometimes they do the right thing when the evidence is presented to them in the right way.
Suppose an appellate attorney came to you on behalf of Brian. We don't know if he's talked with anybody or if that's in the works or anything.
Now remember, this interview was before they all found out yesterday that he's going to do this filing. They all been waiting on it. Kathy's Indie Zone, I think she's been doing a series over there on, she's been educating the public out. I haven't watched any of the videos. I know she's been doing them, trying to educate all of them on post-conviction relief. Good for you, ma'am.
Let's suppose that an appellate lawyer came and talked to you and wanted to see, maybe with another expert, do you have any evidence, any thing that you can offer that you think would provide good ground for this being set aside in some manner? Would you?
Yeah, Turby. What's going to make the difference in this if he files appeal? But he just filed it, Ron. You got a show out on that yet? You probably do. We should probably watch it one night for fun.
Have a lot to give them.
Well, yes, my report. My report and the report of every other guilt phase expert working on the case. So every guilt phase expert submitted a report that lines up with mine. Every one of them.
Oh, really?
So what I'm telling you is this is
the guilt phase experts align with you. Huh.
Bizarre occurrence that comes way out of left field with no change in the status of the evidence that appears to point every arrow away from Brian Kohberger. I would say this. I will say it another way. Often in cases like this, I anticipate a future involvement being called at the ineffective assistance of counsel hearing.
Oh, whoa, sir. Boom, chakalaka, boom, there it is. What do we have here? Hold on. Did I hear that correctly? Are we calling it now here at our little community that this guy's going to be on Brian Kohberger's appellate team? What'd you just say, Turvey? Can I back it up without my shit going crazy?
Any evidence, any thing that you can offer that you think would provide good ground for this being set aside in some manner? Would you have a lot to give them?
Well, yes, my report. My report and the report of every other guilt phase expert working on the case. So every guilt phase expert submitted a report that lines up with mine. Every one of them. So what I'm telling you is this is a bizarre occurrence that comes way out of left field with no change in the status of the evidence that appears to point every arrow away from Brian Kohberger. I would say this. I will say it another way. Often in cases like this, I anticipate a future involvement being called at the ineffective assistance of counsel hearing for the attorneys involved. Because again, like we started out talking about this, can you imagine a situation where a forensic expert was?
Well. You expect to be called on a case like this during the appellate process. Ann Taylor didn't give you your moment to shine in court. I guarantee you've talked to Brian Kohberger.
Involved directly in trying to conceal exculpatory evidence from the defendant. Can you imagine that? I'm not gonna live that life. That's not gonna work.
Brian said that she hid exculpatory evidence from him by the way of hair in Ethan's hand. Turvey, Jesus Christ, dude.
Have to make sure that everyone understands it. And the other problem is there's nobody talking to Kohberger except for his family and his attorney, which is still Ann Taylor.
Nobody? How do you know? How you know nobody's talking to Brian Kohberger but his family and Ann Taylor? How do you know that, Turvey? Did you see his visitor log? Did you get a FOIA request on who writes him love letters? I mean, support letters? Interesting. Girls here, Kristen and Sam, Ron, critical thinking questions and follow-up questions would have been fantastic.
Which again is, I think, a little problematic, but that's not my call.
That's a lot of problematic. That's a lot. I really hope his family at some point sees that maybe they should be talking to someone else at some point.
Yeah. I don't know how that'll happen. If she's controlling everything and access to him, which appears to be what's going on.
Ann Taylor's controlling access to Brian Kohberger. That appears to be what's going on. You were clamoring to get in that prison to see that dude, weren't you? You finally got in there? Turvey. See what you can find out when you don't sit in the weeds and hate the host so much you can't listen to the interview? Huh. I'm listening, Turvey. Tell me more.
I mean, we talked about this in the pre-interview, and that is that I don't know what Mr. Kohberger knows or does not know. I don't know what he's been provided or not. I don't know how he's been provided that.
He just got provided some information about some debris or hair in the hand of his victim. Huh.
Don't have any information about that.
I might be all-knowing, sir. I might have saw this coming. Cassandra syndrome. I gotta write it down so we can Google it later. I don't know if I have it. I might need to seek help when I Google what I have. All right, back to you.
What I do know is, in general, when you're working especially on a death penalty case, you have to have...
My snark is running low on coffee, so I'm going to go make a fresh pot, Turvey, while I let you talk. You're kind of weirding out my chatters, but we're going to hear you out because we don't want Kohberger to get the chance at a new trial for no good reason. Well, we got faith in the appellate process that he's got to bring just cause by the law to get what he needs.
Defendant who's actively involved and capable of participating in their defense because they are the decision maker. In this case, what do we got? The argument was, I didn't make this argument. This was a public argument made by Ann Taylor,
Oh.
so it's not a secret.
Wait a minute.
I think she thinks everything she says is a secret. It's not.
Everything she says is a secret, and it's not. Dude, I've been watching this lady for a long time, and I saw every court hearing Kohberger ever had from the first day he ever appeared in court. I didn't miss a single hearing, sir. No. I didn't miss one single document either over here. We're still waiting on more to become unsealed and the great unsealing that never happened.
The reality is that the argument was he had mental health issues. He was not. He was mentally infirm in a lot of different ways and had different disabilities that he was dealing with.
Oh.
That was her presentation to the world. If you accept that as truth, then it's difficult to see how he could participate meaningfully in his defense.
Yeah, we clocked that, sir. We didn't need you to tell us, Turvey, when Ann was up there telling us about all his disabilities and dysfunctions. We wondered, how can he assist in his own counsel then? But she never went after his mental competence, sir. She never went and said he was mentally incompetent to stand trial. She said, you're going to find my client bizarre. She wanted to let the jury be aware of his conditions that he had pre-trial so they would understand why he was sitting there acting so bizarrely. Should we crack open the document and revisit it, Turvey? Girls on panel. It's a little thing called the Idaho docket. It's a nicely packaged up little place to visit.
Even if given all the information. What?
Just to clear up, because I think you kind of already said it, but it wouldn't be standard practice for you to ever communicate within the scope of your role as an expert with Brian, but you never had communication with Brian.
No, let's make this very clear. I get asked because a lot of times I get confused for a psychologist.
Really?
A lot of times judges and attorneys, they confuse my role for that as a psychologist.
How does the judge confuse your role when the defense attorney should say criminologist, crime scene reconstructionist? Where does psychologist fit into that? He's calling judges uninformed and ignorant?
Report today that the client wanted me to write about the psychological impact of X, Y, and Z. And I'm like, I'm not doing that. I'm not a psychologist.
No, that's Dr. John's job. Haven't you heard the news today? Oh boy. That's Dr. John's job.
Hire a psychologist.
All right, going for the coffee.
I don't talk to defendants unless I absolutely have to. I've done it maybe in 30 years. I've done it maybe 8 times, maybe. And that's only to go.
Maybe 9 now? Maybe 9 times now? Oh, hell, I broke it again.
Over facts and details at a crime scene to help me understand what happened when they were already stating there was like a self-defense case. And they're saying, this is what happened. And let me show you how. That makes sense. I don't go interview serial killers. I don't go interview mass murderers. I don't interview defendants. I don't collect, mugs and photographs of myself with people. I'm not a trophy collector. That's sick to me. My job is to keep myself objective to the physical evidence. And if I make connections with or communicate with or relationships with defendants, that can get in the way of my objectivity. That's number one. But number two, and this is why I like talking to you guys because you're legal minds. What happens if I go talk to a defendant in the lockup and he discloses everything to me and then I go on the stand and testify? What happens?
It compromises your report and your role as an expert.
No privilege.
There's no privilege. There's no privilege. There you go. Sam gets the most points for not going over.
And didn't I think when we talked at the pregame, didn't Ann want you to go talk to him by yourself? Like not even necessarily in her presence?
Yeah. I would assume it would be in her presence or with the investigator or something, but multiple times I was asked if I wanted to meet with him and I explicitly said no. I don't do that. That's not what I do. You need me to be completely objective and focused on the physical evidence, not on anything to do with what Mr. Kohberger has to say. And
Do you think that there was any intentional reason behind her wanting you to speak with Kohberger?
Yeah. Oh yeah, the whole thing. Again, this is part of the misleading me. She wanted to convince me he was innocent, and I said to her, I don't care. When I'm on the stand, and this is not, again, it's not a secret. I will tell this to any client who hires me. If you put me on the stand and ask me, what do you think of so-and-so? I will say the same thing. I don't care. I don't care about Brian Kohberger. I don't care about any of the other people involved. I don't care about anybody. I'm not here to make friends. I'm not here to get a date. I'm not here to get political clout. I am here to represent the physical evidence in the trial. I am here to be an objective voice for the physical evidence that exists and does not exist. That's what I do. That's the value that I bring. If I can't do that, then I have no real value, is my opinion.
And we'll get into all your scientific based conclusions at the end, but I know there's so many comments, so many people want to know. Can we just give them a little taste of what you believe the evidence has shown with respect to him being guilty?
Well, first of all, he is guilty legally. Guilt is a legal posture. He stated that he was guilty in court, and the court basically said, "Yep, you're guilty, and here's your sentence." Okay, so from a legal posture, he's legally guilty. Here's the problem, and this is the conflation of things. You can be legally guilty and factually innocent. Happens all the time. You can be factually guilty and legally innocent. Happens all the time. Okay, so the legal posture is you're guilty. Okay, that legal posture can change. It is not, how do I put this? The law can be negotiated, but science cannot. Okay, the law is negotiated. Well, I'll say it the same way I said this in West Memphis back in the day, back in the long time ago, when I was young and had no beard and was much fatter. There's no physical evidence that suggests that Brian Kohberger is responsible for this crime. That's all you got. That's all I can say. There's no physical evidence which suggests Brian Kohberger is responsible for this crime. And anybody who says differently is twisting themselves into a pretzel with unconfirmed circumstantial theories they've created in their head. And by the way, that's why the prosecution was very clearly interested in making a deal.
Yeah. Doesn't explain why the defense made the deal.
Nope. Does not.
All right, let's get into the knife sheath. Let's get into that. Sam, you wanna start us off with that section?
Yeah, I mean, well, I just want to hear from you, Dr. Turvey. What happened? How did you?
So if he says there's no physical evidence to say Kohberger's could be guilty, including the knife sheath or the sheath DNA evidence, did he see any physical evidence that said somebody else was? Just curious. He's an interesting guy, isn't he, y'all? Yeah, it's not what she asked, Carrie said. Dancing around the truth, the tube of it all. He's dancing around questions, right? And he's done that. He does that throughout the interview when they ask her, because these girls really want the goods. It's no way to, like I said, you can't hide it. They want the goods on Mortensen, right? But yeah, he doesn't tell them what they want to hear. And when they interviewed Cy Ray, it was worse. He really didn't say what they wanted to hear.
First go, there's an issue with the sheath, because that's one of the biggest pieces of quote unquote evidence that everyone's talking about, that the prosecution is always
cruel. It's the biggest piece of evidence. You're right about that, little girl, young lady. Truth and transparency of it all is all that. Truth and transparency is all that matters. Making videos of dead victims is not fun or cute.
Pointed at Brian about.
But it was very transparent.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's quite a few problems. And the first one is its placement.
Placement?
It is very clearly underneath.
Placement of the sheath. Now, we've known, according to court documents we have read here with our own eyes, where that sheath was found. Partially under, in fact, the PCA told us where it was found. But people wanted to pick it apart. How did the cop not see it from the doorway? Well, because it was partially under a victim and a blanket. So from the doorway, he wouldn't have been able to view it. But they got big ideas about that sheath, thanks to Brian Kohberger's defense team. We can't miss that either. Friday Filer and all that stuff.
One of the victim's thighs sticking out, covered by a comforter, and very evident when you look at it in the photographs. It's hard to miss. But the problem is the knife sheath itself is clean, for lack of a better word. It's not been used. So that's the first thing. There's no use.
The sheath was clean, but it hadn't been used. We've seen the sheath evidence photos and the specks of blood and where they point out where there's a mixture and things of that nature. So it wasn't clean. What do you mean it wasn't used? Like it didn't have a lot of wear and tear. And while we were looking at what evidence there was at Kohberger, and I forgot to mention one thing when I said sheath on the DNA on the sheath, grainy car footage, cell phone data. We forgot to put in the little ditty about the Amazon purchases of a K-bar knife and sheath and the replacement purchase of a knife sheath after the victims were killed. That's just probable cause evidence, though, not proof of anything. But the man ordered a knife just like the one used in the crimes.
It's not like somebody wore it on their belt, and not like somebody scratched it or pulled things in and out, pulled the knife in and out of it.
Well, he ordered it in March, if it's his, took it with him to Washington State, took it with him across the state line into Idaho from there. We theorize he may have practiced with that knife in the living room to get familiar with it because it's a big, bulky, mean little knife. Accidentally transferring DNA onto the snap, thinking as a criminology student, I wore my gloves, I'm good.
It's pristine, other than a couple little areas of flecks of blood. So that's the first problem. One, its placement, the location. You can't drop it and find it in that spot, and you can't. There's no evidence of usage of the.
Why don't you go back to the prison and visit Kohberger and say, look, dude, if you did it, when did you pull the knife out of the sheath? When did it drop to the bed? Because you had two victims all at once to handle. Things got sideways real fast. And the fact there is not a ton of evidence all over that sheath, not like a mess people would envision. But because of where it was placed and how it was placed, there are specks of blood on it, sir. The victim's blood, to be exact.
The sheath and
a partial mix where they know it's Kaylee and they know it's Santa, and an unknown male mixture that they cannot identify as Kohberger's or rule it out, so they weren't bringing it to court. It's called documents.
There's no evidence of any massive bloody transfer, which would be expected. If somebody slid that under there, that person would have the bloody hands, we assume.
Oh, Leslie and Billy.
And we infer that it would have bloody hands, and there would be blood on it. There's no blood like that on it. No transfer from hands, and only a little bit of spatter. But it's on top of a sheet that is covered with a star field of blood spatter. Okay? And that blood spatter is not, how do I put it? And this is, again, it's not secret. This has all been revealed. This has all been revealed over and over again. It's just a question of putting it together. The sheet itself has no transfer from that blood on the sheet.
Rachel, I don't believe this man had that thing strapped to a belt to start with. I don't know why people are hung up on that. I could never I never got hung up because you know what I figure he could have also done? He could have wore Dickie overalls into that house with a big deep pocket, y'all, that doesn't require you to put your little sheath on a belt. Who needs all that? I'm wearing a kill suit, possibly. I got a big deep pocket just to drop this sheath in when so people got hung up on all of that, right, Rachel? And I could never figure out why. Why does it have to be on on a belt? Does he go in to cut a rug at the bar that night and had it, strapped to the side? What are we doing?
Sheet to the top of the sheath as it slid into that position. And none of those transfers are smeared, which means it happened after the blood dried. That's the first set of problems we got. The second thing is it was originally observed to be on the floor by Taylor at the crime scene. All right.
There's big debate on that. I've been kind of, they're unpacking that over there on the other side of the street. I haven't seen real proof of that yet, where Ann Taylor says, I absolutely see it on the floor. When did she see it on the floor? Walked in there and saw it? A picture? Where is that picture of that knife on the sheath? I'm sorry, sheath on the floor. I know them pro-burgers want their hands on it. I do too, actually. If that's really the case, and Ann Taylor with her own eyes saw that, how did it get to the floor? Did they get it off the floor and then stick it on the bed? What are you suggesting? But we need to see receipts that actually even happened, because I've not seen them anywhere on the YouTube streets, and it ain't for them. They're trying hard to figure that out.
Much later on. And then finally, of course, after I'd written my report, we had done
Rachel, they do here. I mean, it's not uncommon for men in my family to have their knife. 9 times out of 10, some of them do strap it, but these guys hunt, they fish, there's knives everywhere. But I don't picture Kohberger dressing up for the evening and putting on his Go Sunday clothes and is strapping on his K-bar and going to town for a little shopping over there in Moscow, where the shopping's better, according to WSU Mom Kim. That's why he goes over there, because the shopping's better.
Very good job was done of going through some chain of custodies, and I was given this chain of custody. Said, Turvey, what do you think? Because we think it's a problem, but maybe you have a different opinion because you're a forensic scientist and we're not. What do you think? And I'm like, this
forensic
chain
scientist.
of custody's been falsified. People go to jail for that. They get put on leave, investigated, fired, and then
put on leave, investigated, fired, and then sent off down there to the penitentiary. My guy, if you could really get up here and not make light of this case and laugh about it and bring me actual evidence to show there could be something here, I'd be here for it. I wouldn't crack on you so bad. Legit.
Criminally investigated and go to jail for that. So.
Not in Idaho. Pretty,
not in Idaho, apparently. Apparently, it's no big deal.
Their own rules.
Well, anytime you have anytime you have an attorney or a police officer telling you that chain of custody is no big deal, that to me is a red flag that suggests you should look at every one of their cases to see whether or not they've been falsified in chain of custody.
That prosecutor in Delphi said geofence don't mean nothing, because the guy he accused was not in the geofence warrant.
Because a lot of agencies put up with it. A lot of agencies will just ignore when a chain of custody has been falsified.
Yeah, and of course, the law enforcement there.
But the alt suspects numbers were. I'm just saying, Turvey, girls, go look at Indiana. You might get scared.
Said there was no problem with the chain of custody. But what I think I've seen as an explanation given was, yes, there's the handwritten chain of custody, which may have been done after the fact or put on there, but there's also these bar.
All right, they got a huge deal over there in the Kohberger support camp about this chain of custody evidence on the knife sheath, because Turvey has told them all there was an error in chain of custody. This is the sheath with the DNA on it. If we can prove a chain of custody issue, guess what happens to the knife sheath? It's not coming into court anymore. The biggest piece of evidence against the guy would not come into court. So just remember that when he's laying his foundation.
Codes. Was there an electronically kept chain of custody?
Look at him laughing.
That's BS. So ignorant. I can't even respond.
Oh my God, it's so bad.
I can't even respond. It's so bad. They're all just laughing like it's a serious subject and a serious matter, to be honest. In all reality, we even have chain of custody in our intro because it's that fucking important.
It really, whoever is saying that has no idea what a chain of custody is and what the barcodes are for. The barcodes are for locating the item on the shelf. It has nothing to do.
It ain't like the grocery store, Turvey. I went and listened because I heard what you said, and I went and listened to some other people to see if they said the same thing you said, and they didn't. But okay.
With the chain of custody. A chain of custody is about who's handled the evidence, who's opened it and closed it, who's received it, who's transported it, so that you can determine.
See, I promise y'all, if I ever thought for a second this guy didn't do it, I'd have told y'all. I'd have been honest about it. I'd have been fighting every tooth and nail. I would have been doing the same thing. but I never actually ever saw anything. I heard everybody out from day one. Hell, I went down the tunnel holes just right along with them. Never turned up anything. But I have questions for Idaho.
Whether or not the evidence has been tampered with or altered inappropriately, and therefore who's responsible. If you go through and have one person just create one for everybody, that's not everybody. It's like the same as signing an affidavit. It's a sworn document saying, I am receiving this. I opened it, I examined it, and there's going to be a report, and then I'm giving it back. And then somebody else comes and checks it out. It's a big, so the idea of the barcode thing, that's somebody anybody who's talking about the barcodes as being a chain of custody, they are a functional illiterate when it comes to forensic science and evidence, custody of evidence. Functional illiterate.
That's even some attorneys. I was watching a podcast, I think last night, and I think they were PI attorneys, but one was actually a DA for a long time, and now he's a criminal defense, and he was completely trying to downplay the chain of custody and how it really wasn't that big deal. And even if it was, there was a broken chain of custody, it very likely would not have even impacted the outcome. But Sam and I were
not
talking.
with him as an attorney, it wouldn't have.
Oh my God.
What if it would have?
So everybody should take note of who that guy was and never hire him for anything.
Terrible. I had to unsubscribe. Terrible.
There's a lot of ignorance on this issue, but any basic textbook on forensic science explains this very clearly. And what you want to do is have a forensic scientist explain it slowly, like they're talking to a fifth grader.
Like Dr. John, we were wondering about that yesterday, how slow they talk to make sure all of us simple-minded folks understand, because it is critical that we understand. And now we're going to spend 30 minutes explaining to you why this is critical. Oh, coffee's ready. I smell it.
When they explain this to attorneys, prosecution or defense, or police officers, because this kind of stuff puts officers in jail when they fabricate what's called falsification of, what do we call it? We call it tampering with evidence, falsification of public documents, false reporting, and forgery.
Can you think of any legitimate circumstance where the chain of custody, as it appeared in this, written by one person, the same handwriting, would be legitimate, or would be there would be a good explanation?
You can't vouch for somebody else. Let's do it this way. Let's say it this way. We're going to do a drug test of me, and we're going to take those drug tests and put it into a bag, and then I'm going to hand it to I'll hand it to one of you, and you'll receive it. Then you'll hand it to somebody else, and you'll receive it. And you'll hand it to somebody else, and they'll receive it. And then it'll be at the lab and be tested. Okay? But then we forgot to do it. So let's just have me go and do it all, do the whole chain of custody and sign your names on everything. And then we're going to go into court and say this is a legitimate chain of custody for all the people that examined it.
Ann Taylor said in court one day when the judge and her and prosecution were trying to hammer out pretrial conference status, scheduling in the future hearings, gearing up for trial, and said other motions will be coming, including motions to exclude the sheath. I think she may not have found too much in your chain of custody issue, because the sheath was absolutely coming into court. Good luck with that one, sir. Kohberger didn't cite chain of custody on the sheath in his little what was it yesterday? Monday filing.
And it vouches for everyone. Is that legitimate? Would you trust that?
No.
Exactly.
You're recreating. You're trying to recreate history.
Well, remember, there was I actually, in response to sort of Ann Taylor's bizarre claims, I posted a couple of articles related to this very issue where law enforcement officers had been fired for falsifying chain of custody. But there was there's a bigger one. There was I can't remember if it was Austin, Texas, or Dallas, Fort Worth, but one of the Texas Department of Public Safety crime labs, they had a huge DNA scandal, a series of them between 2000 and 2008 that got their DNA lab shut down. And one of the things they did was they brought in a new admin, and her job was to go through and make sure all the evidence lined up and was secure and safe and where it was supposed to be, right?
Yeah, Denver's having a problem. Colorado, with a DNA lab technician who falsified and did a whole bunch of fuckery in a whole bunch of cases. How does it apply to your boy's case now?
The barcodes. Can we find it? Can we find it in the evidence custody, the evidence locker? Well, she didn't have chain of custody for a bunch of the items of DNA. So she just went around and fabricated them and asked people about them.
Oh.
She got fired for that.
Well, she should
She got
have.
fired.
She should have been. He acts like she got fired. She got fired. She should have been. And any normal person can see, yes, she should have gotten fired. We don't expect a slap on the wrist for stuff like that. My DNA is floating all over the town. I don't need fake DNA ladies in the lab fudging stuff.
When that came out. All right.
Not afford Alan Jackson.
Because it is an illegitimate, unethical, incompetent, and fraudulent scientific process. You're trying to bolster the credibility and reliability of a piece of evidence by fabricating all the names and signing it yourself. And when you do that, put your job at risk.
Would the prosecution have been able to rehabilitate that by?
Well, he does think he's hot shit. He wanted to come out here and get him some of that fangirl attention. I like the fangirl attention. Let me go to the YouTubes and get me some fangirl attention. Because I see that Chris Whitcomb's out there pushing his book and they're all clamoring to get a hold of me.
And all the people whose names allegedly appeared on that. To say,
that's the argument, right? That I think is their posture. That well, we're just bringing people and have them testify.
He likes to point out the posture of it all, doesn't he? What are you doing? You're posturing yourself to be on the appellate team? Right back at you.
About, that they actually did do it. That would work, potentially, except, one, I think the defense would have a huge problem with that, because you really can't know whether or not these people are telling the truth well after the fact. But two, not every examination that was known to be done on that sheath was a part of the chain of custody.
Oh, God.
It was missing. Some of the examinations.
Wow.
Yeah. In Chris's book, he indicates
it was missing some of the examinations. Wow. What? Did you tell Kohberger when you went and saw him?
that
Allegedly speculating.
There was a period of time it was missing too, which is even more concerning.
Y'all gonna talk about that missing time that sheath spent somewhere in the universe? Okay.
Yeah. So even if the sheath was not excluded by Judge Hippler, which, who knows what he was going to do based on what he'd done previously, but there still would have been a huge reasonable doubt there for the jury on whether the sheath had been tampered with or could have been tampered with.
That's exactly right.
Mm-hmm.
So my question to them always has been, how did prosecution plant Kohberger's DNA on the sheath and why? Have you seen the amount of kids they interviewed in Moscow, Idaho, and how they were very suspicious of a couple? Why not one of them? Why Kohberger? What about that guy over there just trying to make his way in the world away from mommy for the first time ever, trying to get his PhD degree earned? Why go pick on him and plant his DNA on this knife sheath? I'm just asking questions, Turvey.
Yeah, and Ron, I think that's a good point, because I know that everyone brings up the chain of custody and some people are saying it's not an issue, but when you're looking at the admissibility of potential evidence at trial, it certainly is an issue.
A real chain of custody issue is an issue, but when there's not one, there's not one.
What a judge would do with it may be a different thing, whether you'd agree with that or not, but it's still a very important issue, because if it is excluded, then you can't even talk about that at all. It's out.
Or the little piece of DNA in the clasp. Here's the point.
Little piece of DNA on the clasp? You mean on the inside of the button? Full male profile? Okay.
The people who are saying that are people who've already decided what they want to be true or what not to be true. But let's ask ourselves a basic question. Okay. It's like saying physical evidence isn't important or necessary. If that's true, then why do we have crime labs? Why do we bother to train people to collect?
We understand physical evidence is huge and incredibly important. Lord?
Collect evidence? Why do we bother to train people to test evidence? Why do we have a whole realm of the criminal justice system dedicated to forensic science and the interpretation of forensic evidence? Why is that important? And more importantly, why is the chain of custody right on the outside of the bag? Why is it right there for everyone to see? And why are we bothering to do the signatures? Why does that matter? Because it's super important for reliability and for admissibility. It's super important. And pretending it's not is big. When you do that.
So the state of Idaho could get their biggest piece of evidence and fudge it all up on a chain of custody issue. Hey boys, who's got that sheet today? Well, I don't know. I thought you had it. No, I thought I gave it to that FBI guy. No, we sent it off to that lab, didn't we? Y'all didn't take it? Lord, help us all.
It kind of shows your cards a little bit. Shows your cards. Shows who you really are as a criminal justice professional, or even as a commentator. That you've already decided and you don't want to hear it.
And this chain of custody issue with the sheath, this was something that you were bringing to Ann Taylor's attention right about the time the plea came down, right?
Yeah. Well, it was brought to my attention, and then it was.
What? Hold on. I hope I'm going to break it.
A basic question. It's like saying physical evidence isn't important or necessary. If that's true, then why do we have crime labs? Why do we bother to train people to collect evidence? Why do we bother to train people to test evidence? Why do we have a whole realm of the criminal justice system dedicated to forensic science and the interpretation of forensic evidence? Why is that important? And more importantly, why is the chain of custody right on the outside of the bag? Why is it right there for everyone to see? And why are we bothering to do the signatures? Why does that matter? Because it's super important for reliability and for admissibility. It's super important. And pretending it's not is big. When you do that, it kind of shows your cards a little bit. Shows your cards. Shows who you really are as a criminal justice professional, or even as a commentator. That you've already decided and you don't want to hear it.
And this chain of custody issue with the sheath, this was something that you were bringing to Ann Taylor's attention right about the time the plea came down, right?
Hold on. Y'all, I know this guy is a pick me kind of guy, but I'm looking past that right now. This right here is important, what he's saying.
Yeah. Well, it was brought to my attention. And
brought to your attention by who? Chris Whitcomb? Because I'm figuring this out. Right around the time of the plea deal. Ann Taylor's known about this stuff, though, sir. What are you talking about? Okay, tell me more. I'm listening.
And it was asked to me as a question.
It was asked as a question before the plea deal was offered. Who else is looking at that sheath asking you? Who's asking you about it? Not Ann Taylor to ask you about it, sir. What are you actually saying here?
And I answered the question, and then I was given the assignment of going and looking at all the change of custody for all other important.
Right before trial, or the plea deal, Ann Taylor's like, "Oh wait, someone asked you to look at something and a question, and you now want to look at all the chain of custody. There's an issue, and Ann Taylor didn't think that was important. Instead, it got a plea deal and lied to Kohberger. Something's not right here, y'all. Who's doing what is really intriguing me at the moment."
And what point was that, though, when it was brought to your attention, Dr. Trivia? At what point, roughly, was that at?
Well, I don't know when everybody else knew, but it was a question that arose at some point. I couldn't tell you when, but it was brought to my attention about a week prior.
A week before the plea? A chain of custody issue was brought to your attention by someone? Okay.
And then I was given the task of running down change of custody on other items. And again,
So you had
that's not a secret.
Follow-up questions, panel.
I'm assuming you shared your conclusions based on your research. I'm assuming you shared those with Ms. Taylor.
For sure.
and you didn't even really have a chance to finish those tasks by the time he pled guilty, right?
Well, I can't answer that.
Okay.
I completed a lot of, let's put it this way. I completed a lot of tasks.
Okay. What were there other items of evidence that there were chain of custody issues that you did find?
I think that's a question that needs to be answered later. I can only discuss what's publicly disclosed.
You can only discuss what's publicly disclosed. Yeah, we got that issue in this case, don't we? We certainly do.
Okay.
But I think that's a reasonable question that we should be asking. Everyone should be asking that question.
All right, I already got you penciled in for part 2, Dr. Turvey. That's
A year from now, after the IAC hearing, right?
After the what hearing, sir? Part 2's in the books already.
There's got to be an IAC hearing, right?
There has to be.
No, there doesn't have to be at all. As long as Anteo is the attorney and representing Brian Kohberger, there's not any.
So is Ann Taylor no longer in the picture, Turvey? Because he's requesting this post-conviction relief that you just said. What, sir? You're on the team. You're on the team. You're spearheading Brian Kohberger's post-conviction relief, aren't you, Turvey? I'll be surprised if you aren't. I won't be shocked if you are, but that's where my money's going down right now. Actually, I put my money down that yesterday evening.
Chance of that.
Justice requires it, I think.
Well, I would agree. I will just say this. Science and justice both require a level of transparency that we're not experiencing in this case.
Because if Taylor's out there telling her boy big lies and keeping him secretly hid from the world, somebody's told him something, Dr. Brent Turvey, PhD. Somebody has. Somebody's knocking. Should I let him in? Lord, it's the devil. Would you look at him?
Can I ask this?
You can ask whatever you want.
Was any DNA found on that night sheet ever directly tied to Brian Kohberger?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did y'all hear that? Was there any DNA on that sheet that tied directly to Brian Kohberger? Turvey says, not that I know of. Whose DNA is it? They lied and said it was Kohberger's DNA. It wasn't planted DNA. Now they're lying about whose DNA it is. What did Kohberger do to the state of Idaho? Was he really their little secret FBI guy that no one was supposed to know about? And it's a parallel investigation and all kinds of weird stuff happening. And if the world knew we were secretly using Brian Kohberger covertly, our shit would blow up. I don't know. That's what they theorize over there in Kohberger land.
Well, then why are we seeing that all over the place that people are saying that Brian Kohberger's DNA was found on the sheet?
It is right now. You guys are smart people. I like you guys. You're smart.
Ron's like, yeah, we are. Why are we seeing everywhere his DNA's on the sheath then, Turvey, if it's not really there? He's like, I like you guys. You're smart. You're smart guys here. Did y'all see the lab report about, oh God, we got to look it all up for y'all? Y'all know y'all have seen it.
So how many things do you see daily being discussed about this case that have no basis in reality?
Quite a lot.
Whatever. The sheath, snap, same thing. They know with their word salad. Get out of here with word salad. I'm a grown up. Ain't got time for it. They meant his DNA is nowhere on that sheath, including the snap.
Yeah.
So much bullshit.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
Idiots.
That's the answer.
Hello.
I know in the book, actually, initially, the first crime lab that the sheath was sent to, they returned it saying there's no chain of custody, right?
Well, no. Well,
Correct him, Ron. Correct him, Turvey, because Ron's full of misinformation and inaccuracies. I shouldn't call them idiots. I should call them uninformed. Misinformed, led astray, followed the wolf pack, whatever. Go ahead and correct him, Brett Turvey. Do your thing.
No, that was you're confusing two different events. Right? One is the Idaho State Police Crime Lab. They are the ones who originally said, "Hey, we got the sheath now. I need a chain of custody form for this because there's not one on it." So they asked for one, and a few days later, Moscow police sent them one that they had fabricated. Right? Then
he says Moscow fabricated that custody sheet. Well, I know the backstory. I know why. I've seen the documents as to why they think that, but no. Okay.
There's the other issue of the testing of the DNA on the sheath, which is about on the clasp, which was done at the lab in Texas, I think.
No, it wasn't. You're talking about IgG now. That's different. Let's clarify for the people in the back who continuously confuse the situation. The knife sheath was sent to the Idaho State Lab, Idaho State Police Lab. Single source male DNA was discovered on the snap. A full profile was developed, STR run through CODIS with no hits. We have no idea who this DNA belongs to and absolutely no leads. So then it gets sent to Othram Lab in Texas, who were already contracted by the state of Idaho to do work for them. Kind of like the Florida labs that, out there Arizona deals with. Every police department in the country has their labs they contract with. They were already contracted with Othram Labs. Othram, we all know, does all the cold case work. This was an active investigation the first time they're going to attempt to do IgG on an active investigation. I know all about the Golden State Killer. It was in a cold case. Don't get it twisted. Cold case. First active investigation without a suspect. So Othram goes into their 3 legal databases that they are allowed to use, and they first develop the SNP profile. And that's a much broader profile for IgG. It is required by all GG personnel who do this for a living. All right, so they get that done based off the STR profile they received from Idaho State Lab. They build their family tree, and they land back on the 3 cousins of Brian Kohberger. Brian Kohberger and his dad were not in the legal databases, but the family was. The cousins are then, one of the cousins was reached out to. It's in the document, and Taylor talks about it. Asked if he would participate in the investigation. The guy says, no, thank you. FBI swoops in and says, okay, well, Othram's done all they can possibly do. Give it to us. We'll do more. We'll do more. And boy, did they. And they went into the non-legal databases like 23andMe and Ancestry.com and had much more access to a much broader database now of DNA. Kind of like that one Othram's trying to compile over there with the help of WebTooth. Okay, so here we go.
The initial testing. So these are 2 separate issues.
And what was,
Othram.
There's some people on the internet loving to throw that Othram shade. Don't give them any ammunition because they're hijacking this case to feed that narrative, and I don't like it. I've tried to explain it to those people because they didn't understand. Because a lot of shit was thrown at certain people with misinformation packed in behind it for their own narrative, and I didn't like that either. I see y'all. I saw every one of y'all, in fact. I got Cassandra syndrome.
Sorry, what?
Was that Othram Labs? The lab in Texas?
I can't recall independently. I wasn't. The DNA was not my part. Was not.
Yes, it was Othram Labs from Texas.
Not my area of expertise. DNA interpretation is not my area of expertise. What I know is that at the Franks hearing, pretty much everyone agreed that that the DNA that they found was an investigative lead and not sufficient to make an identification.
There you go. That's your problem with Othram Lab, IgG. You're going to tell them there's an issue with the DNA development profile because Othram did this and that. And it's so wrong, Rachel. So much wrong in the world right now, Rachel.
Vacation.
And Rachel and I are aware we spell wrong the wrong way, but if you know, you know. Delphi, folks.
So, yeah, I know that in the book, in Whitcomb's book, Chris's book, he indicated that the FBI essentially gave Brian Kohberger's name to local law enforcement as a tip. So that's as strong as they can get.
Strong. Okay, they went to court, guys, because Ann Taylor tried hard to get all that IgG out of here. Just get it out of here. I don't know what the FBI did. I want all their records. I want the notes on the notes on the notes. I want to know how you got to my client, because you didn't get there through a tip from WSU. How'd you get to my client to start investigating him? You didn't do it through a geofence warrant where he showed up into your little geofence warrant because the phone was off. How'd you get to my client? Show me. And boy, she made him show her. The judge had to go into his chambers for 3 whole days and shut everything down and review all this overwhelming IgG material that the FBI eventually turned over. They didn't want to at first. The judge told Ann Taylor, she says, I will do TUI request, which you have to do to get information from the FBI for subpoena power. And the judge said, do it, Ann Taylor. You file it and I'll back you up on it. We'll go get them. She tried. It would have set precedents in all cases going forward. But they never got to that point in this case because a plea deal happened. But they did go to court and they did decide we will not come into court and say we found this client, this suspect, because of IgG. Because y'all, it was done illegally by the FBI. It is what it is. So while everybody's applauding testing gloves found 2 miles away for no apparent reason, because it might look like a guy in the video's glove, put the brakes on. Put the brakes on.
Yeah. Do you have any information about that? Or did he get that from others?
So they were going to go into court and they weren't allowed to say it came from IgG. They were just going to qualify it as a tip. The jury would have never have known what the tip alluded to. I know a guy that was acting funny. I know a guy that was near the home. I know a guy that drives a white car. Anything, nothing, just a tip. Now, would that have been a big factor to juries? Would they have wanted to know what that tip was? Would it have mattered what the tip actually was? Because they're not going to be able to go to court and say we have evidence based on this. It was as a tip led us to Brian Kohberger, because nothing else led them to that Brian Kohberger guy except for IgG, guys, because the profile was not in CODIS.
That's something you'd have to ask the FBI about. I don't. I mean, I think that answers the question.
Mm.
Everybody who testified at the Franks hearing did not perceive this as a nail in the coffin. They perceived it as an investigative lead that should be followed up on. But then, cameras start rolling and people get in front of the camera and a microphone gets stuck in their face and they don't want to look like a slapped ass. So they.
What? They get a camera and a microphone in front of their face and they don't want to look like a slapped ass. Wow. Jesus.
Start saying stuff.
Jesus, take the wheel.
I'm more than happy to look like a slapped ass, by the
way. Ron's face is turning red over that one. Allegedly, maybe. I don't. Okay, Turvey he doesn't mind looking like a slapped ass, kind of like Trisha. She doesn't mind. And if I'm offending any Web Sleuths fans out there, do your due diligence and your homework. And go watch my short videos.
Well, I can tell you, Dr. Turvey, this case, it needed you. It needed Chris. It needed you to speak out.
Oh, yes.
I can tell you as 3 attorneys sitting here, it
would have been really nice, though, to see this expert with such strong opinions on this case actually go to a reputable news media outlet and do a sit-down interview, a serious interview with somebody who might have could have handled this a whole lot better. But Turvey probably doesn't want to do that because they may ask critical questions about the evidence he's presenting as bad evidence, wrong evidence, uninvestigated evidence. This will get this guy free evidence. Are you afraid of that kind of pushback, Brent Turvey? Because critical questions needed to be posed to your critical statements. Especially there's a possibility this guy going to get a overturned conviction on a faulty plea deal situation that none of us liked to begin with. We didn't like the deal. We didn't like the deal he was allowed to get. I get to ride off into the sunset now with my zipped lips.
Wild to me how few professionals have actually spoken out about how badly this case has been screwed up.
I've thought about that a lot. I'm glad you brought that up because I've thought about it a lot. There's nothing remarkable about what I'm doing in this case, given my 30 years of experience with other cases. I'm just doing it the same way I do all my cases, following the law, making sure that grading materials disclosed, making sure that testing occurs that should occur, giving good advice to make sure that everybody's rights are protected. My real question is, why are so many other people frightened and not speaking up? And the reason why, in my opinion, is that either one, they're compromised by money, or 2, they get a little close to something that they've never been close to before, a little power, a little.
What is he implying? People fangirled out over Brian Kohberger, money's involved, secret deals, little fame. What? If that's what we've resorted to in this country in high-profile cases, we're done. And we need to overhaul the system, starting with guys like you who want to come out here and talk about slapped asses and stuff and fangirling and doing sick things to evidence over a victim / roommate survivor. Okay.
Celebrity, little something.
So this is coming off of a little bit of a weird vibe. And I could compare it to a few things, but I won't.
And they get excited and they just run amok. They start doing things that are against their nature.
People are running amok. They've been running amok for a long time now.
And I'm used to being somebody who is not popular. I'm not interested in being popular. I'm not interested in making friends, and I'm preserving my professional integrity for my other cases. That's what I do.
He's reserving his professional integrity for the other cases. This one don't deserve it. It's Brian Kohberger. It doesn't deserve it. What, sir? Why would you let go of your integrity for this? Okay, we're going to let him do it, though. We're going to let you do it, criminologist guy.
When I'm thinking about I have more than once dumped myself off a case because an attorney was engaging in inappropriate, unethical behavior.
Now he's accusing her of inappropriate, unethical behavior, possibly?
And I said, I'm out, and I'm not doing this, and you go do your own thing on your own. That doesn't mean I need to speak up about it because it's maybe just unethical behavior that I don't like. Like maybe they're using cocaine. Maybe they're cheating on their spouse, and I find that out, and I don't want anything to do.
Oh my God. He talks about doing certain things and a certain person pops up on screen. Where's Butterfly at? Damn it, man, my butterfly's at work. She missing it. Yes, Dr. Turvey, thank you for speaking out on that all-important point we've been digging into for years over here at True Crime Cafe with Dago.
2 of them. There are hand grenades.
Hey, old pal.
With a pin pulled, and I don't want to be around when it goes off. Okay. But I think there's a lot of people who don't know how to behave anymore. I think we're missing people that know how to behave in the criminal justice system. I think everyone who's just trying to get their glory. And I want to ask this directly so everybody can know. How much am I being paid for this interview?
I'm not paying.
Ron's like, I ain't paying shit. Look, dude, my backdrop's fake. Maybe, I don't know. Is he posing? These girls, we're not paying you. We're family law attorneys. I hope that he's not being paid.
Oh my God. That's right. Nothing. Did I ask for anything in exchange for this interview?
No, absolutely nothing.
No, nor would I. I already been paid for my time and my work on this case. I don't need money. Is the least of my interest because I'm protecting my reputation for future cases. Right.
He's doing a real good job of protecting his reputation, talking about slapped asses and people doing disgusting things to evidence about Dylan Mortensen. All right, you got a lot of integrity, sir. I think that where you trash everybody's in part 2.
I have other cases I'm working in. My reputation has to be protected for those, not just this one. All right.
And one of the things that grabbed our attention to you is when we were going through the reports. This is even before we had ever even talked for the first time for our pre-call.
We have read Turvey's report here, guys. If we need to go back over it, we will. But it's not like in the title, Turvey's report. It may be, I don't know. But we have reviewed Brent Turvey and Dr. Paulette Sutton's findings here on the channel.
Over a month ago.
Okay, yeah.
Your report, it provided conclusions and your expert opinion, which is what so many of the prosecution's experts did not do. They couldn't tie things together. Most of them didn't even give an expert opinion, which is the purpose of an expert. But, I would say the three of us did a pretty good job on your report when we were going through all of the issues with not even knowing everything we know today. Right. But you were very, very methodical and scientific, and your analysis was always spot on. And
right. I didn't give you that report. Let's do a little timeline here.
No, you didn't. He's like, oh no, make sure they know I didn't give you that.
I didn't have to.
I'm talking about the it's the one that was released. It is
that's right. Sutton's response to my report, where she basically agrees with everything.
She did? Is that your interpretation? Really? Oh, okay.
It says everything I'm saying is possible and comes to no real conclusions of her own other than he must have been naked running through the house committing the crime. That's how he didn't have transfer material on him.
That's not exactly what that document said, dude. I doubt I'm sure they read that document, but okay. All right.
One of the stupidest things I've ever heard.
It's her trying to make her client happy. This is the problem if you only work for one side or if you're trying to get...
Actually, what she was doing, she laid out an example kind of like you've done, but it wasn't the way you're portraying it at all. The naked man running around came allegedly from Bethany, but that was the street's rumor. Bethany saw a naked man running that night. That's the exculpatory evidence. She's hiding out in Nevada with it. Go get her, Idaho. Idaho went after a court order because she didn't want to come back to Idaho. She was terrified. They finally go out to interview her there to see if Bethany Funk had any, no relation to Ron, had any exculpatory evidence of a so-called naked running man. That was an internet rumor Ann Taylor latched onto. But she had to investigate, I guess, to see if the rumor was true. I know for a fact a lot of people off these streets and X were sending Ann Taylor information. They said it. They showed it on X. The package going out to Ann Taylor today, oh boy, by a defense attorney on Twitter. Okay, that's how long I've been around. I've seen a lot of stuff in this case.
With another side, you twist yourself into a pretzel trying to make people happy. I never worry about making people happy. I know they're going to be mad with me when I'm done, so I don't care. But the point is, my report and the findings of my report were released in that disclosure and then published by Fox News back in January or February 2025. Then in March 2025, no. When was it? Was it this year? People Magazine, I think this year, got a copy of my report. in discovery, or at least they said they did. And then they produced a whole article about it. What's interesting is they didn't contact me to ask me for comment.
Oh,
So that was interesting too.
That is interesting.
Yeah, but so
they just pulled your report and did a report on your report because they failed to reach out for an interview. He's like, screw them. Are you wanting some fame and fortune? He wanting to be the top criminologist go-to in the country for all defense attorneys in the future? Unless you don't like your state, Mississippi, he ain't coming there. No Mississippi on fire today.
So my findings are out there. They're already out there. They're publicly available. And I'm one of the only experts whose findings from the defense are available. But I can tell you this, I wasn't standing on the corner by myself.
No, sirree. So I wonder who was there with him and why. There I am. Was it in Winslow, Arizona when they were on the corner by themselves? I don't know what's happening. What other defense experts agreed with him that are willing to come out and speak publicly? Are any of them willing to partner up on the new appellate team situation? Maybe. What do y'all think? What do y'all think about Turvey? If he had come out with a better tone and a better attitude and a more mature, methodical way, would he have made a difference? Right? The fact that he came out here and I don't really have a problem with him going on YouTube with an interview like that. I don't. Mainstream media may not bite. We know half the time we can't listen to what they're saying anyway. They're not going for the meats and the nuts and bolts like we are. They're not wanting all that sometimes. Only if it's popular in the moment. So it is what it is. But he still could have conducted himself, I think, in a much better way. And on that part two, it got even crazier, y'all, with the way he would talk to them and interact with them and the things he would say about the case, about the people who follow the case. It was just really bizarre. And to me, it didn't do any justice to the case at all, except put some stuff out into the ethernet that for certain individuals to really latch onto. But I found it really wild that Kohberger cites a clump of hair or a bunch of hair in Ethan's hand that Turvey's claiming they didn't find out about till a week before the plea deal, which is not the case. He may have found out once someone brought it to his attention, other stuff too, the knife sheath chain of custody. He finds out all this is happening around that plea deal situation, guys. And now Brian's out here saying Ann lied to me. It's going to be interesting to see how this unfolds, to be honest with you, under the legalities of it all. What can Kohberger prove? Because I'm going to tell you right now, proving her ineffective assistance of counsel is an uphill battle for Brian Kohberger. Because the proximity to the crime scene, which hair in the victim's hands, proximity, relevance, if they ruled it out as the defendants and say that it's possibly Ethan's hair, then that is what it is, right? If it wasn't long and blonde like they want it to be, which would belong to the surviving roommate, which would then throw shade upon her, why is your hair in the victim's hand on top of an 8-hour gap, and saw and heard things all night but never put it together, some dangerous stuff was happening around me. That was problematic in court, y'all. It just was. I can be honest about that. If I was a prosecutor, I would have been a little worried about my main witness, Dylan Mortensen, because she's fragile. She said a lot of inconsistencies. 1 minute I'm lucid, 1 minute I'm dreaming, 1 minute I see it, 1 minute I don't. I got a fireman carrying a vacuum. There was a lot going on with that girl. A lot, and we have to be honest about it. But that don't mean she did anything like the crime. It means she needs to reevaluate a lot of things about herself. So as she's maturing, she recognizes her flaws and she does better in the future. You're good. I know you're not always trolling, need some Z's. We're always been honest with each other, girl. I have a question. Okay. I'm just truly curious from your perspective as someone who does believe BK is guilty. Do you take issue with the faults in the... Hold on. Well, Hitler's got to respond by the law. Will he give him a more evidence? Is he going to assign him an attorney to? You got to bring the evidence to be heard. We unpacked the Delphi appellate process here with the court filings. Okay, let me see. She says investigation and then with the court process as well, including the plea deal. Do those things matter to you? Even though, yes, absolutely need some Z's. What this whole show's about it, because it does matter to me. Constitution matters, and it should uphold for every case we sit with, not the ones I pick and choose it for to feed my narrative today or how I feel today. I cannot allow that to happen, because when we do that, we're not being honest anymore as creators or as people talking about crimes. I could come out here and really churn up the internet today if I wanted to, social experiments and all. You know what I mean? I can come out here and just rage on and on. But yes, it matters. And I've always said, is there a problem in this case? Why is Bill Thompson treating this case the way he does? Why has he allowed this plea deal? Why did he allow no allocution? Why is this case still sealed? Is IGG that big of a deal? They're afraid that's going to get them on appeal? Because it's probably going to, if we're serious. If I was filing appeal for Brian Kohberger as an appellate attorney, I'd probably go directly after IGG. Make the FBI own it, make it mainstream, and no longer an investigative tool. Right? And if there was anything they did dirty, secretively, didn't turn over to the defense in time, or anything that caused a problem, I'm not going to stand for it, because it's not going to help the case going forward. It hurts it, and it hurts the victims. It hurts their families, right? We need to make sure it don't happen. And while everybody on the internet was screaming and crying and breaking down over Brian Kohberger's rights, I was screaming for Richard Allen's, and nobody wanted to listen. So yeah, I'm here for the Constitution, and I stand for it in all cases, not just the ones I'm here for today. And thanks for coming back, Need Some Z's. It's been a minute. We are kind over here, and you know I will allow you, as long as we're being nice to one another. All right, guys, there is a part 2 to that interview, but I think I'm going to come back tonight and review it if y'all want to come back tonight. I'll get bored later. I'm in a mood today. I'm just in a mood. I'm like, I want to unpack some stuff. But then again, there's a lot going on in them streets. I might get lost in review later going, oh my God. Then I might get a headache and say, no, this shit's not for me. I don't know what's going to happen yet. Even if a guilty person goes free, yeah. Casey Anthony, prime example. I'm in Florida. I followed the case from the day her child went missing that it was reporting on the news. I was there for all of Nancy Grace's 2 straight years of pre-trial coverage. And thanks to Florida's FOIA, we got it all pre-trial. All of her nasty little phone calls with her mama and daddy and their arguments and their back and forth and bickering that went on and on and on. Casey Anthony walking into Universal Studios, leading the cops to where she worked, only to get to the door of the office and say, oh, I don't work here. I'm lying. What, ma'am? But I took those jury instructions incredibly serious, just like the jury in the Casey Anthony case. Casey Anthony walked a free woman in the state of Florida. That lands squarely on the backs of the prosecutors in that case. I watched the entire thing, watched the entire trial, and I knew halfway through Casey Anthony was going to walk based on jury instructions alone. Beyond reasonable doubt. And they brought, like it or not, reasonable doubt into that courtroom. And Florida botched critical evidence in that case, wanted to bring in the family searches on the family computer. Cindy conducted some of those searches, not just Casey. Problematic at trial. So yeah, yes, it doesn't matter to me. Do I like that Casey Anthony walked free? Hell no. I don't ever want to see it happen again on my watch, but it happened. And I know why it happened, based on law and reasonable doubt. So, yeah, it is what it is. I've caught hell for even bringing that case up. But if I'm going to discuss law, I'm going to discuss it. And if we don't like it, we force change, right? I can stay in the weeds and scream and cry like a little girl all day long. Casey Anthony got away with it. or I can do something about it to make sure that never happens again. With your botched scientific smell test evidence, weird shit. Yeah, it's all on you, Florida, and y'all know it. Go look at the prosecutor's face at the end of that trial. He absolutely tells you, I lost this case. Yeah, Richard Allen's rights, regardless of where you sit on his guilt or innocence, his rights were violated and still are to this day. Man didn't get the opportunity to go to county jail and sit there till trial. No, he got stuffed into an Indiana prison with the Odinist guards. The Odinist guards. It's in the documents. We didn't make it up. We didn't pretend it happened. We didn't think it happened. We didn't allege it happened or speculate. It actually freaking happened. Odinist guards in the Indiana State Prison wearing patches on their uniforms. And when court ordered to remove your Odinist patches, one decides to go get it tattooed on his face instead. Welcome to Delphi, people. We didn't make it up. I need to go touch grass. I need to go see if Florida's still on fire outside and take my dogs out and go touch the grass for a minute and figure out what I want to eat tonight. I'm feeling a hamburger, y'all. Are any of y'all interested in coming back and watching part 2? Or y'all had enough of that guy? Have we had enough? Should we do something else instead? We are a community here, and I want to bring y'all what y'all want. If y'all are sick of Turvey, we will not talk about Turvey ever again. Should we review Cyray's rebuttal? Or should we finish seeing what else Turvey's got to say? I kind of want to watch him call them all fangirls and stuff. Maybe not. Y'all give us some feedback. It's up to y'all. It is, needs some Z's. It's not easy to sit with that kind of case, right? It was not. My stomach, y'all, the pit of my stomach, oh my God, during the Casey Anthony trial, halfway through, when I realized that girl's probably going to walk out that door a free woman, it was not a good feeling. I didn't cheer for it. I did not cheer for it. I wasn't happy about it. It was devastating, but I knew it was going to happen. And by God, I was holding my breath when they were waiting on the verdict. I can remember the look on the girl's face while they were waiting to read the verdict. It's very emotional. Didn't like it at all. You going to put some on the smoker? Damn it, Rachel. I made a really good patty melt the other night. I was like, girl, you did a good job on your little patty melt situation here. It was good. Okay. You're with, what's Forrest say? What did Forrest speak? Hold on. I got to do, what did Forrest say? Because it matters. Do I got to go up? Did I miss it? You'd rather see Cyray's rebuttal. Okay. I had a feeling Forrest was going to think that. That's cool. We can do that. Did y'all? None of y'all have y'all not seen? Because he did it over on Custody Queens as well. They finally got Cyray, and Cyray was a big deal in this case too. Like the fangirls fan out over him because he testified in an early hearing that he reserved the right to change his mind later based on further evidence. Right? And boy, that set the internet on fire for a minute. They're like, "What did he just say?" So we will do that. Because I feel like if we can get if we can get to the nuts and bolts behind what Kohberger's trying to say in his filing, then we understand it. It's not just Kohberger running off at the mouth and got bored in prison and went to the law library, because we all knew he was doing it, right? We've talked about it. The guy's a criminology PhD student. Come on. He's already had a psychology degree. He's got nothing else to do but sit in prison and hang out in the law library and do his thing. So we knew it was coming. But it's interesting to see what Cyray has to say about the case as well. Y'all want to come back tonight and do that? Anybody there? Is there? Wait. We need to review that interview. What did I say? Hold on. Who's live? Burkhart, right? Oh, I also saw Emily D. Baker was live with a review. I haven't watched Emily in a minute. Y'all want to come back later and also review some of what Burkhart has to say? Y'all go show some love. I don't want to steal her views, but we will review it. Because tomorrow we have, wait, when do we go back to Lindsay? Tomorrow? The Clancy trial? Where's my notes? One of my mods, y'all know, help me out. There wasn't court today. I think it's in the morning, back up in the morning. Yes, Simi wrote us a song. Fried turkey bites. I like turkey. Andrea's good, needs some Z's. She's a good one to review. And I was, her and Bob Motta have very different opinions, so take it all with a grain of salt, right? I have no idea. She might come out here in a little bit and tell us all, hey, this guy's got not a chance in hell. But Andrea might say, hold up, not so fast. And I'm here for that conversation, right? I'm here for it. I can't help it. Let's see. I like to be informed and know the goods. All right, so tomorrow we have court again for Lindsay Clancy, and we're not missing our trial. So I'll come back tonight, guys, if y'all want to do that and come hang out with me. I appreciate those of you who do want to learn about it and be here. Yeah, okay, thank you, guys. We will be, my mods are all answered at the same time. Thank you, guys. We will be back in the morning. We're doing that at 9 a.m. like we did last time, or the Monday. We're going to start approximately an hour late, but we know court doesn't start on time. So that way we can fast forward and do the things we like to do. All right, guys. Well, thank y'all for coming in and trying to look at this with me and unpack some of it and look back at Ann Taylor's past statement in that court proceeding back in June, 2 months before the scheduled trial. Everything she told us about how she couldn't be effective counsel without continuing the case, which was denied. So 2 months before trial, she set the seed again for ineffective counsel and asked for a continuance, and it was denied. And now we got Turvey coming out loud and proud with some things. And now we have Kohberger coming out citing the things that Turvey has talked about in a post-conviction relief filing. 9 a.m. tomorrow, Central. I'll be live at 9 a.m. Central, yes. Clancy case just popped off. We've only had day one so far, opening statements. And the only witness to testify so far has been Clancy's husband, Patrick, at the time. And it was a long, emotional day. The judge actually ended court a little bit early. They already had a scheduled day off for today for some reason. So we knew we would be back at it tomorrow morning. For tomorrow's day 2. And I think that they're going to bring her husband back on the stand and they'll finish up with him hopefully tomorrow. Making that poor guy sit up there all that time and answer all those questions. It's a heavy case, needs some Z's, but we're trying to keep an open mind with it. But we have our thoughts, opinions, and lean some kind of way about it, because we all are bringing our life experience to the table, especially all of us moms and any dad that's had to, watch their wife or girlfriend suffer, or sister even, through this. Maybe we can all get a little educated at the same time, right? All right, guys, I appreciate y'all coming in and hanging out. Need some Z's. Thanks for coming back in. Good to see you. You guys go have a good dinner, a good evening. And y'all never did tell me if y'all want to come back tonight or not. Should I just take a chance and see? If y'all show up, you show up. If you don't, I'll just talk to myself. Okay, we'll do that. You guys are great. Thank y'all for coming in. Hit the like button. Let's flood the algorithm with true crime. I don't know. Flood it, flood it, flood it. YouTube changed up their thing on my phone, and it looks a little different these days, and I'm so confused. All right, y'all. Oh, and by the way, if you want to try out a membership, I don't have bells and whistles, and I need to start holding some members-only lives. It feels Like, I just need to start doing that. Cause like, you know what? If they want to see it, they'll come, right? We're not full of members here yet, but I don't care. I don't care if I got 5 members, members only. But you can get a free trial at a membership on YouTube if you'd like, and give us a try. Otherwise, just subscribe. That's all we ask. And give us a thumbs up if you like us over here. And this community is great. Come back and join us another time. All right, guys, y'all go have a wonderful evening. I'll see you back here probably about 8 p.m. if that's okay, Central Standard Time. But if there's anything crazy going on the internet tonight, I'll let you guys know in a post that, hey, or if something changes around here tonight, I don't ever know. Something comes up, I'll post it and tell you guys. We'll just do, well, we got to do trial tomorrow. Anyway, 8 p.m. tonight, Central Standard Time. Maybe 7, we'll see. All right, y'all, go have a good one, and I'll see you back here later if you want to come back and see Ray.
Thank you all for watching this here video. Please like and subscribe and follow. Much love from Little Yas to